worries, I'm always behind you.
No worries, I'm always behind you. It means confidence. Confidence that I can deliver what I set out to.
My goal is for my son to grow into the best version of himself.
Friendship to me is so important.
They make me feel calm, secure, supported, motivated, and they encourage me to be the best person I can possibly be.
Having a team that supports you, commitment and hard work is the most important thing.
My goals are giving them a safe space within their communities.
Like the drummer to the bass player, no worries, I'm always behind you.
No worries, I'm always behind you.
Hi PUBG Esports fans, I'm your PUBG Esports guide Annie, and I'm here to host the new PGC contents Quiz on Rock. I'm here at Dubai Exhibition Center where PGC 2022 will take place, and I heard that all the players have now arrived in Dubai and having a media day shooting profile pictures and player videos. So today's content is called Quiz on Rug. I'm gonna walk around the Dubai Exhibition Center, bring some players on this Dubai rug, and have a short interview and quiz time. So let's move on and meet some players. Let's go!
어떠세요? 그 두바이 도착했는데 확실히 덥네요. 긴 팔, 긴 바지를 괜히 챙겨온 것 같아요.
What's the other word? No. Which one?
Yeah, so, I mean, all the players around the world, the best players are together right now. How do you guys feel?
Best players.
Best players.
Superior.
Why is he here then? Best players.
So now I'm here inside the Dubai Exhibition Center, and this is the place where PGC 2022 will take place. I see some players around here, and let's see which players I can have some interview with. I see Pero and New Happy players over there. Let's go and have a short talk. Ni hao. Hello, we were playing games. What were you doing? I want to have a short interview with you guys. Do you mind? Okay, let's go. Hello. Can you introduce yourself?
大家好，我是 Pero 的马云龙。
大家好，我是 Pero 的米。
大家好，我是牛爱平的楠楠。
So this is your first time experiencing the offline LAN event. How do you feel?
是的，非常激动，
心情肯定是十分开心的。然后毕竟第一次来线下打比赛，
心情是非常开心的，打这种最高级别的赛事。
And did you have any players that you want to be like friend with from other regions or other teams?
Pure
打纳瓦战队的 Salute。
I hope you guys meet in the PGC 2022. So I'm gonna have some individual questions to New Happy. So New Happy was the PGC 2021 defending champions, and a lot of teams think that you might win the PGC 2022 too. Don't you feel any pressure, or what's your thoughts about this?
我不会感受到任何压力，我们队伍也不会感受到任何压力，我们就平常去打就行了。
Is there any secret for doing so well?
没有吧，我们没什么特别练习的地方，就是我们每个人都很厉害。
So you're all talented.
Yes.
Okay. So Pero, you won PCS 4, 5, 6, and in the PCS 7 Asia, New Happy kind of got your throne. Do you have anything to say to New Happy about this?
表情管理一下，别笑，别笑。
我不知道是什么。
你讲，你跟南江熟，随便看你。
就 你们 PCS7从我们手上抢走的冠军，我们这次会拿回来。
放心，我们打你们会下手很轻的。
Okay, which team do you think is the strongest competitor in PGC 2022 then?
New Happy. Yeah, New Happy.
New Happy.
我觉得也是我们。
Oh. What's your determination coming into PGC 2022?
我们的决心就是调整好状态，我们卫冕这次冠军。
先进入决赛，然后决赛我们开始发力。
So you're free to step in this rug, but we're going to have the quiz time, and if you get it right, you can escape this rug. So there are 4 keywords: sound, image, and PGC Dubai. Can you pick one?
PGC.
PGC. Which team participated for the most consecutive PGC events?
OK， 哪位？
Navi?
哪位？
Okay, you're right. Yes. Whoa.
My Dubai.
Dubai.
Dubai, yeah.
This is the world's biggest frame, Dubai frame. What's the height of this Dubai frame?
1000米。
No. Down. Down.
500米。
Down.
300米。
150米。
Yes.
我操！
Sound?
Yeah.
Okay.
斜式手枪。
Beep. No.
New Happy。
那是什么？PP19。
Right.
Okay.
So all 3 players have got it right, so we're gonna give gifts to all 3 players. So please put on the eye mask. Okay, just pick one.
应该还行。
Here. Okay, last. Okay. Now you can take off your eye mask.
我操，金条可。
So I hope New Happy and Pero has a good result in PGC 2022. And let's PGC 2022, New Happy, Pero.
加油！
Okay, so sun is down and it's quite dark here in Dubai Exhibition Center, and I'm looking for more players to have a talk. I think that's Strimzy from Sonic. Hello, Strimzy. Hello. Hi. What's up? What were you doing? You're
just talking to my girlfriend.
We're shooting a content, and I want to have a short interview and like have a quiz time with you.
Cool.
It's okay with you?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
All right, let's do it. How far is it? Am I walking forever?
Oh, like a minute, like 30 seconds. Can you introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Tristan Trimsy Nowicki. I play for the Susquehanna Sonics, and we're here to compete for PGC 2022 in Dubai.
Okay, welcome to Quiz on Rock. I know that you were having a media day today. How was it? I remember that in PNC you wore that USA jersey.
Yeah,
Did you have
yeah.
anything special prepared today?
I did the fun thing for Thailand for PNC because it was kind of representing my country, whereas this is more professional and serious for this one. Whereas I was having a lot more fun for Thailand.
But I recognize that your jersey is different from the previous PGC.
Our jersey specifically is made for Dubai. It was specifically made for wherever we go, wherever we travel for PGC.
Dubai fans would like it too.
Yeah.
Have you met like other players like from other regions and other teams?
Yeah, I've met a bunch of players. I've met all of Overpeakers. I've met EIQ.
People in the cars.
I haven't met any of the Chinese teams, which I'm really excited to meet them because this is the first event that they've been to.
Did you have any particular players that you want to meet?
And I really want to meet Zepion because I think he's very, very underrated. So yeah, I'm excited to meet them.
So you're very strong in the Americas region. That's like nobody would doubt that. But coming into PGC, it didn't work out.
So I think our biggest problem last year is we were very cocky, and losing last year kind of brought us back down to earth and realized that we're not, we weren't the best, and we have a lot to work on, and we have a lot of flaws in our game. So Just going into this year, we had to work out a lot of stuff and figure out what was going wrong. So I think coming into this event, we're very excited and humbled.
Then which team could be the biggest rival coming into PGC 2022 for Sonics?
I think the biggest rival for us would be SGD. They're going to be landing in Pichinki Pakata with us, and they're in our group. So we will have to fight them for our drop spots, which is going to be very fun.
What would be your determination coming into PGC 2022?
What's really important to us is that no matter what the circumstances of the game are, we do the best that we possibly can. So not every game you could win, but if we get into a position that's really bad and the best we could do is get 6 kills or 7 kills, that's what we want. So we want to just stay as consistent as possible throughout every game. That's our determination. At the end, we want to win, yes.
Okay. So I'm gonna give you a 4 keyword.
I'll do sound.
Okay.
Why not?
Let's
Why not?
see the PCS champion. I'm gonna play the sound.
Go for it. It's a revolver. It's the R18. It's a pistol.
Yeah, so we're gonna give you a gift because you got it right. Do you hear it?
Is there a live animal?
No, maybe. Okay, you're gonna pick one gift.
Do I have to touch it?
Yeah.
One gift from it? I want this one.
Okay,
I want
you
this
sure?
one. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, this is cute.
3-level backpack?
Oh, it's a level 3 backpack. Can I put it on?
Oh, that's too small for you.
Yeah, it's too small.
I hope Sonics do well.
What do you want us to do? Who do you want to win? Who do you want to win?
Comment.
No comment.
No comment.
Oh gosh.
Well, PGC 2022.
Sonics fighting!
Yay!
I got. Yeah, I'm sold it.
뭐야, 덕거림 걸렸대? 안 들려요?
아, 잠깐만.
이거 못 들었다고?
Always stick together, stay connected, have each other's back.
We have the best staffs, the best stadium.
With the best fans and community behind it.
그 모든 힘이 저희를 더 강하게 만들어줄 거라고 믿습니다.
Nothing but respect, always like a wolf pack.
we know that for each second in esports, you are dedicated to winning. Over a decade, XL Series has evolved alongside with gamers. We strive to make every product detail perfect so that you can perform at your best. Elevate your skill and maximize your potential with the ultimate gaming monitor. Zowie. Strive for perfection. Focus on winning.
Until you're dead and gone. Until you're dead and gone.
It's still good. That's just not me.
是的，我觉得我在这里面一票都不应该有。
I picked Narkis. He's like not playing a lot, but he's a great player in my opinion, and I think he will perform well.
我为什么选小叮当吗？因为每次看他直播的时候，他一直在打，想学技术学不来。
I picked X Left because every time I tune into his stream, he's playing.
그 선수 이제 엑시레프트 선수인데 선수가 이제 다른 게임을 해도 이제 배그 폼이 죽지 않아서 좀 재능충이지 않을까 이런 생각을 좀 많이 했습니다.
因为这是大家公认的。
感想还是挺诧异的，因为我感觉大伙都有点曲解我这个人了，因为我是一名很努力的选手。其实我打别的游戏时间不是很长，都是适当的赛前放松，这样也不会就是去沉迷啊、痴迷别的游戏这样。就来这次这里参加 PGC 还是非常开心的，我也非常期待就是比赛上和大家的比拼吧。Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. No, wait. Okay. Okay, okay.
不要的吗？那个刚好对。
Who's the best looking player?
My boy.
Because they just walk through everything.
That's my jitsu.
Yeah, take the mask down. There you go.
무스업 diyorum çünkü gerçekten çok karizmatik.
애초부터 마음 먹고 있었어요. 또 저희 팀 얼굴 마당이라서 이 친구가要有自信一点，然后就要投给自己。
Just look at the man.
Yeah, the best looking player is my boy right here, Mr. Mime Time. Can we get a zoom in? Zoom in real quick.
Thank you.
I guess Danish people look a little bit too good, and maybe our hair is also a bit too clean. How I feel about that, I mean, honestly, like, I don't really care. I mean, Clip is beautiful, and I know that, so congrats to him.
I don't really care about winning this, but I guess it feels okay. And it shows that this shows us that I have a good choice as well. I voted for Gustav, so...
I voted for Clip.
See?
We are very excited to play here, and we have a very good feeling. Also getting second now feels really good. No, doesn't matter what we get here, but I have a good feeling. I don't know about Clip.
I'm feeling very excited going into the tournament. We've been playing online the entire year and actually playing offline now on the lane client as well. It's going to feel amazing, so I'm very excited.
ที่เลือกก็เพราะเห็นครับอยู่ด้วยกันครับเห็นชอบทุบครับ
아도즈를 seçtim. Birkaç tane klibini görmüştüm. Toksiklik yaptı. Ondan ötürü.
因为这边去年打世界赛砸桌子，那个桌子砸了个洞，那个有图片的。
게임만 하면 좀 성격이 괴팍해지는 경우가 있어가지고 종종 샷건 소리도 들리고 그래서 뽑았습니다.
확실히 100% 인정을 하도록 하겠습니다.
I chose Kickstart because I live with Kickstart. My room is right on the other side of his wall, and I hear him streaming, and he breaks his desk half the time he's gaming. The walls literally shake. Hi, look at this.
不知道吧，我感觉平时我挺和蔼可亲的，可能是因为那种比赛上面就那一两把被别人记住了吧。当时也是那种比较关键的比赛场次吧，然后我们打得很好，然后有能争冠的那种能争冠的那种门槛吧，我们就很激动，所以就很激动的情绪拍做出来的这种事情。我们会争取在这次比赛中卫冕的。谢谢。拜拜。
홀로 살아남기를 전부터 해왔기 때문에 저는 이제 그런 거에는 자신 있다 생각하고 사실 저는 배고프면 그냥 제 뱃살 뜯어먹으면 되기 때문에 충분히 혼자 살아남을 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Eu votei no Pio porque esse cara sabe fazer tudo e eu acho que ele não sobreviveria. Ele saberia resolver tudo.
Я не хочу умирать.
フェックス選手に入れたんですけど、なんか PNC の時も見てすごい見た目が強そうだったんで、この人だったら生き残れるかなと思って入れました。
因为 Pio 是大家公认的老六自由人，他总是把自己放在危险的地方，却又能平安无事。
아직까지 제가 뽑힌 게 의아하고요. 왜 뽑은지 모르겠어요. 아니 그냥 사실 1등 뭐 투표한다고 했을 때 뽑힐 거라고 생각은 많이 못했어요. 은퇴를 했기도 했어가지고 이제 살아남는 선수 1등으로 뽑힌 만큼 끝까지 살아남아가지고 꼭 우승할 수 있도록 열심히 노력하도록 하겠습니다. 아 감사합니다. 초콜릿인가요? 맞습니다. 파이팅!
I'm bad. Take a look and see so bad that it's hard to believe. I don't care what they say about me.
improvements to the folded shield, some spawn rate adjustments for vehicles, and a collaboration with one of the best footballers in the world. All this and more as we dive into the Update 20.2 patch report. First up, the folded shield is getting a few changes based on community feedback. The inventory weight has been reduced, weapon durability increased for both guns and grenades, and it now installs in half the time. You'll also find it a bit harder to run over than before, with a vehicle now needing to be going at least 10 kilometers per hour, instead of the 1 kilometer per hour it was before. In addition, the shield can now be placed back into your inventory, and deployment can be cancelled before it finishes. Let us know what you think about these requested changes. Next up, vehicles on Erangel and Miramar are getting a slight adjustment, with some spawning more and less frequently. You'll now find more UAZs and Dacias on Erangel, and more Murados and pickups on Miramar. To contrast, we've lowered the amount of boats, buggies, and aqua rails on Erangel. And speaking of maps, this update's rotation will now include Erangel, Miramar, Tego, and Destin for all regions. Regions with map select enabled will also have the option of playing on Sanaa, while regions without will instead drop into Karakin. As usual, the ranked rotation will remain Erangel, Miramar, and Tego. This update also features a collaboration with one of the best footballers in the game, Neymar Jr. For a limited time, you can pick up several Neymar-themed items in the store. Gear up and score big. There's also a reduction in the number of multi-care packages on Tego, some MMR adjustments for normal games, new workshop skins, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 20.2 is here, so fold up your shield, pack up the Dacia, and go catch a ball game. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
没事，2楼那个窗户，它这一侧就是
走了，
来了还好，直接撞。
第一个过点，掉2枪血，哎呀，被打下来，
打下来了
1换1，紧张了。
里面的一个横向拉枪，
打一个。
第一波投掷我
他甩着投掷我
还想
扔雷。
而且这是把中品岩炸补掉了，还行吧，能救人。这把牛哥很。
ยาวแน่นอนอย่างนี้
อุ้ยไม่มีพี่เลยเหรอ
ไม่ใช่
อ๋อ
ไปครับมาแล้วนี่ไงกองฟางมันทะลุนะตรงนี้
โอ้แน็กซี่เปิดบัตร
He's getting some support from that low side, though. Might not get here in time. Oh no, that's not what you want, Marcy. And he gets the nade himself as well, and now full of power.
哦，这边哎，怎么会像揉？
哦，痱子和天路要揉起来了，但是萨萨之后只有一把左轮手枪啊，先打有枪的，
子弹还在。
真受不了这把枪，全游戏最垃圾的枪 R1895，没有事。
信仰在啊。
He just headshot outside? There's no way. I saw him getting headshotted outside, but that must have been from someone else. Wait, what? Oh no! Vindalas? Shoot code Marco? It kind of looked that way. These guys need to calm the hell.
这把想看看 PU 哥怎么选啊
？PU 哥好久没有声音了，今天。
PU 哥今天好像医血率挺高的，就是被医血率。
PGP。
哇！
哎呦！
Đến từ vị trí tài con không lộ bất cứ một thông tin nào ra cả. Vì nhìn thấy rồi tài con xả súng bắt đi được tên của Perfect. Còn một quả nết biết thông tin đối phương đằng đầu và tài trả lên rất đánh đá. Quả nết bắt đi được người đằng sau, đó là Spyro phải ra đi. Chỉ lại một người duy nhất đến từ Twisted Mind rồi, được bị trách ra được rồi, đó là top 16 tại của Twisted Mind.
That's got revived. He has to take time to get that first aid kit off, and the blue is at their back, and the grenade is at his feet. Wait, did he's still alive! What? He popped through the vehicles! He actually popped through those vehicles and can't do it again. Dynamite does remove.
There's one of them gone. Question mark, go back up north. That is a huge reprieve for Wildcard. Now they can just deal with Yahoo. Suju, spray, not too bad. Gets them low. 17, of course, on the northern side coming out. Shooting range, wow, there's the drive-by. Gets the double onto Dante and
Hot drops or not, this just shows how much is on the line for these teams, and they know that they need to be on the more proactive side. Lou's grenade is proactive, finds 2, so Lou down to 10 HP as well.
He's pushing, they know they've got them on the ropes here. Danoa, they were trying to just escape, they were trying to get out of here, but Tulins didn't quite get the elimination onto Salute. Doesn't matter because Lou's there as well to finish off his own. A lot of them onto Shimboy. There's the push now onto E United. Stuns go out, so do these nades as well. Flood holding a wonderful nade from Rallo. Flood can capitalize. Oh, that was so clean and quick.
Hold us there. Drop anyway. Bot drop at the ready. Danoa BBL. Swings around from multiple angles, multiple sides. Soul with UMP on the outside is the one that's needed to work to save Helen.
Oh, just shut the door on him there. Oh, timing again. No, I'm not going to lie. Some of the timing here for BBL has been get involved here. I think they've got to pull all of their members over to this and take the fight with 17 while they are scrappy.
But Cerberus know that Shouted is towards the north.
Tycon. They will not get Paisaki though. He is gone. It's a 2 versus 3. Tycon, the 18-year-old prodigy from APAC. Big down onto Suju. Now it's a 2 versus 2.
For the 2 versus 2, Tycon is pushing forward. He wants to go aggressive onto this. He finds Low Ghost.
He can get the second one as well. Tycon flush him away from that tree. I think he goes scrambling. He also changes up that position. And now Shouted has to start guessing again. Tycon, what a spray! Position. I think they've given up on that though. All of these smokes making any sort of high ground advantage completely irrelevant, and the smokes as well. Sorry, I mean the Molotovs as well, denying all of these positions. Mel will start it off. In fact, he'll just finish it off as well because he's got 2 immediately. Make that 3 from Na'Vi onto Twisted Minds. They will not even get to fight. Na'Vi have just annihilated them and might just take out Yahoo as well. Na'Vi are not messing around here. PGC, they're here to play.
Быть среди лучших игроков всегда захватывающе. Я думаю, что если мы здесь победим, я не смогу описать свои чувства словами.
Việc thua cuộc không nằm trong kế hoạch của bọn mình vì bọn mình đến đây để chứng minh khả năng của bọn mình.
진짜 게임은 지금부터 시작입니다.
I think it's an obvious result. We played our best.
United come out victorious.
Basically, we sucked last year, and we don't want to do that again.
We are getting stronger, but day by day, and I feel like soon we'll be able to compete with us.
Formidable opponent in that winners bracket.
당연히 한 번에 올라갈 생각만 하고 있어요. 이번에도 집중력을 잃지 않고 최선을 다할 겁니다.
Your APAC champions get their first victory. PGC. You're happy, defending champions. I want to retake their throne.
我从来没有想过这个问题，我觉得我们不可能被淘汰。这次我的决心还是冠军，我要从中吸取到更多的经验。
Мы приехали в Дубай только за победу. На этом турнире мы покажем всю свою мощь.
Na'Vi will take top spot from Group A going into the winners bracket.
Следите за тем, как далеко мы сможем зайти.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, an unprecedented day number one for PGC 2022, as yesterday we saw Na'Vi not only get the back-to-back, but the back-to-back-to-back here in the winners bracket. Now the question is, will anybody be able to catch up to that number one spot? Unlikely, I think, but it's only top 8 that remains if you want to move on through into that grand final. Joining me to my left-hand side to talk about the final day of the winners bracket, it's Toby and Avenger. I am hyped, boys, because yesterday was insane. I don't quite think we will get so back-to-back-to-back today here, Toby, but regardless, if we did, it would be spectacular.
I mean, they've been unheard of. Yesterday's performance was unheard of, but today there should be absolutely no way. With how much these teams are playing for, trying to make it straight through to the grand finals, it should not be allowed by anyone to go out and come out that victorious.
Definitely so. Martin?
Yeah, yesterday PGC history was written, and now we find 8 teams for our grand finals for Dubai, and I'm super excited. Of course, I'm just excited for Na'Vi. They're already through, and I'm really curious to see what they're going to be doing today. Are they going to deny some potential teams that they don't want to meet in the final that they feel are too strong?
If they do what they did yesterday, they're going to deny every team. They just were able to dismantle everything. But anyway, let's take a look at the schedule. We have day number 2 of the winners bracket here today. Then after that, for the next 4 days, we'll have those lower brackets. And this is how the format shapes up. Right now, we're up in that kind of week 2 area where you can see 8 teams will advance to the grand final here from the winner bracket. From there, tomorrow we're playing lower bracket 1. And then after that, we'll be playing lower bracket 2. And all importantly, after grand survival, Toby, where it's going to be a massacre.
I don't envy any of those players having to play through grand travel. It's going to be brutal. It is going to be brutal for sure.
Yes, definitely. And here is how things are for our bracket stages in week 2, of course. Today we'll be playing 3 Miramar and then 2 Erangels to round it out. And of course, at the end, we will know 50% of our grand final teams, Martin, and that's very exciting.
Yeah, super exciting. Also exciting to be seeing some more Miramar actions today. Yesterday was kind of boring in the sense that there was only Na'Vi that won all of it. And it was only boring in a way where Na'Vi, they got 19 points per game, 38 points in 2 games across the Miramar ones. Here, Na'Vi the top 7 1-point teams.
The overall leaderboard right now for the winners bracket. And the thing is that, yes, as much as Na'Vi dominated, badonkadonked yesterday here, Toby, I think if they hadn't done exactly what they did, we'd all be talking about 17 gaming. 10 points average per game, looking great.
Without a win.
without a win as well. They start off with a 16 kills, second place, only snubbed away by Tycon, who was as well yesterday. Phenomenal performance from him. But no, I completely agree with you. To start things off yesterday, I mean, the first 2 games for Na'Vi were pretty much the counter to what we ended up seeing them doing in the end of it. The start of the day from 17 was absolutely amazing.
Representation across the board really in the top 8 at the moment. I think it just, South Korea a little bit down bad for the moment here, Martin, but anything can change today.
Yeah, a lot of things can change. One good game even for Question Mark here is going to put them almost, with enough kills of course, it's going to put them almost in the top 8. So because we had the teams that were able to take this many points in the top, it is still extremely close, and that's obviously the exciting part.
And here are current lobby leaders. Na'Vi, an example. You know what, example? Just do what you did yesterday. I'll be very happy with that for my fantasy team. But absolutely dismantling the lobby. Did Na'Vi one game in particular? Heavy circle favor, but overall, you defend that location. Na'Vi looks spectacular.
And that's the thing, right? They get the circles in the last game of Miramar there, but everything leading up to it, they've proven to us time and time again, they don't need the circles. So when they get them as well, it just makes it that much more difficult to watch if you're a fan of any other team.
And Smash on the other side here for BBL as well. One of the hopes of Europe. Not too bad right now. Sat in that 8th place on the cusp here, Martin.
On the cusp. And they were frag heavy, so looking forward to see what they're going to be able to do with a little bit more games where they get some placement combined with those. But yeah, Smash, 9 kills, being able to do super well here in Miramar. That we are playing 3 off. And some other teams that I'm excited to see here in Miramar is going to be United and Twisted Minds. They had some really good performances historically, and Twisted Minds obviously did well for themselves placement-wise.
I think that's what I was just going to say. Twisted Minds actually almost tied with Na'Vi on average placement. That goes to show, but they're just where they usually always get kills to go with it. They never yesterday found them in positions from where they can really frack the way that they normally do. So kills, not at all a thing for Twisted Minds. The placements was there, so hopefully for them today, they can get both of the things going.
They're quite the anomaly, to be honest,
it
for
really
Twisted
is.
Minds.
It really
normally
is.
You're like, okay, they got 2 placement points, but they got 10 kills. You know, that was a rhetoric that we saw a lot in Europe. But, I mean, coming in today, Martin, do you think their fortunes will change?
I think so. Historically, we've seen Twisted Minds also in the group stage do really well in Miramar, so I definitely think that's going to change a little bit. But then again, their macro is really on point. Yesterday, it felt a little bit like they were in a situation where, no, they still got into some good spots, but they were kind of taken away in terms of they didn't get the kill, so they were put into a spot with DAY2 and Na'Vi, for example, where they were the team that had to aggress.
As we watch some of the moments unfold as well here from Miramar. This for BBL. Quite the easy, clean against Danoa, who, again, I think is an excellent team, but they really didn't have anything here.
I mean, it's your first Miramar game in a new group of 16. There are bound to be some crossovers yesterday. I mean, we saw it in the first game to follow. Not going to happen at all. So thank God they got it all sorted in the first one.
And you guys were talking about how important that church control is across that split, Martin.
It is. Their BBL is never going to give church control up when they're playing Miramar with the kind of so-called BBL split when they're looting in between Picado and Chimacera. But overall, in general, what we saw from some of the situations from BBL, super impressive them considering they didn't play PCS7 as well. Actually, quite a few teams here in our winners bracket didn't play PCS7. Also, take me away, Neho didn't play PCS7. So we actually have 3 teams that did play PCS7 in the winners bracket, which is quite impressive to itself.
I think one of the things that was important to take away from yesterday's post-game interview with Uber as well was he said, we kind of came into yesterday saying this is arguably one of the most stacked lobbies we've ever seen in competitive PUBG. Uber was saying people are playing scared, and we were all going, wait a minute, oh, I guess I get what he means, because everyone is so freaking good on this server that even if you're talented yourself, you know you're up against the best in the world, and that's like if I miss my shot, I'm gonna get torn apart, and that's why teams just hesitated more yesterday.
I'm really glad you brought that up, because that was my favorite answer from Uber during that interview. It shows the complexity of what can occur at the very top level. You might be excellent, but everyone's excellent around you, and as such, it kind of instills this fear in the lobby. A team that doesn't play with too much fear, though, is 17 Gaming. Little Ghost, guys, he's a gamer.
Little Ghost is a gamer, and I'm looking forward to see him continue to do that. A little bit honorable mention, though, I will say Tycon. He wasn't either on Miramar on ranks, just going to be below that. Our second youngest player at this tournament, 18 years old, only played PCS7. Phil First is the only other player that was able to be just slightly young. I think it's a month and a half, so they're both 18 years old. And quite impressive. Both Tycon was impressive, but also Phil First in our group stage popped off.
Yeah, and to go back to Little Ghost, I think he's a bit of, not necessarily an anomaly, but still a little difference maker in the current meta, that he is the co-IGL of the team, but still one of the hardest fraggers on the team as well. We're seeing more of a meta where the IGL is usually the one that kind of sends the troops, the fraggers around on the server to get the kills for him. He is up there on the front line doing the majority of the damage himself too.
Leading by example. Well, not against example. Cut that. But yes, very, very impressive. I've been impressed in particular by 17 here. I mean, I always am when I watch, PCL, kind of PCS Asia and how things go over there as well. But on this stage, in the winners bracket, just watching them, it's not a devil-may-care attitude, but it's like, we are gonna throw our might at you, and if you can weather it, cool, but oftentimes you can't.
Yeah, the commitment to fights are very strong here, because we often see that they have to commit to fights in a situation where they need to wipe them fast, otherwise they're going to get third party themselves. If you don't do that, you're going to have a situation where you're going to be maybe have a knock on each side, and then you're going to get third party immediately. We saw that so many times. You saw United being weak after the Danova fight, and you see other teams just kind of rock that position.
And that's one of the tricky things in it from yesterday as well, but because these teams are so good, because they finish their fights so fast, some of these teams that rely on third-party opportunities who aren't fast enough to claim it, they never get a chance to go for it. That's why I think we see a team like Twisted Minds sit lower in the leaderboards in terms of kills today, because they're so good at third-party. They just never got a chance to yesterday because the fights were pretty much before they began.
We got to talk about so much stuff already. This is fantastic. Yeah. I love it. All right, well, we're going to head over to Sam as well, who is ready for some interviews before we get into the first games of the day.
Thanks to the boys on the desk for introducing me. My name is Sam, also known as Tech Girl, and I am right here getting ready to see which 8 teams are making it through to the grand finals and which 8 teams are dropping into loser bracket 2. You know how it goes. This is all to play for. And you know what you don't know, though? You might know the format because they've spoken about it on the desk lots. You might know about the prize pool. You might know about all of that. What you don't know is what's going through the players' heads right now. So I think we need to start chatting to them. I've got 2 teams for you, 8th and 9th place. So first up, I'm going to chat to BBL. I'm here with Smash from BBL. You are in 8th place, currently on the cusp of making it through to the grand finals. So Smash, how is the team feeling today?
Takım bugün smashlamaya hazır.
Ready to smash today.
Ready to smash, straight from the mouth of Smash. I like it a lot. Who would you say, though, is your biggest competition at this event?
Twisted Fate diyebilirim. Twisted Fate.
Twisted Minds, why?
Minds, I'm sorry.
All good. Why would you say Twisted Minds is the biggest competition?
Çok güçlü bir takım olduklarını düşünüyorum ve şampiyon olmaya da büyük bir adaylar. O yüzden onları düşünüyorum.
I think they're a very strong team and they have a great chance to become a champion of this tournament.
What's it like being back on LAN here in Dubai?
Dubai şimdiye kadar çok eğlenceli geçiyor. Gerçekten güzel hissediyorum.
Dubai has been a lot of fun and we're really feeling great about being here.
Finally, you have so many big fans back at home. Do you have a message for them? All of them in the chat supporting you?
Bu turnuva bizi özellikle destekliyorlar. O yüzden hepsine çok teşekkür ediyorum.
We feel their support even more this tournament, so I just want to thank to all of them.
Thank you so much, Smash. I hope you do smash the competition today. You mentioned Twisted Minds, so I think I'm going to go have a chat to them next. Let's find out a little bit more about them. I'm here with Perfectus now from Twisted Minds, one of the best teams from EU. Are you happy with your team's performance yesterday, Perfectus?
I think we are doing great yesterday, but have a few mistakes in this situation. So I think today will be better.
A lot of the teams are scared of you. You heard BBL is scared of you. What do you think is Twisted Minds' biggest strength?
I think it's our stability and determination.
Will you make the grand finals today?
Of course.
Why do you say that?
Because we are very motivated and a very strong team.
So this is the most important question I'm going to ask any team today. And if you are a fan of EU PUBG, you know that it is important that I ask this. Did Batulins bring his dressing gown for winners' interviews?
I think we will show you later.
I hope they win now, because I want to see if it came with finally. I know that you also have a ton of fans in the chat right now, lots of fans back home. Do you have a message for them?
Yeah. Спасибо всем фанатам, что вы за нас болеете. Вы очень крутые, ми все видим, ми все читаємо. Это первое. Также я хотів сказати пару слів українцям. Я знаю, що ви нас також за нами вболіваєте. Хотів сказати вам, побажати здоров'я вам та вашим близьким, мирного неба над головою та борітеся, поборете.
Good luck today, Perfectus. We'll see if you make the grand finals a little later. Head on over to your team, get ready to play. There you go. You've had a chance to hear from all of the players that are here. We're about to jump into the action, so let's head on back to the desk.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's your virtual arms dealer, Kalaris, here for PGC 2022. Going to take a look at a few things before we actually get into the game as well. And let's figure things out to start things off. Let's take a look at some of the guns that are actually available to you, and I can flick through these myself as we continue on further. So first things first, PGC, we have the barrel skin, which comes at you as well. You can get it in the bundles described below as well. And I can actually, myself, try and reach, I'm not tall enough, oh my days, to the next weapon as well. All right, so let's take a look at the Groza. As we also have this as well. All right, now, because I am extremely short, I'm going to have to do this once again. There we go. And then we have ourselves the SLR, my personal favorite, in fact, that you can actually get in all of those bundles. But that's not all, ladies and gentlemen. So we do have the weapons, but we also, if I click right there, we have, firstly, the parachute to get things going, which you're going to want to fly as you're flying down towards Erangel or Miramar. Moving on from that as well, as we come up. Oh my, you guys moved this! Stop laughing, okay? All right. We should have got the tall guys to do this. That would have been much better. We've got the level 3 backpack as well that you can grab also in-game for EP, I do believe. So we can also go over to, anytime now, the level 2 bag as well. So there's lots of great stuff for you guys to get in store. Again, personal, Kalaris, arms dealer merchandise that's going on. All right, I can do this one quite easily because this one is very close. So we've got ourselves the level 3 helmet as well that you can get in-game as I click right here. And finally, if I scroll over just a little bit, we can actually get to this. I have just realized that arrow did work, so I should have probably been using that the whole time, but there's the level 2 helmet as well. So most importantly as well, at the bottom you can see all the details for the bundles that are available in the game. So make sure to go and pick up some of the exciting stuff that is going on. That is my arms dealer presentation. Now let's head over to look at the Fantasy League as well that you guys are all competing in at home here for PGC 2022. And importantly, boys, Example's doing pretty well so far, I think it's fair to say, Avenger.
Yeah, it's kind of rough if you don't have your Example and your Kickstarts and your Tycons right now as your captain. Also, Upa as well. He's in a good situation, but it's been really, really good for Example so far. So good to see that you obviously picked him as your captain there, James.
And obviously this is going over the entire tournament. If I was going to say, there's no way Example got 194 points yesterday. That would have been pretty unheard of. But still, it's been a phenomenal performance from him. Kickstart here in the winners bracket hasn't been as far up the board, but then again, when you have the stats that Example brought in from yesterday, I don't feel like it's really fair to compare anyone to him other than maybe your Tycon.
Yeah, also the prices have been updated. I think Tycon was 28,000 for the winners bracket. Pretty sure about that. But pretty cool to see two Na'Vi players up in the top. Obviously, Kickstart did well, but imagine having a player that's first event was PCS7 and then now the first global.
Can we just go move on from this? Can we just move on from this scene?
Oh, look at this.
Which part? Oh, this is the overall.
Let's just move on from this scene.
Pretty cool.
I am sabotaged by my Group B picks, all right? Just saying.
I don't need... Am I behind paper then, really?
You're almost as bad as Matchroom.
Matchroom's in
How is that possible?
I am almost 100 points ahead of Matchroom despite being second last, so...
Yeah, well,
70.
I mean, he's always last, so it's fine. We've got ourselves me middling, not doing very well. Again, because my Group B was an absolute shambles. It was
You'll
rough.
probably take me over.
You think so?
Yeah, with Example today. And,
yeah.
I had Example
your other picks are not contributing that much to your team, so I'm really excited to see my team potentially do well too.
As I said, I could have flicked through those bags and the thing, and if I'd have kept going on the arrows, Example would be there. So as
with
he is carrying me.
Yeah, in a level 4 backpack with your head kind of popping out of it and just running around with you.
Keep going, Example.
I did do it. I did the big free and play today. I walked around to my entire fantasy team. I talked to them. I told them who my other fantasy players are.
Yes.
And now I've told them don't shoot each other, because that's what they always do. Don't shoot each other.
I don't think that's going to work, but we'll see. Well, anyway, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is now time to head over to the commentary team here to bring you all the action. We start things on Miramar. Let's get it going.
So 5 more matches remain here for the winners bracket. Massive, of course. We've only probably got about 2 teams that would feel quite comfortable that they will be able to go into the grand finals. That leaves us with about 6 slots, Cameron, for everyone still to play for. 5 games as well, not a lot.
Yeah, it's very, very stacked around that midsection. Any one game, whether it's a good one, could swing you up to a comfortable position. One bad game in these final 5 rounds that we're going to be playing could dip you and almost essentially remove you from the competition, depending on how the numbers have fallen onto the other squads. I will say, though, despite 17 being in a really good position, it is possible for them to not qualify if they completely bomb out. But again, that's a big stretch considering how well they've been playing.
And the teams that are sort of directly below them, say from 3rd to about 6, 7, or 8, provided they have good days, they should honestly just about get the job done. All around just above 30 points. They only really need to replicate what they were able to achieve on day 1 yesterday. But if any of those have a slow day today, there is a couple of teams that are not too far outside of the top 8 ready to pounce and overtake them.
That's the thing about playing a smaller series, right? Every single round is that much more impactful as like a single unit. So a team like BBL, who started really slow, had a good upsurge. If they continue on that, they could overtake a team that think that they're safe.
All right, well, no team is safe, Cameron, at all. 5 games remaining. Brilliant RV, the only one that is well and truly onto the grand final. 17, 1 foot in the door. 5 games remain. We head to Miramar for the final day of the winners bracket.
Really excited to see what today's games get pulled out. We're going to have a Na'Vi. They're just going to continue their run, continue their reign of domination. Or is another team going to step up and really contend them there at the top? Good playing path to start things off. Not too brutal. It's a little north-heavy, but with the amount of south-heavy teams, south-heavy planes that we've been dealing with yesterday, I think this is kind of fair.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, we've had obviously a lot of northern circles on Erangel, northern plane path here. Maybe that will translate over to Miramar. A couple of players I sort of want to just quickly touch on, though, before we get into today's games. Of course, Tycon, he had 18 kills, a large factor for why Cerberus were able to have such a strong day yesterday. And then it's hard to go past Example. 16 kills for him from Na'Vi, 3 wins in a row. Looking to create maybe some solidified history. If they can go for 4 wins in a row, they're still on for that, obviously, coming into today. I don't believe that's ever been done before at PGC. Maybe even 3 has potentially never been done before either. But then, obviously, for Na'Vi, it has been a team effort, hasn't it? And that's why they've been so strong.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Cerberus and New Happy flying next to each other. might be contesting little drop spots. No, Himas is going to be pulling away from this. This is going to be a alternate drop spot for New Happy. They tend to go to Los Leones, and because the plane was so north heavy, rather than maybe drop for a vehicle and drive down there, or even parachute the entire way, which would eat up a lot of time, they're just going to drop a little bit extra, which may favor them because of this circle is also, again, favoring the north side.
There's a valid discussion point here. Of course, Na'Vi, they're into the grand finals. They've got enough points, Cameron. Do they mess with teams today? Do they try and play around with who can qualify and who can't? Do they hot drop teams? Do they, camp rotations or as teams are exiting their drop locations? Do they do any of that?
Going into the last couple of rounds, it is definitely a consideration. It's not about what team do you just not dislike on a personal level for a decision like this. It's more so the drop spots. And I think the team that is at the highest risk of this is going to be E United. E United are playing Hacienda right now, but their usual drop spot regionally, as well as, if I'm not mistaken, in their group was Minas Gerais, where Na'Vi are playing from. So if there's any team that needs to worry when you go to the final couple of rounds, when things are a lot more established, a lot more said and done, they're going to be on the short list, I think.
We saw, obviously, the roster change there for Cerberus, Duckmine out, and Sololzi in. Pretty standard for them. It's essentially, at this point, a 5-man roster, and those two in particular constantly fluctuating between who's in and who's out. And Sololzi does get the call up for today, which is surprising for me, and I was speaking to you off air about this. 36 points for Cerberus, really good day number 1, as Zhao Yang going to be eliminated by Lulu always. I'm sure we'll get a replay on that one, but to change your roster, 5 games to go, winners bracket, I know it's only the 1 player, and I know Sololzi obviously plays a lot with Cerberus, but still, I would have figured you'd just keep it. 5 more games.
I mean, there doesn't seem to be a huge drop-off or spike on the team depending on who you play in, so, keep them both fresh, keep them both hot, just in case something happens. Listen. They're in 4th place on the leaderboard right now. They played very, very well in the groups. I'm not worried about it at all. I do want to talk about this kill, though, that Lulu always got. Take Me Away Gaming, a team that probably had the least amount of tape coming in for preparation-wise for us as well as the opposing players. I think surprising a lot of people by making it all the way to the winners and doing as well as they are here. This is a very, very solid kill for Lulu to secure for the squad. They're essentially dead center of this next zone, so to be able to hold on to that with, not a stranglehold per se, but just in a very, very solid way is going to be strong for them going forward this round.
And for Tai Lu, well, you mentioned TMA, dead center for this Phase 1 circle. They're in Al-Azhar, which is really well placed for this Phase 1 circle, but you've lost Zhao Yang really early on in the piece. That's not going to help your cause. There is his death body. So only 10 points gained from Tai Lu through the first 5 matches. Then you come into day 2, and within the first couple of minutes, you now lose a player. You're playing as 3 for the remainder of this game. The only fortune for them is their center position that they've got here, Phase 1, especially also a city position as well that you can play out of with the 3 players, go into that sort of defensive mode.
But you don't want to be playing out of a city this early on in the game. In fact, you can already see them moving out of that position. So yeah, as far as pure distance from the center of the zone, it is strong, but the actual terrain and playability for the early part is not that great. So I think if they were to have won that 1v1 battle, have secured that singular position, it would be a completely different conversation. But in a way, they're kind of have to go in the back foot very early on this round.
Question mark struggling on day 1, 1 point per game average. It's not going to be enough to get them into the winners bracket, but fortunately for them, 24 points away from that cutoff position. If they can just turn it around, have probably their best day at the tournament so far, they would still be more than capable of getting to the grand finals. But I haven't seen enough from them to suggest that they've got the ability to compete in this lobby at the high end.
I mean, listen, anything can happen, right? Who knows what preparation they went through, what little minor mistakes that they have made yesterday to get them those 5 points, but we're going to have to see something basically this round. If they don't pull something out this round, it's going to be over. In fact, it's already almost over just from that virtue alone. Na'Vi rotating in, and I think Lulu actually might be spotting this one out, so could be hitting some action again early on. TMA have quite a big spread themselves that Na'Vi have sort of cut in between, and I think I see a rotation of Crazy back up to the rest of TMA.
And obviously with BBL, 29 points, it continues to play into the fact we're expecting around 60 points to be that cutoff today. So if the likes of TMA and those teams around them on the leaderboard, they don't even need to straight up repeat what they were able to do yesterday. You can actually even get a little bit less and probably still be fine. BBL, of course, finished very, very strong yesterday, and they will have to continue that form because they are right on that bubble, 29 points, 8th spot, and Twisted Minds right behind them on just 28 points. The 1 point gap separating the two teams at the moment. So obviously BBL Smash, more importantly on an individual level, had such a really good close to day number 1. If they can carry that form into today, I would be very high on BBL's chances of making the grand final.
Wildcard rotating in from the north side. Pretty empty spacing that they have on the top. Just trading some loot around, getting everyone the scopes that they need, and United as well. But going back to BBL for a quick moment as they're rotating past Cerberus, who we're going to have to see how impactful that sort of dropping alongside New Happy did affect them. They are holding on to a pretty big split themselves, or relatively average right now, and they're contesting the spot comfortably, confidently. Though, that being said, that was not a single med on that player. So that's got to be a worrying sign.
This might also be a worrying sign considering Himas has the entirety of BBL pushing into his location. Does get the initial knock on the code Marco and some damage onto Smash plus the intel means Himas can get the second, and he almost got a third. The headshot onto Thunderloss got him low, but Quetpa and Thunderloss can now salvage this for BBL. Sololzi and Tycon in the minimap, but not close enough. In fact, Sololzi, I think, is deciding that there's enough downed BBL members that Cerberus can maybe salvage this. They will commit. They will push onto this. There's a chance they can even still get the revive onto Himas, but they've got to be quick. Quetpool pulls out the shotgun, and even from that kind of distance, so accurate, it's down to Tycon once again. Of course it is.
You absolutely have to try and retake this spacing with the downs that Himas got, but the arrival has been a bit disjointed from the multiple members of Cerberus. Tycon's holding an angle, but Thunderloss is, of course, going to be looking for it, but no real meds on their side, but the angle is found.
Yeah, and Tycon, I don't think, was aware that Thunderloss was still in that particular building and was more worried about those inside of those smokes. And Hisaki has been spotted out of the field. That's going to be Cerberus gone. 16th position at the 8-minute mark. That is a horrible start to the day after a really good day 1. So they will sit on the sidelines for the remainder of match 6, and they will probably watch themselves just drop down the standings momentarily. Minute and a half now until phase 2. Quetpa spotted by Nan. Obviously, New Happy have been involved in watching this. I think they might have even been the ones to land a few shots earlier.
They tagged
a few, I think. Yeah, so they've been involved.
Really good start for BBL. Again, their best game came from a very early fight. So if they can't turn that momentum to their favor this time around, it's going to be some really, really good news for them. Twisted Minds rotating up and around 17 and Yaho, and then back onto Na'Vi, who once they sort of threaded the needle through TMA's previously larger territory, they've extended themselves out into a northern bit of a spread. Eyes on TMA's warehouse, barnyard, big building, whatever you want to call it.
And just very quickly going back to for BBL, really wanted to praise that because they actually, hang on a second, might have pulled this one off. Of course, Hallen in the fight early. Zipian will actually have ammo here. Hallen has to pull out the SKS. Toby will be watching on with great interest to see if it works, and it does in the end. Hipfire as well. Zipian, that was a little bit interesting, and he has been punished. And a free kill for Hallen and for Danawa. And not ideal for New Happy considering they're not inside of the top 8. And an early kill for Danawa, considering they are a team that does the majority of their work after they lost a couple of members or two. If they can get off to a good start, they'll be very happy with this game.
Yeah, it's true. But listen, it's always going to be Helen, it feels like, this event, pulling out an amazing play. Granted, getting that 1v1, it's impactful. It's not like a super clutch play, but Danawa are going to be loving that. They have him on their roster. Circle is just about to close. Danawa, you can see on that, is already moving further into New Happy territory. QM taking a couple of shots as Greg's shot is throwing some bullets his way, and this is a good fight for Wildcard to try and take because the circle goes in their direction. Pretty medium hard shift up towards the north. And a lot of space held by QM, held by Wildcard, KDF and Day Trade, all these teams coming in from the north side. Because it was so empty, they had all this space for free. The question is, can they hold on to it?
Yeah. I don't think teams were anticipating such a northern shift, but as has been the case with these games, we go north once again. Al-Azhar will be more so on the southern point. That's how far up we've gone. QM, good position, as you mentioned, obviously Wildcard, and what we were seeing from them means that they don't have to move too far. One Dog Freaks have already completed their rotation to the center point of phase 2. Shots from Ming Ming, and obviously looking to get some remonstration onto Danawa after New Happy lost Zipian.
Salute down to 1 HP. New Happy was almost able to make that trade, but unfortunately for them, not going to be able to do so, but the squad's going to keep on moving. Everyone's just rotating up towards the north, and even the teams that I mentioned previously in the north have gone closer towards center, which obviously is always going to be an advantage. There's a lot of shooting at vehicles.
And a good combination of that shooting has combined onto a smash. He will be eliminated. More still to come from 17. Unfortunately for BBL, right in the middle of this crossfire, and they are being exploited. Marco makes it into the building alive, but unfortunately for BBL, down a player. They have at least been able to confirm 3 kills from this game and get something from it. But they will be at a disadvantage from here on out.
Marco is still in a place, still in a position to deal some damage to their opponents. And you can see just barely Thunder losses there on the minimap. Shows that BBL have not completely abandoned their teammate. They're just going to be hanging out on the edge, but with 17 coming in and with Overpeaka's also in the middle of this situation, they're going to have to try and fight and work for the spacing, which...
Oh, Show's dead here.
Could be great, but oh yeah. Get right in position, get the spray down. Almost. I was worried for a second. It looked like the shots weren't exactly going where
he had it completely under control the whole time. 4 kills down for BBL. Somewhat of a scrappy game, but it's working out in their favor. And that's what you need in these kind of matches. Just being able to scrap and fight and get these points, even though it's not a clearly perfect game. More there from Code Marco. So BBL has really started to steal the show a little bit here in the winners bracket. The back end of yesterday and to start day number 2 as well.
I mean, because they're getting into a lot of fights, but Thunderloss is doing things that are very confusing. Codemarker gets another drop, but gets immediately traded out. Thunder's going to have to go big here to try and save his teammate, which is why I assume he rotated down here in the first place. Perhaps not exactly expecting Overpeaker's solid positioning, which is why he seems to be running out in the open right now. He lost his helmet as well. This is really, really rough. I mean, BBL have been fighting through chaotic situations this entire round, but with only 4 kills right now, only 4 points, that's still going to be a bit of a disappointing game if they go out now.
It's something, though. It's something.
It's something, but look at, you know, they want to put themselves in a significantly better position on the leaderboard.
Well, let's see which teams are going to be in the best positions here at the conclusion of phase number 2. Going into phase 3, does it continue up north onto Guangdong Freaks, QM? Twisted Minds have made their way over to the terrain to the northwest. It is continuing closer, though, towards Al-Azhar. And at the moment, it's E-United and Yahoo inside of that city. I do wonder for those teams down south, do they look at that position now as a safe haven, as a bit of a pit stop, as Thendalos falls to the native Suju. BBL down to 1.
Looking at us on the map, this is from the southeast side. Tai Lu and Danawa right now. Danawa is still looking at taking off heads of some of the Chinese teams, and Sia is going to be the next victim. They're going to be pushing in onto this. So with a good grenade at the ready as well to try and finish that kill out. Doesn't bounce exactly where it needs to be, but it does pull CC108 away from his fallen teammate.
Yeah, it's almost like perceived pressure there from Danawa. These nades going out, even if they're not necessarily hitting. As I said, it's just forcing them back. Howland, high ground position, does put Tongs on the other side of the rope. Molotov in from CC108, and it is successful. Howland now forced back. He has to heal. Really good Molotov. Very defensive there from Tai Lu. And at the moment, CC108 doing a really good job of just buying some time. Now gets the chance to go for the revive. Obviously getting some help from Tongs across the road, landing some damage, putting the pressure on to try and halt this momentum from Danawa. And again, successful from Tai Lu. Remembering, they've only got the 3 players up. Make that 2, though. They've lost CC108, and Sia falls quickly. So obviously, the flood has not been able to be stopped there by Tai Lu. Danawa have been able to overwhelm them in the end.
I like the idea of trying to get that pressure, the grenades onto the top floor of that building, get the revive, but the smoke just wasn't lasting long enough for that to be fully executed. And now it's all on to Tong as the last remaining member of Tai Lu. Danawa is still looking confident, looking strong as they continue to push forward here. TMA Lulu, of course, going to be looking for a sight line onto this one, trying to third party, but Lambu's not going to give them the opportunity, immediately getting some damage back and forcing them away from that ridge line.
Minute and 10 seconds till phase 4. 15.5 minutes now gone through match 6. It's BBL, it's Danawa that have been able to find the majority of the kills. 7 between the 2 of those 2 teams respectively. 17 on the move now. In the Murata they go with their 3 players. Of course, 52 points gained. They don't need a whole lot from today. Cameron probably just another 8 points or so will confirm their place in the grand final. So no real pressure on them as a team.
No pressure in front of them right now, but they do spot Danawa out. We'll see how that affects their rotate running from the blue. I mean, they survived the onslaught of Overpeakers and BBL relatively well. Only 2 kills, but if they're able to get into the zone, even just make their way onto this edge with this little mountaintop with 3 up, they can then continue to work the rest through the mid game. And as you mentioned before, Al Azahar is always there as a backup option.
Exactly.
Like, no team really wants to be forced into this position. The northern ridge lines that KDF and Wildcard are playing on, and of course, as well as TMA, are of course the best positions here.
I like
but it's there as a backup.
I like Navi's position. Phase 4, where do we go? Is it going to send it to Al Azahar? No. It's Guangdong Freaks, Wildcard, and will be extremely happy with this. And yeah, now those teams south will probably have to send it in towards Al Azahar. There's not a lot of space to the north, not a lot of space to wrap in on the sides either. When you also take into account QM, Twisted Mind's still up very far north. They've got to push down as well, so space starting to really run out here.
Not to mention they have to push in from the north through flat open land. And so KDF with this position, it's going to be another shooting gallery for them. They might want to leave a player just a little focused on Al Azahar. Could give some opportunities on some of the teams that are like going to be arriving there last. Not a lot of positions there to pick up a kill or 2. But yeah, most of KDF's attention is going to be here on the north side between QM and Twisted Minds, who at the moment haven't really started to push in just yet. Twisted Minds are the team that needs to make the first move, and I think Perfectix spotted Hobbit out, so waiting for the perfect opportunity to get that knock and potentially make a play off of that.
It also means DAY2 have to come down from the Al Azahar hill, so they have to make a couple of decisions as well. Right now, it kind of feels like if you are Guangdong Freaks, Wildcard, sit pretty. Everyone else probably has to adjust their locations unless you're already inside of Al Azahar. 17 have made their way in, but guess what? Straight into the building of Rallo, and he gets an immediate down onto Xiaowu. Really good opening knock there. E United needed to win that initial engagement. You can't be losing a player early in these close quarter fights.
I thought that Rila was going to try and leave and just give this building up, but he's holding strong, and yeah, getting that first knock is absolutely huge. Kickstart is here to try and follow up with some more utility of his own. You can never exactly know where these players are in the buildings. That Kickstart might be rotating away because of the shots of Overpeakers, a little bit too much pressure. If they can get Rilo out, that's basically the name of the game, and yeah, Rilo is gone. So they're going to allow the revive to come on through, but at the very least, that pressure onto 17 Gaming means that they might not be so confident to push any more forward into United's territory.
And it's at least intel onto 17 as well. The knock onto Xiaowu will be revived, so they will continue with 3 players. QM will get rid of Spyro up towards the northwest as Twisted Minds have started to make their way over to Al Azahar, but not really in the best of fashions. Petulans is driving backwards at the moment and towards potentially his grave. Yeah, I mean, it does work from a cover perspective. And it has been able to keep him alive at half health, and they've already lost Spyro, so still a bit of a struggle move from Twisted Minds, but at the very least, they've understood that they cannot take that fight with QM. They've gone around them, and it's worked. Successfully, you lose 1, but you get the better position.
Tong goes down, Tyloo out in 15th place, while we see Yoho make their way towards the center of Al Azahar. They were one of the first 2 teams to arrive alongside United, but with the zone like this, they want to get towards the center of Phase 4, as expected, essentially. QM now rotating away from Twisted Minds, or at least the fight that we saw them have previously. Shots coming out from KDF, a lot of damage, but fortunately, no real knock. Aduzi is, of course, going to be left behind, not going to be able to revive him, but still playing S3 into a cross like that, I think, is going to be a fortunate.
Big fight brewing between TMA and Danoa. Yuppie has been knocked. No one in his vicinity for TMA to go for the immediate revival. We shift up north, though, onto the Guangdong Freaks, sitting in the bottom 3. They will need a lot of points from this game to keep their hopes of a grand final position alive. Danoa, though, they are fighting in this one, and they will have to fight really close with TMA. Shanghai, Crazy, will be able to play off of each other, but Yuppie just sits off in the distance, bleeding out. All he can really do is watch, provides some cover, some intel. Lambu knows that Lulu's in this shack as well, so this is not looking good for TMA. They are heavily split. Danoa has all of the control here, and they've spotted the 2 close by together. Nate goes out from Seoul. Shanghai goes prone. Crazy goes down.
Great play coming out from Danoa, able to surround TMA. TMA's setup was a good spread, hoping for a crossfire, but if one player goes down, then the whole thing falls apart. Now it's all on to the last remaining member.
Gone.
Immediately.
Take me away, have been taken out of the lobby by Danoa, who at the moment are just farming up the kill points. They go to 7 in this game alone, up to 20 points in total, and really the dream start for day number 2 for Danoa. And they can continue to push into a really good position in their zone as well. They're not stuck in Al Azahar. They can play the southeastern portion of this circle for Phase 5 onwards, a bit of high ground.
Now Na'Vi here, looping around the north side, trying to catch QM off guard. Shots immediately come out. Utility is going to follow. Hobbit taking a lot of damage from the Molotov force out, and then the spray down is already there. Perfectly planned.
Na'Vi just don't know how to lose in the winner's bracket. 3 chicken dinners in a row. Ooh. Somehow, Example stays alive from that nade, and he will be able to fall back and get himself healed up. Hobbits is not going to be quite as fortunate. He is low. Dante making the cross, and he's going to go for that revive, I think. The smokes are up. Uber, though, still just continuing to put the pressure on, and Na'Vi have all of the high ground advantage against QM.
Revive is coming through. Oh, but it's getting delayed. It's getting stalled. It's getting stopped. A lot of smoke is going to be there, but that's really the only point of safety that QM have, and Uba is not going to let them feel comfortable at all. Oh, man, if only he knew. Flash comes out.
That smoke still has a bit more time before it is going to fully dissipate. Dante's actually been re-knocked here by Ian. Spray, for example, onto Philfirst, straight into the smoke. Still almost got him. He falls, though, to Philfirst from the smoke. Really good shot and needed to land that, but unfortunately for QM, Philfirst is the last one alive inside of that smoke. Na'Vi have been able to deal with them, especially with a bit of help from the Guangdong Freaks. So for question mark, 6 points, 4 games remaining after this for them. Their chances of going to the grand final is up in flames.
Looking at El Azahar, as expected, a lot of players, a lot of teams stuck in this city, or at least what remains of it in the zone. Over Peekers taking a lot of damage out in the blue. Twisted Minds don't look too much better themselves. New Happy have actually made their way above E United, who were the team that took this block of the city first. And the city does get a little bit of reprieve from the shift, but Wildcard have looped all the way up and around the bottom side of Na'Vi.
Yeah, and it's a 3-1 split. They left Waika Kamukau as the anchor behind to make sure that Danawa can't push up in behind them, but now he also has to take this fight by himself. Has to be very careful that he doesn't end up peeking over. He's played this well, got the first knock, and now can just start throwing that utility while Wildcard can start to make their way back down south, but they too will be a little bit cautious that if they let Na'Vi have that northern side, then they could get pincered later on. So Wildcard, a little bit unsure. How do you play this? Well, now they're starting to commit to Danawa after that second knock.
Ooh, that knock on your own teammate's not good for Wildcard. But looking here at the Freaks, they've actually pushed as well onto the Na'Vi QM involvement, because they need to clear this north side out before they push down towards the south. There's not a lot of space available, and you don't want to get backfilled and stabbed.
Well, Na'Vi, at least for them, fortunately, are not in a position where they're going to get third party. Philfirst sitting right in front of Uber, deep in those smokes. We can see it. Obviously, Uber cannot. Is he going to just go hunting to get up close? It may backfire, and it does! Philfirst will get the knock. He'll get the flush. Na'Vi down to 2 players.
Philfirst made it hurt before he went down, and that's the important part. Kick goes down here on Wildcard. Grekshot did get picked back up, but Danawa are holding strong. Soul with a quick 1-2. Still 4 up for them, already 8 kills, and that's an angle that's going to hurt Wildcard.
Niku's low, Niku's now down. Danawa playing this really well. 9 kills for them, but they've lost Salute. Very quickly there from Grekshot. Only 1 remaining for Wildcard. He's just wanting to just confirm these points as much as he can, and he was able to do so, getting both Lambu and Salute before eventually falling to Example from behind. Danawa, though, still in terms of kills, have been able to have a very significant game. Now up to double digits, 23 points in total. They needed something like this in terms of a start. There goes 17. New Happy will be the benefactors there, of course. This fight into Al Azahar starting to really heat up.
E United having to hold defenses on multiple different fronts, while New Happy can just sit and wait. They're able to get here first, cross the road, which I'm sure was a very dangerous move, but they're able to be surviving for now. I spoke just a bit too soon. Kickstart with a great grenade.
Blood punting his second kill with the elimination of James. That's Overpeak is gone. Placement points now on offer as well for our remaining teams. 8 teams remaining. Yahoo are pushing out though, and they might just be in the best position to third party and accumulate points off this fight here at Al Azahar and be maybe the last team standing from this city fight, unless E United can make very quick work of New Happy. And boy, Cameron, they've just gone and done it.
Ridiculous play, very fast play by Yahoo are on the follow-up, they're on the run. Will E United be prepared for this? They hear the grenades landing, they should know. Flood is holding the angle, gets the knock on his parking.
Really good kill there from Flood, considering they've already lost Rallo. They cannot lose many more players. Boonage with a shotgun, gets kickstart, but Snakers with a quick trade. Still back behind the road in the blue. Balefrost last but alive now for Yahoo. This push onto E United, this third party, incredibly unsuccessful. E United have dealt with both Yahoo and New Happy back to back successfully. They will remain alive. They can push out of the city by themselves and get some very valuable placement points.
Already 9 kills for E United. They've lost 2 members because of it, but this is going to be a successful game as they put themselves more solid in the top 8.
A very patient Day Trade, though. This is where they have to start fighting. They have to deal with the Guangdong Freaks, especially while Day Trade still have somewhat of an elevation advantage.
Day2 need to get the points. They're in 5th right now, but they don't want to be in a position that 1 or 2 bad games can drop them out. The Freaks have the advantage. Akkad has the spray down. Puchos go down. That's the Crows out of contention for now.
And that's the side angle player as well down, so it's only the players still up above that have that high ground, but it's really difficult to sort of just peek over, and Akkad can now take space. He can take position. He's basically just opened the entry point for Guangdong Freaks to push in below Day Trade, and they have caught Neurons off guard completely. Lash though, oh, shots! What? Flash has got 2 very quickly. Quick succession, it's only Lash K that is left up for the Guangdong Freaks. This high ground has been successful. Lash K spots them, going for the revive though, and the Neurons will punish them. There's no trade. They don't have the angle. And here come the Twisted Minds to clean up. Day Trade finally deal with the Freaks, but at what cost?
I don't know they're going to get that many kills here because, yeah, Twisted Minds are overtaking that entire territory, and now they have the high ground. 3 remaining, only 2 kills. But that's a Danawa on a rotate. That's a Danawa on the push as well. Everyone's been looking for this singular location of high ground because everywhere else in this phase, in this zone, is awful, is garbage, is on the low ground. They spot them.
That's probably E United
That's
done.
a pixel out of place.
Unless Danawa push on to Twisted Minds before Twisted Minds can deal with these 2 players of E United, which I don't think is going to happen. Twisted Minds are going to just push this, get aggressive. Flood has a smoke in hand. He'll throw that one out at least for a bit of cover. In fact, they both will. Danawa haven't pushed too much here onto Twisted Mind. Lou has stayed back. He will make sure that they can't just push in. So this is pretty free right now for Petulans and Perfectix.
Snakers, I love this. X-Factor play, pushing up, has the cover of the smoke. Make sure they can't be in a position to get taken out by 1 grenade. Batu spots him.
Flood can't shoot back either, so Flood's not really in a position where he's putting pressure back onto Petulans to help out Snakers, but fortunately for Snakers, doesn't take a whole heap of damage. Danawa hearing this, and Hallen is sort of pushed into a bit more of a central position, but he too has just been spotted by Lou. Can he get the knock? He does. He will then get the kill. Soul is now the only one left alive for Danawa, and probably the only one left to still help E United. Twisted Minds surely will find victory here.
12 kills by Danawa. They have slingshotted themselves up the leaderboard, but if Soul can go huge here, catch Twisted Minds off guard, and even try and secure the win as a solo player would be huge for the team that struggled on day 1 of the winner's bracket. Coming in from behind the blue, with that last teammate, Helen, taken out, might have given his position away to Twisted Minds unless they think that E United have 3 up.
Yeah. And Flood's like, can you just make a move, Sol? Can you just push?
Please.
Get the knock onto Lou. Because if you get that knock onto Lou, it can start this ripple effect, right? Then Perfectix has to push over. Suddenly, then if he gets knocked, then Petulans has to really make a hard decision. Right now, Flood can't do anything. He knows if he moves away from this hard cover, he will die. It's a little bit different, though, for Sol, because he's in more of an aggressive position. He can push over. Now he's been spotted. Okay, now it's completely changing. So now he, too, has been spotted. Petulans not watching Flood for the time being. But Twisted Minds are playing more as a duo here with Lou and Perfectix. Perfectix has done a good job to leave Petulans, go help Lou. Now they can bring everyone back over to Flood, who they know is still behind that car, and Flood will make the smart play. He'll just die to the blue.
Denied the point. Twisted Minds are on the chase, and so every single point matters. It's an anticlimactic finish to a very, very exciting mid-game for this round on the first Miramar of day 2, and a very, very strong win for Twisted Minds. One of the best teams, some would say the best team to come out of EMEA. Had a bit of a slower start, but they're on the rise.
Massive win, considering they were not in the top 8 when they started today. Yes, it wasn't flashy. They didn't get double-digit kills, and it wasn't clean the whole way through, but they survived. Good placements, put themselves in a good position late game, and they were able to benefit from that, and especially benefit from other teams, you know, losing a lot of those fights in a scrappy manner. No team really won a lot of fights with 4 players still standing alive. You were losing a player here or there, and that was costing them a lot. Really good credit there for Twisted Minds. As I said, they came into today in 9th position. They just needed a solid start to kickstart their day. They've gone and achieved it. 4 more matches to go.
And even with the low kill, high placement, usually you'd think they got fed by circles and just didn't have to fight a lot. They actually had to move around in a lot of different positions. They had very, very difficult macro decisions to make, and so that also puts me in a really good confidence that they'll be able to continue that today. If you have strong macro, the micro, the kills, those tend to follow.
United as well, that fight into Al Azhar, you cannot forget about that. They took down both Yahoo and New Happy simultaneously, essentially. And so I think that really is something, when you think about those kind of moments and how many points they got, had they lost that first battle against New Happy, they would have walked away from this game with not a whole lot. Instead, they're just one step closer now to the grand finals. That's game 1 for the day done. Back over to the desk.
Thank you, boys. If it's not one CIS team winning everything, it's another one. We got Twisted Minds coming in at the start of the day here in the winners bracket and taking a chicken dinner. Joining me to the desk, we have ourselves Toby and Avenger here. Toby, this was Twisted Minds looking good in those final moments.
Looking good indeed, but again, similar fashion to what we talked about coming into today, a 4-kill win. Not that we haven't seen that from Twisted Minds before, but usually they're a little more flashy when they make late game.
I gotta say this though, these kind of circles here is some of the most rarest circles. It is so rare that it ends just north of Asahan in these situations here. That's what you can see with the players. A lot of them, they kind of rushed into the city, even though it's not going to be sure to end there. So they had to play high ground and kind of uphill. That's why Twisted Minds played perfectly in a situation where they kind of played facts free, got uphill, and got a lot of control on that southwest side.
And their timing on that push as well. They know that eventually all of Al Azhar will burn to the ground with all the teams trying to make their way out. They were literally the last team to get out of the city. They were sat on the west side. They had a hard time going in there to begin with, but they say now the teams are fighting with Seed right here. Now they're all fighting. While this is all going on, they use that time to wrap up the ridge line, and instead of actively trying to get kills off of this, they make sure not to get backstabbed themselves. So they set themselves up for a late game win, not for a lot of kills.
And on the other sides of all of this as well, a few teams getting themselves a lot of points. Like Danawa, for example. We said at the beginning of the show that Korea wasn't doing a whole lot, but 12 kills as well as 3rd place.
That was so impressive to see Danawa play like that, and it's unfortunate for me, it's Toby's picked player that did well, not mine. Lambu didn't get anything out of that. Toby there, my player's doing well, not yours.
Hey, finally. Twisted Minds getting themselves the first victory of the day here on day number 2 of the winners bracket for PGC. So let's take a look at the points coming in.
Huge.
And as much as you say, with only the 4 kills, it does mean that 2 teams, it's very rare you get a third place off of a win.
And the funny thing is, I'm seeing Danawa and Twisted Minds. Danawa played the complete opposite to Twisted Minds. They came in on the hard east edge. They took fights non-stop, and once they then had cleared their side, instead of playing passive and trying to allow teams to come towards them, they spread out despite only being 3 alive. They spread out so they can overlook the entire city and just started dealing with teams one after another.
A nice confidence boost.
For sure,
I think beyond this, a lot of careers feel kind of lackadaisical so far at this tournament. Danawa's been kind of one stalwart defender of that, but this is big points for them.
We know that they're going to be, your 4th to 6th place team. Probably in the winners bracket.
Forever.
Probably in the grand final as well. No, but I'm happy to see Danawa up here. One of the lowest kill and damage wins we see here for Twisted Minds. But this is what they played for the loss. They lost Spyro in a situation where they maybe shouldn't have. But then again, when you feel like you're in a situation where you can easily win the game, your kind of mindset and your campaign throughout the game is focused on setting yourself up for being as many as live as possible and taking least fights possible so you can win the game with confidence and ease.
Especially in a circle that's less commonly trodden. Not commonly here.
Super rare. I haven't seen this kind of circle here just north of Asaha in years.
And honestly, I think had they gone for kills, trying to set up similar to what Dana was doing, but on the other side of the circle here, yes, they might find 1 or 2 on Yahoo and a United while they're fighting one another, but they would not have won the game because they wouldn't have secured that hilltop for themselves, and that would have in the end just given them less points overall.
That means Twisted Minds moving up into 4th place from that. However, United also finding themselves consistency in spot, and Danawa now moves within striking distance truly of the top 8 here, Avenger.
Yeah, Danawa looking good, BBL looking good, New Hab is still good, and in general, we're looking at, 6th, 7th, 8th. It is still easily close to jump in with 1 good game there. So just with 4 games to go, I'm thinking it's gonna come down to the last game.
4th to 11th is 16 points. I mean, this is completely absurd. Because Na'Vi is the only team that has really been racking up those points in the top, no one's able to really get out of there in the middle.
All right, whilst we're gearing up for our next game as well, I want to open up the forum here for a moment. 8th place currently, Take Me Away Gaming. All right, we backstage have had discussions about this. We disagree. Toby, you believe that they're going to make top 8?
Oh.
I think what I've saw from them in the group stage, despite the two of you saying they were just getting circles, I think from what I've seen in their good games, they've played a phenomenal edge sweep. Similar to make a EU comparison to Heroic, the way they normally can flank around from side to side to do great things there. I think Take Me Away Gaming, once they get control of an edge side, they are a dangerous team to go up against.
I think that's a great kind of view of things here. I'll say facts are they got so many circles. I've never seen anything like it for the group stage. And also another thing, I'll back this up with insane stats here. They are terrible on Miramar. They are not good on Miramar. The way we've seen them perform so far on Miramar, they have had 3.9 points per game on Miramar compared to their
whole tournament.
Yeah, no, group stage. Sorry.
Group stage.
Compared to their Erangel, 9.1. They get 5 more points per game on Erangel. So we're playing 2 more Miramar.
So technically, this is not a good day for them.
No, it's 3. It's 3. Obviously, 3 Miramar. So they're gonna have a rough time.
I just thought I'd open it up because I think I find it interesting, and
I think they'll be in the cusp. Because we're gonna go to Wrangle and they're gonna get one more circle.
I'm gonna be honest, the worst thing in the world ever when I watch these desks oftentimes is just everyone just agreeing with each other constantly.
I think disagreeing is great.
I love the idea of disagreeing with each other, alright? But I'm not gonna disagree with Danawa getting probably between 4th to 6th place in this entire tournament. I think that's where they're gonna be.
It's amazing. It's amazing that they've managed to step things up here. And at a point where they needed to do so, they looked a little worse. Whereas yesterday we saw Cheese, the manager, yesterday it's going to be a silent night for us because the first day did not go the way that they wanted it to. Well, clearly it hasn't been because they've talked things over and they came out aggressive today.
And Paper Thin is bringing supplies from Korea to Danawa just to support them.
The motivation.
Cheese ordered some specific things and Paper is flying in with them to Dubai.
That's how desperate they are to perform. They have to reach out to Paper Thin, of all people, to try and help them out.
Well, if it works.
Another team here, New Happy. A little bit worried what we've seen from them so far. We only have 4 games to go here, and at this point, usually we see them already stepped up. They're usually already kind of chasing, but now just not yet. And I would be pretty sad not to see them in the grand final because if they go down, top 4, it's gonna be so hard in loser bracket 2.
They're sitting currently outside of the top. You can see currently ranked 11th, and as you're saying, they're just not playing the same fashion. They have been, to be fair for them. Early games, they've run into trouble so many times. Last game, we see CPN go down early in a rotation where they only have so many games against these teams before. Some of them have never played against before. It's so difficult to really prep for these sort of situations.
Getting bottled up too, going down to kickstart in 1 grenade. But anyway, that's that. That's our first Miramar done. Time to move on to the second. Let's head over to the commentators here for the winners bracket, PGC.
4 matches remaining in the winners bracket. Twisted Minds getting a much needed victory. And yes, Cameron, they didn't get a lot of kills, but still 14 points gained from that match puts them into the top 8 with 4 games remaining. Puts them in good stead. A bit of form as well coming into today can never hurt. And obviously 4 matches remaining means for a lot of those teams in the bottom 8, it's do or die.
Yeah, honestly, and for a number of them, it's do a lot. Each time, each round, or die. QM is obviously going to be the first name on that list, but for a number of the others down there as well. Tai Lu been struggling. I mean, BBL had a good surge on the final game of yesterday, but then today started off all right, but then sort of fell away from them. Every single kill counts. Every single kill matters. And as we go into match number 7, another Northern heavy plane path. We'll see if New Happy, I'm already seeing them out of the airplane, actually. They might be trying to contest Cerberus' space once again. And that I genuinely think that did affect Cerberus at least a little bit.
Yeah.
Their recollection on him as his position after he got those first 2 knocks, you could criticize it. There was some execution errors there, but also no meds.
I've written down here, New Happy struggling still. And yet, despite that, they've got 26 points. They're not too far away from that cutoff position. They're just the kind of team, I think, this tournament, Cameron, where they've actually been largely inconsistent throughout the tournament. They can have really, really big games, really massive games, where they are more than capable of going and getting 25 points in a singular match. But they just have too many games where they don't get really anything either. So their consistency has been somewhat of an issue for me.
It's also the fact that they are the returning champions. They performed very, very well this entire year since they won last year's PGC. They performed well regionally, and they performed, like, they didn't win their group necessarily, but they still performed well there. And so we have these higher expectations of them.
Yep.
We saw the Circle 1, just a brief moment. It's going to be going towards the north once again. And in fact, this time around, it's going to be going even further north than the previous round. KDF are going to be happy second time in a row.
Obviously, Danawa, massive game. Toby mentioned it on the desk. Their ability to control that eastern side of the circle, fight, then go for space as well. Why they had so much success in that game. And it's interesting because it felt like, to me, one of the very first times we've had this tournament where they had 3-4 players alive fighting, and we saw the success for that. They've been obviously a really good team. A lot of that off the back of Helen and Salute as a duo a lot of the times. So the fact that they were able to keep players alive, get to the end game and fight, we saw, I think, maybe for one of the first times this tournament, the full strength of Danawa and what they're capable of.
Yeah, instead of just relying on Helen and a teammate, Helen +1, to pull out something ridiculous, it was Helen +3 doing really good work consistently through the entire round. Currently looking at E United, also a good round for them. They haven't been doing poorly this winner's bracket, but considering how strong they were in Group B, it was a bit of question marks on, like, was that just them peaking? Was that just a flash in the pan? Judging from the previous game, it was not.
I think the biggest thing for E United coming into the winner's bracket was who's going to stand up, because Kickstart is not going to be relied upon to play the same way he did in the group stage. He went absolutely insane. You cannot expect that again. Obviously, he's still going to perform well, but to those levels, you know, probably not. And what we've seen, I think, is Snake, Israel, and Flood really stand up even more so here. And we saw that in that Al-Azhar fight, more importantly in that last game. Their ability to get rid of New Happy, then deal with a pushing Yahoo, really sort of highlights the strengths of E United when they're fighting. And for, obviously, Yahoo, I think one of the weaknesses for them in that last game is they didn't really gain a whole lot, despite being in the same position as E United. They walked away with arguably almost like double-digit points less than E United, despite being in the same position.
Yeah, that's just the difficulty with being in the middle of a city. There could be a lot of action, a lot of fighting around you, and you feel like you're fighting for your life, but you also aren't in a position to pick up kills because it's the other teams that spot the players running out in the open first before you. Timing can be a really big factor where you replay the same city situation twice over. One round you get 20 points, another you get 2.
And as for New Happy, as I sort of spoke about before, and you know, I very much do feel like they haven't quite been a consistent team this tournament. Does that come back to bite them? Maybe that comes back to help them if they can make Grand Final and find that form and start to produce that on a more consistent basis at the right time. Maybe still being able to retake their throne could be on the cards, but you've got to win here from the winner's bracket to have the best chance. If you do not, and if you are in that bottom 8, obviously losers bracket 2 is where you go, only top 4, then grand survival. It starts to get a little bit dicey, a little bit risky. So for them, still only 8 points behind TMA, but they've got to really change some of their form around here in the final remaining games.
We did, earlier this morning during breakfast, the town, we were all talking, and none of us could think of any time at a global championship, whether it's PGI, PGC, PGIS, etc., where the winner of the event was the front runner from the very beginning. So in a way, New Happy, this is a good sign for people wanting them to get the 2 in a row, because it means that they're put in a position to struggle and figure out what do we do when our backs are up against the wall. Sometimes if you come out when things are all going your way, when you finally hit something that's resisting you, you don't necessarily know how to adapt and how to deal with it.
Is that an implication that Na'Vi have peaked at the wrong time? Is that what you're getting at?
It's possible. If they were to completely fall off, that would be one thing you could look at, for sure. Not saying that if you do perform as well as E United did in their group, Na'Vi in the other group, Na'Vi yesterday, that you can't win. We're in a long tournament, though, so it's about the consistency, remember? It's not about the spikes.
Of course.
Wrong game for that one.
Obviously, though, with only 4 matches remaining, maybe you can throw some of that consistency out the window now and just say, hey, if we just go and have one really, really big game, that could solidify our position to the grand finals. We go north again this game, of course, as is the case with the winner's bracket. Apparently, every game is a northern game. Not as much over towards Al-Azhar as a region point, but still a little bit to the west of that location, and pretty much even a little bit more northern than what we had in the last game. Wildcard on the move. Miramar has not been kind to them. I think the majority of their points coming on Erangel in the first couple of games yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, they posted up a good beginning of the fight against Danawa. Cow with a really good anchor there. But then Danawa, they were just on another level the previous round. Now rotating away from KDF. Shots coming out from E-End. Nothing really landing, nothing really sticking. Though it does force Adam to stall out. Apparently his tire did get popped, so completely missed that. Though it looks like they should be safe for now. There's a lot of open space to the north of them. I think QM is rotating not too far away, so that could be a bad timing if something does happen off of that. But for now, Wildcard, I'm not too particularly worried about them.
Yeah, and a really, really well played position there from Adam, realizing, okay, I'm kind of sand duned here. Throughout the smokes, use the vehicle for cover. Waiki Kamukau then holds the ridge, parks safely, provides a bit of cover fire while those smokes are pluming. And then as they're fully plumed, he's able to then just sweep down, pick up Adam. Really good team play there from Wildcard to not panic under pressure from both Adam, Waiki Kamukau. They can continue to move. Western side of Chris Deval. And not a bad position with this circle either. So Wildcard though, 21 points, bottom 4. 13 points away from TMA. It's that position now, though, with 4 matches remaining, where they're going to have to pick up that point per game average.
Overpeaker is only 1 point behind Wildcard for a team that opened up this tournament. Super, super strong. Just, again, going back to the consistency thing, sitting in 14th place with 20 points, which, again, is only 1 good game from being in the top 8.
Yeah.
But they need that good game to get to the top 8.
Well, yeah, obviously. But I think Overpeakers as a team have shown enough this tournament that they are fully capable of going and getting like a solid 14, 15 kill win, even in a lobby like this, if all the pieces fall the right way for them. I think they've got that firepower, they've got that freedom, they've just got to express themselves a little bit better and put themselves in those positions to find that kind of success. Somewhat similar to what BBL has done for themselves, right? I think at the back end of yesterday, and obviously as we saw in match 6 to start today as well, BBL are not afraid to fight. They're not afraid to try and get some much needed points. They're 33 points now to the good, getting closer to the top 8. That's the kind of gameplay I probably expect out of Overpeakers.
I know, but the fact that we're on match 7 and as of yet they haven't shown that same level of aggression, same level of proactive play that we saw on day number 1 of this entire tournament makes me wonder if they're able to pull out, and it makes me think that perhaps they took advantage of teams taking a slow start to this tournament, you know, trying to get their feet wet before diving head on, and we're going to have to see if they can't force those moments to happen again when teams are perhaps more expecting.
Well, Danawa collecting over half of their points in just that one match in match number 6 compared to all of their matches yesterday, highlighting, of course, how a lot of these teams can jump significantly throughout today. I very much imagine going into match 10, we will still be in a position where anyone could be in contention for that 8th spot. HS will get away, and Danawa will rotate through Impala up towards the circle here for phase 1. New Happy just further afield, coming in quite late. These 2 teams, the only 2 teams that are not in the circle at the moment. Quetpa has unfortunately suffered a similar situation to Adam earlier from Wildcard. The grenade falling short. Quetpa may just be able to get away here. Another tire has been popped. He has to fall back to the smoke. He needs some help. Someone's going to come over and pick him up.
I am really confused on how BBL ended up in this situation. Cerberus, though, doing a really good job of taking advantage of it, trying to get that first kill, but Code Marco's trying to give some counter pressure. Circle goes to the southwest, which, yeah, that's not gonna pull Cerberus away. However, BBL do find the exit angle, but it's only into more members of Cerberus. Himas and Tycon at the ready with the crossfire. We'll let the first few vehicles pass.
Oh, they'll go for the last one here, especially since they're doubled up inside of that vehicle. This could get really nasty for BBL if these shots land. They have not so far. Tycon thinking about the mini, goes back to the M416, but I think BBL have gotten through the roadblock of Cerberus, and they've gotten through completely unscathed. Only a little bit of damage potentially onto Quetpa, but I think that was from earlier. So really, really good rotation there for BBL off the back of this phase 2 circle. They've put themselves at least now in a position where there's no one really in front of them now, only behind them.
The problem is BBL knows where Cerberus is. And do they then stop and try and keep Cerberus out? You can kind of tell that MS and Tycon were perhaps considering, do we even go for these shots, or will that put us in a bad position? Na'Vi is also very, very close to this situation, so we'll see how that unfolds. Danawa, on the other hand, with that shift, they pull away from backtracking New Happy and go towards the southwest graveyard area of Minas, and going to be finding it relatively open for now, but I still think all those teams that we just saw in the southeast are going to be looping up into the area.
I do want to quickly bring attention, though, to the team directly center at the crossroads. 2-2 split from Twisted Minds, the whole west, the whole east, and they will be able to play off of these next few circle shifts. As long as no one crashes them, they're in the best position, I think, moving forward with this kind of game, especially if it does continue to lean coming over to the fields and obviously away from that terrain. So Twisted Minds right now in a really good position to benefit from this match, as they did really from the last game. And they needed to, of course, coming into today. They were not in the top 8. Now they find themselves 4th. So, you know, you start really well in the first 2 games. That then relieves a lot of pressure to close the day in the final 3 games. You're not one of those teams starting to stress for points.
KDF. A little bit of a split position for them, of course. United as well. Eyeing each other up. No opportunity for Hikari just yet. COD is also here out in the open. Where are they shooting at? I think they're taking shots at a lot of different people. You know, United, QM to the west, Wildcard to the east. They didn't have to move off of this circle shift, so really it's just about, you know, making sure that their position is established and maintained.
Yeah, I mean, Hikari is just sort of bridging for space here, continuing to see how far he can realistically get without being shot at, without being in an uncomfortable position, and he has been able to establish a pretty decent position for KDF. They've got a lot of space up to the north. If they get the circle shift for phase 3, they will be able to play off of those positions.
Ooh, Cerberus and BBL still intermingled. Fender lost out in the open once again for the team. Emirates with a bolt. Ooh, come on, tag him, get him.
And as we're heading into phase 3, not a single death yet. I think this might be the first time in the winner's bracket. And I might have just cursed Quetpa. Knocked down from Himas with the bolty, but I don't think they'll be in a position to follow up. He should get a smoke, and he should be fine in that building, but some free damage from Cerberus. You'll still take it if you're them. 6 more seconds until phase 3. Is this going to head to the fields of Hacienda? I'm anticipating probably a shift onto Lou here, and somewhat so. Twisted Minds with that 2-2 split. Do they make a decision now of phase 3? Are they feeling greedy? We saw it yesterday, I think, from the Guangdong Freaks camera. They went all the way to phase 5 with their greedy split. It worked out for them. Twisted Minds will feel and make the decision that they can maybe go for one more, because I'm not seeing any players in vehicles.
Ooh, Cerberus, they're currently rotating into the building that I think Hamas was, or Haizaki, was scouting out while they were putting pressure onto BDL. They're going to find that for free despite the team knock. 17. Worrying about TMA pushing onto their position. Suju has to pull away because of the vehicle right at his doorstep. Go to the top floor. The show also rotating in for the defense.
Yeah, Xiao Wu and Lugos are not here, right? So it's only Shao Suju. They're both immediately knocked down by Crazy and Xiao Hai. That was rapid from Take Me Away Gaming. 17 lose out, and the 2-2 split has been punished. Rightfully so. Lil Ghost, Xiao Wu were not able to get into that location in time. They attempted it. They were in their vehicles, making their way over, but they're fallen back now. So down to just 2 players for 17.
Uh-oh, Na'Vi and now New Happy pushing in from the same trajectory, and both these squads are out of the zone. Does New Happy go and bomb TMA, or do they bomb Na'Vi as a stepping stone into the 17's area, 17's territory?
And talk about this for Na'Vi. They've got nothing to lose, right? They're going to the grand finals. New Happy are in 11th, 26 points. You get a knock onto New Happy, I think you almost just sacrifice the game and make sure that they get nothing from this with then only 3 matches remaining. They are a formidable opponent. They're a tough team. You don't want them in the grand final. And if you can spoil their day, you might as well just go for it. Na'Vi don't need anything else from the winner's bracket.
Na'Vi rotating by, BBL rotating dangerously close to 17. Their vehicle gets stalled, but they're in a good position to continue the push on foot. Kodomarco is backing away from that tree, but the rest of the squad that is still standing is in perfect utility territory.
And they aren't aware of this, but it's obviously only the duo, so they've got a significant advantage to just wipe this out cleanly. And there you go, knock on a zip here, for example. Na'Vi also have a bit of high ground advantage here. New Happy on the ropes in this game, and might just be on the ropes for the winner's bracket shortly if they can't fight through Na'Vi. And a team who's got nothing to lose, they can play some risky PUBG. They can make some long wraps, they can go deep into the blue, they can do some things that maybe teams that are playing cautious would not go for. Na'Vi can do it. They've got Uber deep in the blue, going for a wrap in behind New Happy. Mel still holding above, high ground. This is really rough for New Happy. Look at Uber's position.
Ooh, Mel takes a lot of shots, backed away, but yeah, it's going to be Uber on the flank. It's going to be absolutely massive for Na'Vi to close this fight. Taking some blue damage, but it's at the time that's not that bad, but he is spotted. Shots coming out from Ming Ming, and it's going to be a knock to follow it up, so
that's the risk you take, though. But that is the risk that Na'Vi can take. Alia's knocked as well by Ming Ming, so he's having an effect in this fight. No surprises there, but they've lost it here. Now they've lost HS as well as Ming Ming. Nan, last one alive for New Happy. They're not going to be very happy with this. Na'Vi have been able to wipe them out, and they are on the ropes here in the winner's bracket. Only 3 more matches after this for the defending champions. They will remain in the bottom 8. They will remain a long shot of making it to the grand finals through the winner's bracket. Na'Vi have put a big dent into their campaign.
Mel healing up right now. Still taking that blue damage. And it doesn't matter who's in front of them at this point. It's just about taking non out. Grenades
Example?
coming out, going a bit too far.
Well, this could still end up being a double kill for Nan if he times this right. Obviously, both Mel and Example in the blue, taking damage. Nan heals up, throws out the stun. That's not going to be effective, though. Now he's going for it. Oh, he's been spotted. Well, actually, CC108 has spotted Na'Vi. They have to just run. They have to just run straight at Nan. Try and get behind some of these rocks. It is Mel that does pick up the elimination. So New Happy are gone. Last place.
Last place this round, and yeah, honestly on track to potentially being one of the bottom teams this winner's bracket. While we were watching that fight, the circle did shift, a medium shift towards the northeast. BBL and 17 both having to make the way across that road, across that Death Star Trench, or at least what little of it remains in this zone. Wildcard moving around. BBL do wipe out 17, so good point pickup for Thunderloss and Kwepa.
Here comes the overpeakers, though. We wanted a little bit more aggression from them, and they will provide it so onto Cerberus. Himats knocked down. Tygon with a really good position. Double onto James and Clip. Overpeakers have been thwarted, but here comes Wildcard, perfectly timed for their third party now, onto Cerberus.
Nikus is finding the angle, got a spray down on one. But can he get any more? He needs to push forward into this. The problem is a lot of teams have eyes on this position. BBL, you just saw right behind them. I'm surprised Nikus isn't getting shot just yet.
And pushed up for Twisted Minds as well, so Twisted Minds have eyes on this, like you said, BBL. Tycon eliminated, Cerberus falling to pieces, Haisaki is knocked, so Lolzy the only one left alive. They are sitting on 39 points at the moment, they're on the precipice. These games cannot continue to go on longer for Cerberus if they are to make the grand finals. For Wildcard though, they need these points.
And that's all they're fighting for right now is points that we're watching in the middle here because this position is absolutely garbage. Oh, Adam's trying to look for something, spots the vehicle, but the revive is going to come through, pushing it through the smoke.
Haisaki back up, still low though, won't take much to get him knocked back down. Where is Wykick Kabuka? Nick to how bounce Lolzy with a big time knockdown onto Adam, the quick flush. So Wildcard get punished. It's a 2 versus 2. It's a pretty even fight now between Wildcard and Cerberus. This could be horrible for Wildcard, considering the position they were in not too long ago. Nade from Waikikamuka successful onto Sololzy. Danawa out to the very far west, and Haisaki just got the double onto Wildcard. They're gone, they're out, they're eliminated.
Danawa beaming onto QM. QM taking heavy damages. Danawa only 2 kills so far, but still all 4 up. And if they can close this fight with the shift that was essentially sort of handed to them or passed them momentarily.
We got Danawa.
Oh,
Danawa's booth is sitting right behind us, and I can hear them even through my headset. They're happy with the way today is going. They're happy with that moment against QM. 4 kills for Danawa. They are pushing through this winner's bracket through brute force from match 6 now into match 7. And a lot of the bottom end of this standing have now been eliminated. Tyloo, KDF, the only 2 left from that bottom 5-6 teams.
That's great for the teams in the middle, though. Don't have to worry so much about someone sneaking up from behind you in terms of the whole leaderboard. But BBL have to worry about Tyloo sneaking up from behind them. Kwepa gets out of the molly just in time and continues to run away because that's some heavy pressure. But once Tyloo figure out that they're all gone, they're just going to run over that hill and might just be able to find them out in the open.
And just lost Thunderloss too, so BBL had the duo, but yeah, Kwepa sitting, well, he gets the knockdown. That's a really good shot. He might just get the second. Don't underestimate Kwepa and BBL. They are having a tremendous winners bracket run over the last couple of games. Why not just go for Xiaoyang? Oh, the timing, Cameron, the timing. He wanted the flush, and as he was going for it, Xiaoyang just pushes over and gets the kill. BBL are out, but at least they're on 35 points. They're still well and truly in the mix. There's Na'Vi gone. 9 teams remain. Here comes TMA onto Tyloo. Are they ready for this one? Well, Xiaoyang certainly is. By getting that first knock, gives them a good chance, but they're still wounded. 2 players still down.
I think there's another team also shooting at them from distance. I don't know if it's Twisted Minds or actually it might even be Sia, who is still all the way to the north side. The revives are now just barely starting to come through, but Crazy is looking for the angle grenade at the ready. This one's going to hurt.
Oh, this one might just put a huge amount of damage into Tyloo. It gets rid of Tongs, it gets rid of CC108 from Crazy, and he will get the knock. Well, that's actually Lulu always. That probably steals a lot of that away from Crazy. Regardless, it's a team effort from Take Me Away Gaming. They get rid of Tyloo, and they get themselves into the remaining 8 teams for TMA. They're also now into 8th place.
United, KDF. KDF only has 2 kills, United have 0. They've just been managing their space for the past couple of zones, but now they're going to need to fight as they make their way onto the day trade hilltop, and they need to fight each other. TMA might also have a high ground, though, to be shooting United in the back, so at some point, the pressure's going to bubble over for the North American squad. Kickstart peeks over, shots come out. Good couple of headshots, but no knock just yet.
Only the 25 points for KDF. The gap growing to 8, right? So the 17 points behind TMA. You need to survive. You need to win this fight. You need to wipe out United because you're running out of chances of getting into the top 8. Bit of damage on Dorello. Forces out the med kit, so he will go to full health off of this one. Phase 6 making its way in now. Twisted Minds with still 4 players alive to the south, but the circle opts to go north over towards Day Trader United and Guangdong Freaks. This fight up north can just drag out a little bit longer. Not much of a hurry for these teams now.
Not much, but it's going to need to be figured out. Yeah, there it is. The shots from TMA are coming in. So United, there's the decision they need to make. Grenade comes out.
Oh, no way.
Oh, that rolls to a good position. Lash down to 1 HP. And then there are follow-up shots from Snakers.
How did the second one not finish him off? United will feel robbed. A card pushes up. Doesn't get the headshot onto Kickstart, and he's feeling the pressure now from Day Trade. Guangdong Freaks are in all sorts of pain despite surviving some of those grenades. They may not survive for much longer in general. Shimboy will actually get the kill onto a card. Valuable points now there as well for Yahoo. 5th place for them.
These teams just aren't letting... The teams around KDF and United are not letting them fight it out one by one. Everyone wants a third party on this, and it's really the only action that is happening, but Kickstarter is continuing to push forward. Knows where Latch K is, gets another knock.
They have to turn around now. They have to turn their attention. Flood gets the knock onto Lulu always. He has been watching, has been able to stay back a little bit in a good position for United while they're still trying to finish off the Guangdong Freaks. You need to do so very quickly here. Ian, last one alive for them. They have not really been able to honestly get themselves into a position to just fight back. The pressure from Day Trade along with the utility usage from United has kept them at bay. Rallo, has he expected Ian to push up though? Well, he did get the knock, but Flood was just covering. 4 kills now for United, but they know that TMA are close.
Day Trade as well. Noren's taking a lot of molly damage, and Flash is going to peek over. Good headshot to knock Snakers right before he broke that line of sight.
So 2 knocked for United. Flood is the last one standing. Neurons and Flash, just the duo for Day Trade. But for TMA, they got 3 players alive up to the north side. And they've dealt with Perfectix. He's been knocked. No one close for Twisted Minds. They have to send someone over for the revive. It's a long run. I don't think you can. So Twisted Minds might be down to 3 players.
Very, very likely, but they're holding on to a solid position in this zone for now. So I don't think they're going to be too hard pressed. Danimal, however, can't say the same for them. They are all in one little tiny pocket. And, well, that's going to be Yahoo eliminated. Good damage from them coming out before they had to run across that field, but they knew that it was going to be certain death.
Big point stolen, though, by Flash. Solozzi was almost going to get another kill there for Cerberus. Nade just quite literally goes through Danoa. They survive. 3 more, though, for Spyro to throw their way. Can they survive all of them? Well, they can't even survive Nurans. That grenade also doesn't find the mark, but it was pretty close. That one finally does the job, but Nurans had stolen the majority of those kills very quickly for Day Trade. They're able to pick up some valuable points towards the north side. Lou pushes over, knocked down onto Haisaki. Obviously, Solol's in Haisaki towards the center of the circle, but a lot of teams started to encroach upon that position. A lot of ridge lines to look over into their position. Lou will capitalize with a double kill. Cerberus gone in 5th place. Twisted Minds still by themselves down south, but another knock. This one onto Petulans. I don't think, again, like Perfectix, they can go get the revive.
They would want to try and maybe look for an opportunity.
I think Lou's going for it.
Lou might be going for it, but here on the north side, United versus TMA. TMA put their attention towards the north side.
So Lou is going for that revive, and fortunately for Twisted Minds, no one pushing down on them. We have got E-United, though, now making their way over to TMA. Well, at least what's left of E-United. TMA have the numbers advantage, 3 versus 2. But do E-United have the surprise advantage? No. Snakers is gone. Flood will fall. Really well played from Take Me Away Gaming. 9 kills for them this game. And they further solidify their position in the top 8. 48 points now for them.
I thought that maybe Norans would have had an opportunity to get inside and spotted by TMA. They eliminated United in a very, very fast manner, and that means that they can watch everyone else run around this essentially open circle, at least what looks open to TMA because of the high ground that they have.
What a bouncing nade from Xiao Hai. That was beautiful to watch. And Take Me Away Gaming are just taking the north for themselves. Only Flash left up for DAY2. He's out in the open. This should be an easy one for Xiaohai. He pulls back momentarily. They've got the numbers. He doesn't have to go it alone. Emirates has been eliminated by Yuppie. Double-digit kills now for TMA. And they've cracked 50 points in total as they get rid of DAY2. 2 teams remain. Twisted Minds and TMA. Twisted Minds looking for back-to-back chicken dinners.
But the momentum that TMA are on right now, the shots that they're landing, the aggressive maneuvers that they're pulling, they're kind of favored in this fight for me. 3-on-3 could still go either way, but already double digits for TMA.
Oh, look at Lou's position, though. I feel like that might just be the win condition here for Twisted Minds.
Or the TMA if they take him out. But yeah, if he pounces right at the right timing, and he's going to be likely told to do so by the teams on the back line.
How much information, though, can Twisted Minds get first? If they know that they're all sitting at the rock, Lou is going for it, priming this nade. Does he throw it in the right direction? They should have the intel that they're behind this rock. He gets himself into a good position, throws it out. It's perfect.
Not perfect enough, only deals 22 damage. It looked good, and now his position is revealed. Yuppie, however, does go down to Spyro.
And that's where Lou is safe, because TMA just can't push over for free. And now they're well and truly aware of this, that pushing over and out from behind this rock is going to be so difficult with the positions that Spyro and Petulance hold. Twisted Minds are playing this really well. The smokes for Lou to fall back. They know they've got better position. They don't have to probably go for the more aggressive play with Lou. So he's being called back. They use the smokes. They play now for the win. Really, really calculated play from TM.
Utility coming out from TMA, they need to push forward. They're basically going to be running down an open hill. If they were able to find Lou, take him out, then they might have more of an advantage here. But right now, just the way that the circle has been playing out, where the terrain is falling, their advantage is in turn falling away. Twisted Minds now. Open shooting gallery. Xiaohai is going to be swinging down the low side, trying to catch someone off guard. That's a shot landed, but no knock.
Yeah, I think that's what they're searching for before they make that run. And now they're starting to push forward. They're actually going towards their left side, but right in to the scope of Petulance. So Xiaohai tried to push out first, immediately knocked. I don't think they're getting anything to go their way. Well, if you wanted to make fun of their 4-kill win, you cannot make fun of this one. It's an 11-kill win. Back-to-back wins as well for Twisted Minds. And hey, why not? They're heading to the grand final surely off the back of that one, Cameron.
It's looking good. It's looking really, really good. TMA as well. I mean, it's looking strong for them. Again, I don't know what I would have expected from TMA, but they are, I think, continuing to surprise everyone here. Not just playing well round by round, but playing well in an aggressive fashion, which is one of the more dangerous ways to play this game, but they seem to be making it work.
Yeah, certainly. And obviously for Twisted Minds, really starting to highlight how strong they are at this tournament, able to do it in their group, now doing it in the winner's bracket. More importantly, they're getting wins to go along with their kills. They're doing it all. They've got to be very happy with the way that they're playing. Obviously for TMA, can I just say, Take Me Away Gaming have taken me away with their gameplay today. They've been sensational to watch.
They really, really have. Who else is also sensational? It's going to be the Desk. So let's let them break down match number 2 as we head into the final Miramar of the day.
The winner's bracket, it's just too easy for EMEA. It's just too easy. That's 5 wins in a row for the... I'll stop before we get absolutely crucified by boys. But yes, we've got ourselves Twisted Minds with a back-to-back, and we said at the top of the day, nobody's going to be able to top what Na'Vi did yesterday, and we're already on course for it. This is kind of unprecedented, Toby.
It really is completely insane. The way they went about doing it this game as well, maintaining a split for a little longer than we were maybe wanting them to, but then in the end of it, allowing the team around them, or allowing the teams to push around them, and then spreading out and taking full control. The Twisted Minds way of playing PUBG.
Smart, good macro, controlling greedy spots to then go to the better spot in the end. I love what I saw from them throughout this game here. Unfortunately, Perfectus died. Let's not talk about that.
No, that was the best bit.
I gotta give some props where props is due, those guys. Take Me Away.
Oh, yeah,
they fought in a good spot. They fought kind of through their way, and they won the fights. When you have the routine of these guys, they are able to do things like, you know, Xiaohai, Crazy, like these guys have so much experience, and that showed that they're able to turn this around. After we just said, you know what, Miramar, they're not that good, but they managed to do so quite well here. I think they will have done 50% more points on their Miramar games throughout this tournament just from this game.
I mean, of course, we opened up the conversation about it and absolutely disproved us as doubters here. Toby, what do you have to say about TMA's performance?
They were great.
Why
As I said, they were going to be. You guys are the doubters here.
Do you have any TMA guys on your fantasy team?
No.
Oh, okay.
Okay, come.
Because they're not the only good team on the server, but they came in from the east, they brawled their way in towards the west. And, well, I mean, as you can see, Perfectly just sat there going, you know what, I didn't have to do much, but we got it in the end.
I ruined Martin's fantasy team.
Perfect. All right, well, we got the back-to-back for Twisted Minds. It will be 21 points this time. No third place for them in this one, as they get a boatload of points. As we said, they're Take Me Away Gaming, 17 points for them. We were looking at whoever gets this win is probably guaranteeing themselves a spot in the grand final, but honestly, with Take Me Away also getting 17 points, it would take a bit of a catastrophe, Toby, for them to fall out of where they're currently at.
Yeah, for sure. And this this game right here was just, it was a weird one, because we have a pretty decent first circle. We've been up to the north plenty of times before.
Yeah.
Then we hard shift down towards the southwest into that open crossroads terrain, and all the teams that are then set up on the north had to trip all the way south around, and then we go straight back to the north again. So it's just hard shifts galore.
Scary circle when I see a crossroads circle, to be honest. There are so many things that you've got to think about, the potential of where you're going to set on each side of these roads, and you know, some teams dealt with it really well.
There's a few teams that tried to synthesis that dip in the middle, didn't work out that well. And then there's other teams that are, you know, we want to be the last team coming in so we can be on that edge, but a lot of teams had to fight their way through. Twisted Minds, though, 11 kills, way more than they had the other one. Also, damage-wise, happy to see Perfectus pop off, but he didn't survive, so I didn't get my points. And he's my captain.
Well, you know, if that first knock didn't happen in the building, maybe they could have recovered.
I think he forgot that, because otherwise he wouldn't be alone over there, right?
That's a good point.
So, like, second knock is 30 seconds. You're not going to be that far away from your teammate for a safe rest, right? First knock is 100 seconds, so he would have been savable even out there. But I think he forgot that he got knocked in the building.
Must have forgotten it.
Yeah, I think so.
Amnesia.
Otherwise, he wouldn't be solo.
I blacked out for a moment, but there you go. We've got ourselves. It doesn't really matter for them at this point. Twisted Minds, huge boatload of points alongside Na'Vi. They're number 1 and 2 here. Look at that EU 1, 2, 3. Impressive stuff. United still here, of course, in third place, representing the Americas. And for the top 2, almost certainly through here at this point.
And with the top teams claiming more points in this game again, it's yet a situation of this. I mean, in and around 8th place is so incredibly close.
Yeah, I actually forgot how close it was to the point where Take Me Away is now. I thought 17 points would have bumped them up further, so I guess they're not actually safe after that.
But it still requires Danava, BBL, and New Habit to have really good games. Otherwise, it's not gonna push them far off and away.
Very true. Very true. Still, there is an opportunity for those bottom 8 teams here to try and avoid what is lower bracket 2 for them, where they will be joining the 8 teams coming in from lower bracket 1. But anyway, for now, we are going to go to a short break. When we return, we have our final Miramar of the day before we move over to Erangel.
Hi, I'm DGLTN, or Tiggleton from the Sonics, and this is PGC Kings.
Yeah, I'm a king. Yeah, I'm a king. I got the whole life on my shoulder. It's my time and the wait is over. Feel the weight of the faith, the grace, but you can't relate because it can be molded. Can you carry the praise, the shame, the love, and the hate when days get colder?
Are we ready right now? Hi, I'm DGLTN, or Tiggleton from the Sonics.
Всем привет, я Доузи из команды Question Mark.
大家好，我是 Pero 的明。
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Tài Con, mình đến từ Emirates.
我觉得能来打 solo 赛的个人实力应该都不会很差。
Mình này thì bắn rất là kinh và nói chung là đối thủ đáng gờm đối với em.
He's the best player in NA, but today I'm gonna show him how to play the game.
It's the best of the Americas versus the best of EU, the Kangaroo from Down Under versus the Russian Terminator, Aduchi. Let's go.
It's not good.
I can't control the barrel recoil. Shee.
50?
45.
Oh.
Unfortunate that I got to play today.
Yeah.
Newbie.
Giờ may mắn, Heo thấy may mắn thôi.
I think a doozy might have this one in the bag. We'll see. I'm not known as a bolter.
Oh, you too.
打局我肯定是非常有自信的，然后毕竟这个不是我的强项。
Cũng hơi tự tin thôi, tại vì không phải sở trường của em.
All right, what's up, guys? It's paper thin. All right, a sniper showdown, car 98s.
What the hell, bro? You don't miss.
On a doozy, one shot, got him.
I put my gun on my back. I'm like, I'm running. First bullet. I don't know why you don't run the canine in the actual tournament.
All right, over to the bolts. This was over in one shot last time. Oh, and he can't get it. Going for the quick scopes, Tycon.
Hơn may mắn, đúng một viên một, may mắn.
我想快点结束这把，然后想玩点帅的。
Em nghĩ là chưa biết được 50-50 thôi.
5-5开吧，想快点结束。
We can shoot in the sky with RPG on the start.
Do you want to go first person only?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay.
Oh, I hit myself.
I think a doozy hit himself a bit there.
Oh, you hit me, what?
And Tiggleton gets the first hit. It's the body shot, but the headshot there gonna come through for Tig. They're gonna go for the direct hit kills. Neither player able to find any damage. Up close and personal. Oh, he gets him in the back. Ming never hurt him. Oh, right next to him. Still though, trying to dodge it. Looks to the ground. Oh, these are tough. It's tough. ADSing. Oh, he finally gets it. Scopes in. And Tycon gonna win it 3-0 over Ming.
Yeah, win rồi, yeah. Chắc là Minh thả em nên là em mới win dễ như vậy.
挺可惜的吧，然后玩得挺开心的。
That's gonna put him up 2-1.
No.
Could be the deciding round. Pans. It's just a pan battle. Oh, some decent damage done. Oh, whoa, whoa. Good headshot, good headshot. But no, the pan gets stolen. The doozy's just gotta run. Oh, goes for the punch. Oh, and he gets hit in the back. And that means it's gonna be Tiggleton taking it 3-1.
I'm both main. I'm just a bad center.
Well, I think I lost the only actual gun round, so I don't know if I count as the real winner. See how the actual guns go in the real matches. I'm down for anything. I mean, anything melee, get me involved.
Oh,
2-3.
Oh, he maneuvered me.
Chảo tiếp.
The frying pan. It's gonna be a bloody battle to the death. I feel confident.
Nghĩ thì thấy là khá là gung thôi, còn thần tượng cho em mà.
Damn, I think that's too kind. I mean,
Final match, Tiggleton versus Tycon. All right, this is a best of one. Opts to go for the pan round. Oh, and they're going for the emotes. Neither able to get a hit on the first swing. Tiggleton strikes first blood. Oh, both getting hits. Okay, it's even now. Still even, really good. Whoever gets the next hit wins. He throws, he goes for it, but he doesn't get it. Tycon with a sliver of HP wins. So close. Tiggleton, just heartbroken.
Quên gì bây giờ nhờ? Chịu, buồn cười quá.
I'm an embarrassment. Sonics, please don't fire me.
Thắng thần tượng thì chắc chắn là vui rồi, happy lắm.
I'm happy he beat me too, in a weird way.
And your PGC Kings champion is Cerberus Esports Tycon.
Это было очень круто, мне сильно понравилось, обыграли, я очень счастлив.
很开心，然后心情也很愉悦。谢谢支持我们的粉丝，然后我们会越打越好的。
I think it's pretty fun, and I enjoy the bonding experience. Like, we don't get a lot of opportunity because obviously we live in different continents to play with each other and meet each other and have fun. So,
Cảm ơn các bạn đã gọi là ủng hộ set trong năm nay và cái cổ vũ set trong giải sắp tới này nhé.
Congrats to Tycon for his victory. This was PGC Kings. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in.
Only 3 matches remaining for the winners bracket. Time well and truly running out for those teams not in the top 8, and there's not many more opportunities, Cameron. It's starting to look a little bit top heavy as well, isn't it? The top end of it, we've already got probably 1 or 2 teams that are well and truly confirmed, then quite a few around that 50-point mark that, for all intents and purposes, only need 1 more good game.
Yeah, and I mean, with only 3 remaining, we're already seeing that gap between, I can't recall on the top of my head, but there are only maybe 2 or 3 teams max that are outside the top 8 with a reasonable chance to have a solid, confident climb. Again, if you have 1 solid win, double-digit win, that should give almost anyone enough points to be back in consideration. But you don't want to have to be able to go for those sorts of games.
You might have to start thinking about it now as we head into our final match of Miramar for the winners bracket. 2 more games of Erangel after this, but for those teams towards the bottom, this is well and truly it. If you don't get points here, you've probably run out of time.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to try and do math. Last time I did that here at this event, I was off by a couple of different points. But yes, to your main point, it's all about trying to go big. You might even want to see some Hail Mary plays out from a team like Tyloo, like QM. And speaking of Hail Marys, this plane path was swung straight to the east side. We have had some brutal plane paths all day today. This one has got to be one of the worst.
If you are a QM, if you are a Tyloo, do you just full send at this game? Do you just try and run around and find kills? Do you just continue to play your normal style? Do you switch it up in any way, shape, or form?
I mean, the normal style obviously isn't working for them, whatever that means. Now, how they switch it up is going to have to be up to them. What do they feel is not working? We can make judgments here from the outside, but being in the middle of a battle royale, there's always small little things that we can't exactly pick up on, like what information do they have? Was it just a missed shot here or there? Sort of things like that. So I'm not the person to be able to diagnose the issues, but something has to change. That much is clear.
7 points for QM, 14 points for Tyloo, the 2 teams we're sort of discussing there. Obviously, Yahoo, they're in 8th, 45 points, the team to sort of look at now. In terms of the amount of points, as we've said, 60 points is probably what that cutoff will look like. So if you are a Tyloo, if you are a QM, you've got 3 games remaining, including this. You have to start getting big results here. Otherwise, I would even say if QM get nothing from this game, going into Erangel, they just won't even have a chance.
Again, Northeast Circle. I'm already seeing a couple of adjustments, actually, from
like the third circle in a row.
Basically. But because of the plane path, BBL are now down in the southeast looting spot. Danoa is now down below Los Leones as well. Neither of them have declared that as even an alternate drop spot. So that just goes to show how rough this plane path is. Fortunately for them, the teams that would have otherwise contested that spot have another spot in this zone. I'm thinking of Wildcard, who are able to go to one of their other declared primary drop spots instead of contesting BBL and Impala. But here are the top 5 killers from the previous match. Unsurprisingly, we see very TMA heavy.
Yeah, and rightfully so with the way that they've been playing today especially, but even a little bit yesterday. I've really loved what I've seen from them, because I think coming into this tournament, not many would have given them as much of a chance as much of the, say, other teams from Asia, Cameron. They weren't looked as favorably, and yet they're really showing up. So much so that they're only 4 points behind 17 Gaming, a team that would have been looked at quite favorably coming into this one, and a team that has actually been slow today. I think they had about 50 points coming into today, only the 5 through the first 2 matches. Now, they're not really, I don't think, in any sort of danger. They've done enough, most likely 55 points, but, you know, form is one thing as well going into the grand finals. You also don't really want to be even in any kind of position going into the last game where you might be somewhat vulnerable. Even if it is a Hail Mary that might knock you out, you don't even want to be there. One more game for them is still the case, as it is, in my opinion, for Day Trade and for TMA.
Yeah, the only teams that I'd look at being comfortable would be, of course, Na'Vi as well as Twisted Minds. And even Twisted Minds won't... 63 is one of the area that it's like, it could go against you if you get 0 points the next 3.
I don't see that one happening. I think even a United should feel pretty comfortable as
well.
They
feel comfortable, yeah, I know, but as far as like, don't need to really worry about anything at all, there is 0 chance. It's really only Na'Vi and then maybe Twisted Minds. United, of course, going to have to continue to play their game as much as they want, partly because they probably feel a little disappointed with how yesterday went, considering the strong performance they showed out of Group B, to then sort of have themselves ego-checked in a way that they're just not going to run away with anything and everything. They want to try and get themselves back up to a consistent level of confidence-wise.
A very plucky Day Trade in the last game, especially with a duo towards the end, able to pick up some points where they were in a somewhat losing position, had a lot of teams surrounding them, and still were able to steal a couple of kills away and pick up some points, which has got them now up to 52 in total. A very solid winners bracket for the team from Thailand. They'll be very content with the way things have transpired throughout yesterday and now even into today. But for Overpeakers, Cameron, a complete opposite. They would not be happy with the way the winners bracket has gone for them. 20 points, 25 points away now from Yahoo. So that gap is starting to really increase. Have they shown us anything to suggest that they might be able to claw that deficit?
No. Honestly, no. They've just been victim of circumstance, victim of fate every single round in the winners bracket, at least. And even the previous game, they got 0 points. They started off, we were just talking about them with them at 20, BBL at 21, if I'm not mistaken, the previous game, and now it's still 20 for them. So they're going to have to really got to pull something out. They have 3 rounds left. If they wanted to hit that 60, that's got to be what? Over 10 points a game? And, you know, going back to what we said in the beginning, a solid kill win will make that significantly easier.
Yeah.
But I am not going to be waiting for anything until I see it for them. And they're not the only team that's in that bracket. I'm going to be saying the same thing about Tyloo, certainly the same thing about QM, and even Wildcard and KDF and New Happy, who we're currently watching rotate right now. I have to say it, I'm kind of marking them out until they then show me that they should be back in the conversation.
New Happy, definitely a team though that's in the conversation of being able to go and have that big game, being able to go and get a 10, 12 kill win to put them back in the conversation, going over to Erangel, of course, after this final match of Miramar. So it's just a matter of, can these teams towards the bottom start to pick up those points? Otherwise, if it doesn't happen here, the top heaviness will be really solidified going into Erangel. There's not going to be much space to get into that top 8.
It's not even top heaviness, it's mid heaviness, right? We're looking at the leaderboard right now on the left-hand side, where the gap between 8th and 9th place is 8 points. That's over 1 point a game for how many games we've played so far today, which seems small, but as far as a trend that we're seeing before we end up today and end up the winners bracket, it's a worrying sign for the teams like Danawa, BBL, and even the teams below that we were just talking about to be able to make those surges.
Especially if Cerberus, Yahoo, and even maybe TMA there go and have another really good performance here to close out on Miramar, and those teams directly below, more importantly Danawa and BBL, do not sort of follow suit with that kind of similar game. That goes from 8 points, then, you know, a potential 16-point cap or something ridiculous like that going into the last 2 games. That would make it incredibly unlikely to see much change, which would be a little bit disappointing, but also it really does speak to the volumes that we've seen from these top 8 teams and the strengths they've been able to have, not just here in the winners bracket, but also their respective groups.
I mean, this is, if you've watched PUBG Esports as long as we have and a lot of the audience has, you're so familiar with the idea that you can have the best game of your life, but you also need to rely on the teams that are directly in front of you for the qualification slots to also have a bad game to not, you know, because you could be 10 points behind, you can get 10 points, but then if the team you're up against gets 5, that gap was essentially 15 and you failed to close it. So there is a lot in this game that is in your hands, but at some point you just have to hope that bad stuff befalls your opponents.
Bringing it back to this particular game, no one really close by to each other, and a same kind of circle to what we've had match 1, match 2 here of Miramar. Obviously the first match going the Al-Azhar way, as Overpeakers have got a rotating BBL pushing into Junkyard. Talk about kicking it off at the 7.5 minute mark. OP, a good chance for them, but they can't even win the initial engagement. It's a really good entry. Coach Marco, Thunderloss combined, Clipper able to get rid of Quetpa, but he falls 2 for it. So in the end, it's BBL that are slightly ahead here, make it fully ahead. They have completely dealt a big blow to Overpeakers, not just in this game, Cameron, but really for the lobby.
Yeah, losing 1 and getting 3, potentially even 4, depending on how the last remaining member of Overpeakers, Mixie, decides to play this one out, is huge for BBL. I mean, it sucks that they did lose a player, but the fact that they can get these first kills under their belt, which we have seen be one of the starting factors for them having a solid game.
Even a 3-for-1 here, if they can't find Mexi, right? If they don't get that final kill into Mexi, even getting 3 kills for the 1 death, I think is totally fine with the way that BBL have been playing anyway. This is now arguably the 3rd game in a row where they have shown the conviction to go for those kind of pushes, to back themselves in. That same conviction that has been lost on Overpeakers since the group stage finalized. But BBL, obviously in this position now in 9th, 7 points behind Yahoo, rightfully so. They've deserved it, they've played for it. They are playing to get into the top 8. I'm not sure exactly what Overpeakers have been doing, though.
Clearing the zone, clearing the area, making sure that there is the final member of Overpeakers isn't hiding amongst them. A replay of the initial send is happening on the bottom right of your screen, and is a very good follow-up, very good defense, or actually aggressive maneuver by BBL. I don't think they expected Overpeakers to be in this position. Jeem's initial shots looked good for Overpeakers, but it just didn't really land, and the rest of the defense sort of fell apart.
Well, we get a little overview now of Graveyard position, Minas Generala's position. You've got Cerberus, 17. Navi's pretty close by to this as well on the top side of Minas Generala's, and Happy a little bit further out to the eastern side. This all towards the south. As I was going to say before, obviously we've had this kind of phase 1 circle now 3 games in a row. One of them going Al-Azhar way, another one going sort of around the Hacienda Field direction as well. So one out to the east, one out to the west. Maybe this one might go north or south and give us a little bit of everything to start here for day number 2.
It's not everything.
Seconds.
It's still the one singular quadrant. It's everything within this quadrant of Miramar. Okay, I'll give you that one.
Only one more game. Of course, this is the last one on Miramar, then 2 more on Erangel. Phase 2 we go. And we go back to Al-Azhar. Well, there you go. We don't quite get a bit of everything. We get a repeat. We go back to Al-Azhar.
Kind of. But the fact that phase 1 was a little more north, a little more west, and now the hard shift it's medium to hard shift goes in this direction, does mean that the approaches of different teams are going to be completely different. We're not seeing already 3 teams in the North Al-Azhar area like we saw in round number 1. So if you're day trade already in that area, do you hold strong and try and gatekeep, or do you fall back and give that space? But Twisted Minds shots at Yahoo, a little bit of damage, and oh, there it is, the knock onto Balefrost finds his little toesy woesies.
Well, that makes everyone happy inside of the server as well when they see Yahoo in the kill feed on the right-hand side of it, because they are in 8th. They are a team that everyone below them would like to see eliminated to keep their 45 points locked in for as long as possible. Twisted Minds are doing that to help everyone else out. Now, Balefrost, I think, will get revived, though. Their smokes have gone up. They get to the compound. So it is only sort of a momentary bit of damage there to Yahoo.
But the problem is, look at Twisted Minds' own rotation. Perfectix with the covering fire, but Spyro and Blue have looped up in the high ground overlooking your host. Sparking has his own similar maneuver to try and mitigate the damage of this Twisted Minds rotation, but all of this is being done while the teams are outside of the zone.
Yeah, and that's the biggest factor. So it is a pit stop. They do get the revive on a Balefrost, but you have to leave this compound. You have to vacate it, and you're probably then going to be pushing into that 2-2 split that Twisted Minds have established. Over to Maxi, the solo. What can he achieve here in terms of a bit of a revenge play? Na'Vi sending it over towards Tai Lu. It's the second last place Tai Lu. A Tai Lu that has not done a whole lot of winning, especially in comparison to Na'Vi. They'll get the free kill onto CC 108, and I think for Tai Lu, it's looking like loser's bracket for them.
He's got to be sweating in that position, but TMA, they are still feeling it. Shots onto Cerberus. Himas goes down. Himas gets confirmed. Haisaki takes a headshot as well, but that looks to be also from shots by E United, who are on the low ground, but still a compound is a compound.
Oh, Haisaki will be finished off on the road here. Cerberus, like Yahoo, do have to be careful. 46, 45 points. They're the gatekeepers, and with 2 members gone for Cerberus early this game, They are a vulnerable team. They're a team that, of course, are going to have the likes of BBL, Danawa, breathing down their necks going into Erangel. And it just feels like it's always up to Tycon. Mexi says hello. And revenge has been given. They will get rid of Smash. So a second kill, surely, no! Doesn't finish off Smash either, so it doesn't really get much for it, but Cope Marco knocked down by Zipian.
How are TMA also here, ready to push onto this, ready to third party?
The timing!
This game isn't that fast for teams to already be on top of each other the second a shot goes out, but TMA are there. In fact, New Happy are also here because they all know, at least New Happy knows, that they need to get the points, and TMA, I mean, it's been working for them so far. Why stop now?
Oh, BBL's gone. Thunder lost the last one alive. Marco falls to Zipian. Xiaohai did get the kill onto Smash. They'll split that one. Thunder lost is getting bombarded, just wants to get out of dodge and say, look, you guys can just fight each other. And that might not be the case here, Cameron. TMA and New Happy, do they keep pushing? No, I think with that knockdown onto Yuppie, TMA might just hold still a little bit, go for the revive, get them back to that compound. They'll move away from New Happy as we move closer now to phase 3.
Danawa now falling away from Twisted Mind's pressure. Back here on the fight with New Happy, though. The revives still have to come through on the side of TMA. And they've pulled back to the compound in order to secure that. Shift goes in their direction as well. So their compound TMA is dead center. But New Happy are going to be pretty happy with this as well. Good high ground overlooking everything. Should be able to defend it relatively... Not easily, right? Because this is still Tier 1 Global Championship of PUBG. But straightforward, shall we say.
Worry as well is that the north side is heavily... containing a lot of the teams on the bottom end of the leaderboard, right? So if they're all just sort of taking each other out, that might actually contribute to helping out those teams towards the top end, continuing to just soak points later in the game. If those teams towards the bottom are killing each other early, it is not going to help anyone for them. Yaho!
They roll up.
This is rough for Kwangdong Freaks.
All in one vehicle. Akan tries to peek, but takes a lot more damage in return. And E-End.
Well, actually, Kwangdong Freaks have made it rough for Yaho. They had the high ground. I thought Yaho were going to commit a little bit stronger to that. They pulled up early. That then gives the high ground to the Kwangdong Freaks entirely. They used it. They abused it. It was a good position to fight for as well. Deep inside of the circle. Good spot out to the west on the south side. But Yaho fall too easily. And in 8th place, they stay remaining on 45 points. That was a big fight win for Kwangdong Freaks. Not just for the fact that they got points, but they shut down one of the gatekeepers.
New Happy taking advantage of a rotating 17 member. Drops them down to 3 players. Already two kills for New Happy. It's a small amount right now, but it's potentially the beginning of a huge upsurge that they need. And yeah, exactly, with Yaho taken out, as you mentioned, that should incentivize New Happy even more, that this is a round that they're going to be wanting to try and get as much possible out of it.
And with Cerberus down to 2 players as well, so both of those 2 teams in 7th and 8th respectively are vulnerable from this match 8, this final match of Miramar. Kwangdong Freaks, they did it late in group stage A. Cameron, it was the final day where they leapt into the top 8. They repeat that here on the final day of the winners bracket. Wildcard are in all sorts of trouble here. Twisted Minds peppering them. No knocks yet, but still the positioning says that they are not looking like they're going to be able to get out of this one unscathed.
I'm surprised they're as healthy as they are now with all the shots that Twisted Minds are shooting at them. I mean, I don't know how successfully they're going to be able to get out of this situation, but all 4 are still standing. But smokes are going to have to continue to come out. And that's a ridge line that can help them a little bit, but the heads are still able to get spotted.
So that might be their only salvation. If Waiki Kamukau pushes up, gets a knock onto either Spyro or Lu, if they do continue to get overly aggressive, but they're not. They're holding their positions.
That's a huge if, though, because there's Day Trade that has been looking at them on the back this entire time and immediately not even given the option. And Vexix there landing the shots.
After getting that knock straight back to just peppering Waiki Kamukau's teammates, and Wildcard are in a whole world of hurt, courtesy of Twisted Minds.
We saw it from Yaho, we see it from Wildcard. Making their way through this trench is incredibly difficult. And it's a very unfortunate ending to what is slowly becoming a failure of a winner's bracket for Wildcard. Still 2 rounds left for them to play out, but it's going to be a long hill to climb.
They do head back to Erangel, where they have found the majority of their success, but I do wonder if they have left the run too late and not gained enough on Miramar to supplement their Erangel games. Phase 4. Cerberus, the duo, have actually copped a bit of a feed here, and TMA is still pretty happy with their position. Flood and United. Now, this is an interesting one. They've got QM right behind them on the hill, but they too also have to cross the road.
United can hold in that compound for now. It is just barely inside the zone, and with the... Well, for now, let's watch Quantum Freaks. Ian is still trying to maintain their position. They were in one little shack. They tried to extend that a little bit, but with this pressure of the arriving day trade, might feel a little less secure in their position.
Sol will catch Little Ghost, moving on out. An intriguing moment, though, for Danawa is the fact that they do not have Hallen alive. That is a rare feat for them. Usually Hallen, the one that has the highest amount of survival time for Danawa. They don't need in this game. Up into 9th, they edge closer to Yalho.
Oh, wait.
6 points is the gap. And the Guangdong Freaks pushing into the warehouse that, of course, is only being occupied by the duo of Cerberus. They're going to be quite surprised that this is vacant. And, of course, they're going to do their due diligence. They will check this. They will probably anticipate rat play. But I wonder if they'll even spread out further in that. It's a really large compound. They only need the warehouse.
Shaolu has to fall away from that vehicle. Phil first goes down as QM trying to make the rotation through El Azahar. And this isn't even in the zone. They're going to take this fight against Na'Vi, and they don't have a lot of time to do so. Grenade at the ready, for example.
It's not been a very good winner's bracket for QM. Na'Vi looking to put the hurt further into their EU rivals, and then Kickstart also gets view of this. Of course, EU United would have been able to hear those shots.
Yeah, exactly. We already see them extending across the road. Once QM left to take the fight against Na'Vi, no one was on the high ground to the north of EU United to shoot them when they were on that low side ridge, and so they've immediately extended out. Good heads-up play by EU United to know what space is available for them to take. Na'Vi, though, is continuing to deal heavy damage to QM. Dante rushing forward. Mel is there at the ready example as well. And that is, question mark, eliminated to Natus Vincere.
2 for Mel, 2 for example. Fair play there for Na'Vi. EU unable to steal any points from that scenario. But I do wonder if they can actually pick apart Na'Vi on their exit. Here comes Day Trade peeking over the ridge on the north side. They're actually getting a little bit greedy here, Day Trade. Tyler's close to them. You can see it on the map up north. It is only a 3-man Tyloo, though. And a 3-man Tyloo, of course, in the bottom of the standings, not really going to feel all that confident being able to push out and be aggressive in this lobby. Very hard south shift onto the 3-man Danawa. I think Yahoo might get knocked out of the top 8 off this game, Cameron. I think Danawa are in a tremendous position.
You'd have to hope. Now, if they get a lot of opportunities for kills before they get crashed into and potentially die, it's not secured for Danawa is really what I'm trying to get at here. As we continue to watch EU United try and eliminate Na'Vi, there's an opportunity, there's a chance that EU United overtake Na'Vi in this fight and overtake them at the end of today as far as ranking in winners bracket. Not like it matters, but you know they're going to try and for it anyway.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter at all.
It's the confidence that matters.
We've seen that confidence from Na'Vi, of course, translate from topping group stage to now topping the winners bracket. Shots on the kickstart from Mel. Obviously, Flood is kind of stuck. He has been left behind on the wrong side of the road. And the knock as well onto Snakers means that that's one less gun for EU United. Capable of putting pressure onto Mel and or Alia.
Oh, runs out of ammo.
Oh,
right in the tree.
Surely knocked here by Mel. Surely, and is finished off. So Flood actually ended up dying out as well in the blue. Mel, Alia confirms Snakers and kickstart. And somehow, well, Alia's going to die. It is only going to be Mel remaining. But full credit to Na'Vi. You win the fight against QM. You thwart off EU United. Now we push up north to Day Trade and Tyloo. Flash, Boochels both knocked. They did get Tongs. So it's only Sia and Zhao Yang versus Balmorth and Nurans.
Sia with the double. Zhao Yang is having to fall away. Nurans going to be pushing onto this. Zhao Yang's going to be caught out in the open. Some shots hit, but not enough for the knock. Zhao Yang hits the deck. Grenade at the ready, but another rotate by Belmoth.
Zhao Yang, last one alive. Is obviously located by Nurans. One more grenade. Molotov is just a bit to the right of it. He throws the nade in the right direction, but he has been knocked. But fortunately for Nurans, he gets saved by Belmoth as well. So Day Trade stay alive. They'll have Flash up to a big fight for Day Trade. Into 4th now. They'll have the 3 players alive.
Yeah, but the blue is already on them. They're not going to have any time to go for the revive. And you can already see Belmoth in a vehicle, even leaving Flash behind because they need to get inside this zone.
Flash does have a vehicle for himself to group up with Belmoth, but Nurans will not be saved. It will be just the 2-man Day Trade. Ironically, very close by to the 2-man Cerberus that have pushed out of the compound, occupied now by the Guangdong Freaks. 8 teams remaining, 24 alive, but keeping an eye on Danoa, New Happy, and the Guangdong Freaks, all in the bottom 8, all still alive in this game, and all a really solid chance of putting that pressure right onto Yahoo.
Mel just trying to tank out in the blue. 7 first aid kits. But you got to be able to time these perfectly. Tycon out. Tycon gets a knock on the flash. Takes a lot of damage in return, but it means that it's only Belmoth remaining.
And TMA pushing in behind DAY2. So Belmoth is not going to be long for this world. He's got the entire team of TMA right behind him. Crazy will get rid of Flash, so they'll pick up that knock and convert it for themselves. Are they aware that Belmoth is close as we go towards the far west? It's the Guangdong Freaks now pushing out of their compound into Twisted Minds. We do have all 4 players here, so it's a death ball scenario here. In fact, all 8 are extremely close, but shots from Crazy, shots from TMA to the back of Guangdong Freaks means they've got to be careful pushing up this hill.
Oh man, they had a good entry. They did some damage and they forced Twisted Minds away, but they're not able to follow up on that push because of the shots of TMA. They've taken so much space once again, even with the 2 of Cerberus and the single of Daytrade still standing.
Mel.
TMA is just uncontested.
Yeah, just keep going, Mel, why not? He actually got a little bit of fortune with that circle shift up north. He doesn't have to necessarily run that far.
Okay, yeah, trying something on that one.
But Yuppie has been sort of occupying that space that Mel's looking to push into. Ian forced back to the rock behind it, courtesy of Xiaohai. And Tycon and Sololzi still just trying to stay alive, see if they can manage anything, and they should be able to get the knock onto a card. Where's the peek over, though, from the Freaks? I don't think it can come, because TMA, of course, are watching this. How is Tycon not spotted? What is this angle that he's got? By TMA, of course, as Sololzi has been knocked. Oh, Tycon
spots him.
Doesn't have any nades, doesn't need them. Knock onto Latch K, but finally his run comes to an end. Courtesy of Xiaohai and from TMA. I was waiting for that to happen.
He still made it hurt to KDF, made them incredibly weak going into the next fight that they're likely going to take. Belmoth also goes down to TMA. And that could give Akkad the space to revive his fallen teammate. He's carrying him into the zone before they attempt that, which might give the opportunity for TMA or Twisted Minds to spoil it. But Hikari is up, applying pressure, as well as Ian, to give their fallen teammate the chance to get back on their feet.
TMA solidifying their grand final position. 59 points in total for them now. Still 4 players alive. In fact, the teams that we've got remaining, Cameron, all extremely healthy. In fact, it's only Danoa that is wounded. Everyone else with 4 players up.
Looking for Twisted Minds right now. And Danoa Esports is pushing from the opposite side. This is bad. Twisted Minds has been falling away from fights that they're not incredibly comfortable with, but they might just have been putting themselves in a really even worse position this entire time. Spray comes up to Ian, finds one, goes for the second.
Wonderful trigger discipline puts him into that position where he could get 2, but Lu answers back with 2 of his own. Hikari has to push forward, headshot, but not enough to get the knockdown, and he's now the only one left up for the Guangdong Freaks to see if they can win this fight in a 1 versus 1. But here comes Danoa. They are pushing in to clean up the mess that was created by the Guangdong Freaks. Can they steal anything from this? They can. They got 2 from it. Sol then gets 2 as well onto Lu and Perfectix. So they'll split it. 5 kills for Danoa, 5 of them through Sol. They are up into 8th place now.
Batula, the last one up for Twisted Minds, forced to fall away. Grenade thrown out, but that's not going to stop Sol. He's pushing forward, gets the kill, finishes Twisted Minds off. But Lulu always has the angle. How are TMA continuing to shoot anyone and everyone that is alive in this game?
Of course, it's a duo as well for Danoa with Sol knocked. This is where they do their work. They are so versatile, even down a couple of players. You cannot take them lightly, but here come New Happy. 5 kills this game. A top 3 has eventuated for them. Salute, knocked down onto Crazy. New Happy are going to be the ones in this lobby very, very happy with what Danoa has been able to do out west. They can push him behind. They've got center position. They will then be able to gatekeep Danoa if they win this fight, which they're doing. Yuppie with that good knock onto Salute, but the Molotov from Sol finish him off. With a bit of help from Zipyan behind. Now, New Happy looking to take this win. Obviously, you've got to commit for this revive.
They do, and New Happy are committing with the forward positioning. 4 versus 3 utility coming out, and New Happy have a strong hold here. They're going to try and keep Danoa relegated to the edge outside of the zone. You can see they're even spreading down south, so there is no point of entry that Danawa can find for free.
Danawa have been able to leapfrog into the top 8, so much so they're above both Yahoo and Cerberus. Cerberus now in 8th. The New Happy will be aiming for that position. 3 kills plus the win here would put them in a really good spot heading into Erangel. Oh, Lambu spotted, but he can get behind his shack. A little bit of cover. Zipian up close. He spots him. Headshot clean from Lambu. He'll fall back to the first aid. Never mind. Nan stops that shot with a grenade on top of his head. The spray from Nan couldn't get the knock on the Salute.
Man, if Salute went down, that would have been huge. He's able to stay alive, but he still has to push forward. No time to heal just yet. In fact, he's going for the revive to try and even things up. Zipian is not going to have the same thing happen to him just yet, but Ming Ming there on the rotate, swinging up to the north.
New Happy are corralling them. They've got them cornered in. They've got the win in their sights. 3 versus 3 currently with Zipian knocked down, so it is a fair fight here for Danawa, but I sense that they're going to need this first knock. Flash, as Ming Ming's taken low.
Angle is held. That is good heads up, good game sense there to force Ming Ming away. He's down to essentially single-digit HP.
It's all knocked. He went for the flush. He'll get punished. HS gets both of them. Lambu can't answer back. It's New Happy. Defending champions with a 9-kill win. They were looking a little bit in dire straits, but been able to find this win and put themselves in a position now with 2 games remaining where they're right in the fight for top 8.
Danawa made them work for it, but it doesn't matter how it happened. The fact is they got the win, and 9 kills is just below average what you expect, but it is everything that New Happy need right now. They're going into Erangel, which, if I'm not mistaken, is where they tend to get most of their points anyway. This is a great start for the final surge that they need, and as we mentioned with your Ho taken out, getting virtually 0 points that game, there's no real strong gap there holding down 8th place.
Dangerous there for Yahoo, Cerberus. There is some competition. That middle pack is starting to widen, starting to open up with 2 games remaining. This lobby's not done, Cameron. We're nowhere close to seeing which of our 8 teams will be going. Obviously, there's a large majority, I think, especially the top 4 or 5 now. We'll feel very confident, but there's still a good 2-3 positions that are up for grabs.
Danawa there, really good hold, New Happy. Everyone just played amazingly. And the desk is going to play amazing as well as we go to them before we enter Erangel.
Thank you, that we are. We have ourselves New Happy back on the road again up towards top 8. Very important for them here as the defending world champions to make sure that they get into the grand final. Let's take a look at the moments from this final Miramar of the day and see how New Happy was able to triumph in the desert.
And as you said it too, on their way up to top 8. They're still out there, they're still sat in 10th coming into Erangel, but what a way to turn things around. Tough game for all teams. Again, we go towards the east. Again, we get these circles in and around Sahar, but this one, Martin, fully committed to going back towards the south.
Yeah, it's obviously kind of a repeat of where the first kind of locations are coming out. Therefore, we also have some home turf situations for some teams that are going to be having a closer situation for that. Freaks, they popped off. New Happy, though. I will say this, if they didn't start in this game, they're going to have a rough 2 games here.
Yeah.
But now they are going to be ready to kind of get on the little bit outside the top 8. 2 good games for them, and they're easily in the top 8 and safe for the grand final.
A few more points for Na'Vi here and there, but it was going to be difficult for them to get in from the east side. If you look at some of the final moments, there was a glimmer. There was a moment where I thought to myself, this could be the Twisted Minds 3-peat. After the 3-peat of Na'Vi. If that had happened, I would have lost my absolute mind.
Imagine. That
constant screaming. If you heard anyone screaming, though, maybe through all the Cass's mics, that'll probably me, because 2 times in a row, the team that won had my player, but my player was the only one dead.
Yeah, I can't.
Happens, man.
It's so good, actually.
Yeah. It's not good.
It is pretty enjoyable.
It's some of the best moments in PGC history.
Yeah, it's terrible fantasy team picking.
Well, we have ourselves New Happy, the defending world champions, getting themselves the 3rd win of the day here. Let's see if they can peak once again and continue that road to the top 8. 19 points go their way. Danawa again, 16 points go for them. It feels like that kind of aggressive streak that we were really hoping to see from them today has come to fruition, for sure.
They have figured out Miramar, let's put it that. Again, games that have ended in similar terrain, but Danawa has known exactly how to go about it. They push in the south side this time around. The previous one, they were all the way east.
Yeah.
But again, the aggressive play style, usually when you have a team that sits Junkyard for as long as they did, even if they come out victorious, what amounts to more than maybe a 5-kill game, but they knew when to make the play on towards Twisted Minds, and when they were fighting Freaks on the other side, and, well, they dominated.
And the numbers coming in. Look at that, you know, he got 3 kills, almost 400 damage Avenger, but...
He could have been alive, James. That's the point, right? That's the 5 points for your fantasy team when they win. But no, happy to see this situation here. some good damage too, but for my case, it's really, now that we have 2 Wrangle games, are they going to be able to kind of convert that into the momentum? Are they going to be able to? Because they've had some rough games in general so far besides this game. 19 points from this one. I think they're going to be ending up on, what, 45? Yeah, 45 from that. So
a follow-up then, because they are the world champions, and of course we kind of want them in the grand final.
For sure.
Martin, what is their average points from Erangels coming into the next 2 games?
Oh, that's an interesting one. Let's look at that one. We are taking a look at the group stage, though.
Yeah,
it's going to be 5 points per game only.
5 points per game only?
Yeah, here my base one.
Uh-oh.
No, I'm lying. Am I lying?
Well, he'll find it in a moment. So, Toby, what do you think? Do you think New Happy's going to make it?
I think there's a good chance, mainly due to the fact that they've been on that uphill trajectory. And looking at the other side of that coin, Cerberus coming into this day sat in 4th. Now they're down in 8th.
It's 11 points per game.
Ah, okay.
Miramar is their bad one.
go.
So they've actually overperformed compared to their group stage. So they had 11 points per game in their group stage in their 8 games there.
Well, as you can see here, as mentioned, Cerberus now lying on the cusp. Not quite the spot that they want to be in, but again, it feels like it's all Tycon. As much as, you know, still the roster is good, Tycon is just putting in so much work, and the rest of the roster needs to step up around them. Up at the top here, Na'Vi, Twisted Minds. Take me away. Feels all but assured here, unless something catastrophic happens. And then on the opposite side of things, when we look at our 9th to 16th, you know, I mean, it's a good job we've got heart rate monitors on some of these guys, because honestly, between the group stage and now, I thought Question Mark had died. But they're here. They're still playing.
Their pulse has been checked, is what you've been saying.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah, that's true. Curious to see how Yahoo is going to be able to kind of ramp this back up. They've had some good placements today, but the kills just hasn't followed it yet. So that is really what's going to get them back into the top. They have to ramp up their amount of kills because their placement points is looking mighty fine.
Toby, when you're looking at 9th through 16th, who are the names that you think can jump into that top 8 in the next 2?
I mean, now we already mentioned New Happy. I think they're pretty good shot at that. BBL, again, I mean, while some of the earlier games today have seemed rough, again, they're back to the whole let's send it towards the center and hope for the best. I will give them the kind of the doubt that these circles have not benefited them, and it's been 3 of essentially the same chaotic situation where they're forced to backfill, to rotate blind into nothingness. So coming over to Wrangle, if they get to go to Gatka, if they get to spread out, loot, and play safe from the start, I think they can get some good games to finish on.
Let's take a look at some of the teams that are lying on the cusp. It's Yahoo.
Yahoo, so far today, only 4 kills and 3 points from placement. So a rough one. They had this last game here. They had a 15th place with no kills. But in general, they've had some good performances yesterday, so they're kind of still in the striking distance. They really had some good games yesterday. So one good game today. That'll put them in safely into the top 8 here. A top 3 with a good amount, like double-digit kills. They're fine.
All right, gentlemen, it's time then to head over to Erangel. Let's see if some of those custom teams can jump into the top 8 here and keep their hopes alive for the grand final for top 8. Let's go.
So 2 more matches remaining. We head back to Erangel. A chance still for a couple of teams. So I've got it down to 4, Cameron, Yahoo, New Happy, BBL, and Freaks outside of the top 8 currently. They are the 4 I'm going to be keeping my eye on going into the final 2 games of Erangel. The 4 below them, I've already put a line through.
Yeah, for wildcard over Peakers and everyone below them, they would have to have 2 double-digit kill wins in a row. So if it starts this game, then we can bring them back into consideration. But yeah, until that happens, they're out of contention for the top 8 essentially. Playing path on Erangel is going to continue to be rough. This one very west heavy. North to south, there's always that threat of a Sosnovka island circle with a playing path like this too that teams need to worry about.
Speaking about worrying about, maybe not necessarily too much of a worry, but I do want to bring up maybe the 4 teams that are in the top 8 that have to find some points here. DAY2, Danoa, Cerberus, and guess what? 17 Gaming. Only 5 points from 3 matches, Cameron. They've actually dropped down into 6th place from 2nd place to start the day. 55 points for them. They're not sweating, especially with 2 games to go, and probably in a position where 1 game might just about do it, but there's a couple of teams that are really close behind them.
I don't think they're sweating necessarily and making grand finals. As long as they don't just completely drop out here, they should be okay. I would start to get worried, though, as far as their chances in the grand finals. themselves because, yeah, they started slow. I don't know. The thing about 17 is really hard to tell because they had a really bad start to their group stage and then a great surge to end up in like the top 4 essentially. So I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't be saying anything about them. They always ebb and flow. Circle number 1, heavy water. Not awful, but not great.
Nothing from Adam there, but always worth the shot.
Yeah. Take
Why
it.
not?
Might as well.
Did get that southwestern circle over towards Gatka Fields, bit of quarry as well out to the west. Still a little bit of Sosnovka Island. If it does hard shift early, it could cause some distress for the teams, but I'm not sensing too much of an issue early on here. Match number 9, but of course we look back to match 8 first, and it was Sol from Danoa, 7 kills. That lit up the lobby, 500 damage to go along with that as well. Mal having a very good performance too from Na'Vi, who wiped out both QM and E United. So a really good performance again from Na'Vi, and sort of highlighting that despite being in first place, despite having such a large lead, and of course not even being in any kind of consideration of missing out on top 8, they still continue to just play their game, play well.
You have to. You can't... This is a long tournament, yes, but you want to make sure that your form stays at its top level the entire time. So there is... It's only going to hurt you if you go into vacation mode in the week between Winners Bracket and the Grand Finals.
Cerberus. Are they worrying? Are they sweating? 47 points. You look at Yahoo, you look at New Happy, both on 45. Of course, Yahoo were in the top 8, so they know what it's like to be in the top 8 today and then get knocked out of it. Smash. Well, Smash has been doing this actually to a lot of teams so far today back on Miramar. It may just happen to him here on Erangel, and it has. Lil Ghost will get the kill for a BBL team that has been surging, Cameron. On Miramar, they come straight to Erangel and they lose one of their star players.
Wait, and this isn't even because they dropped in the same location. This is 17 moving incredibly fast from Pochinki into BBL territory. And the fact that Lil Ghost actively takes this 1v1, wins it out, takes 0 HP in terms of damage, and now have this compound for 17. BBL are going to be very, very frustrated and upset because now suddenly their game state that they had in their mental map of Erangel is completely upset.
What a brute force push from Lil Ghost. Puts him up to the top 5 in terms of kills for the winners bracket so far. 14 to be exact with that elimination of Smash. And as you said, they get that compound. They pushed out a Pochinki so early. So early. But it benefits them. And making those kind of plays is what's going to keep them in the top 8. As we look at Na'Vi, of course, it's a matter of do they finish on first, second? Doesn't really matter, obviously, at all. But they are going to have that week break. I'm so curious to see if they're going to be able to continue the form that they established on the final day of the group stage, that they've again established here in the winners bracket. Can that translate to the grand finals? I'd be backing in a yes, resoundly.
I mean, yeah, you would not.
Yeah,
they're the most top-level consistent team we have right now. Yep. They have over 10-point lead over second place after playing only 8 games. That's a huge lead. BBL, though, they have a bit of a lead that they need to climb up, and after losing one player already in Smash especially, who I think probably has dealt the most damage, gotten the most kills of this whole winners bracket so far, that makes the loss even worse. I mean, 39 points, they need to overtake like less than 10, but again, that's assuming that the players that they're contesting get none themselves. So they're going to be trying to look for at least 15 this round. Ooh, Mark 14 early for Lil Ghost as well. Man, this is, like I said, 17, you can never really count them out. No. I mean, it's only 1 kill and it's a Mark, you know. I say that, I feel like I'm about to jinx them. They're about to get full wiped by a team sending it onto this compound. But, you know, point is, they aren't a team that it ever feels comfortable so far to call them washed.
Oh, what a spray from Lambu. Clean and direct on the Fentanyl loss then for BBL. Well, they're copping a big L in this one on Erangel. Miramar was their sanctuary. But Erangel proving to be their demise. They'll have one more opportunity after this game, Cameron, but they'll need a big game now. Rather than 2 average games, it will have to be a monster performance in match number 10 if they are to get top 8. They do still have 2 players alive, but not expecting a whole lot of them.
Yeah.
It's not up to them to do it. It needs to be a team effort.
Even the best salvage games have a pretty reasonable cap on how much to expect from it. So, you know, if they get 4 points, 5 points, we can reconsider them part of the conversation. But we got to see those 4 points, 5 points first, and then have a banger final game, which they delivered yesterday. Let's give them due credit in that.
As we do look at our Erangel matches, it feels like a lifetime ago. Of course, the first 3 from yesterday's game, and that was when Tycon was just running around with basically no care in the world. As pointed out, 17, Na'Vi, of course, having wonderful performances on Erangel. And since then, going over to Miramar has not been good news for 17. That's something to maybe keep an eye on storyline-wise going into the grand finals, which I imagine they should be able to make it. But is that going to cost them at some point when it matters the most? Their Miramar performance is a little bit questionable. Something, I guess, to keep in mind, to improve upon throughout the week if they do make the grand final.
Not as bad as New Happy in that respect, to be fair, in terms of numbers. But Cerberus, I think they actually have a bigger question mark over them because, and we talked about them on the desk in this manner, how much of this really is just Tycon?
Well, no. Question marks in Quarry.
Oh my god. Toffees isn't on the broadcast yet. I'm not prepared for this terrible humor.
Well, Twisted Minds pushing closer to DAY2. They'll hold the Woods position here. I don't think they need to push into this compound. They'll split. They'll hold their 2-2 split. Twisted Minds are pretty comfortable with what they've got early on here, phase 1. Still a lot of time remaining for this phase as well. Yahoo on the rotation. Quiet today. Probably the best way to summarize them.
They've been active. They've gone for maneuvers. They've gotten a couple of kills here and there, but they just haven't really smashed opportunities open like they have in previous stages of the tournament. And they started, I think, today in 3rd place, but it just goes to show how quickly things can swing, similar to what we see with 17 off of a shorter series like we have for only 10 here in the winner's bracket. Tyloo rotating up into Cerberus. Hisaki once again with an out-aggressive position and looking for a first knock onto Tong. Shot lands, but not enough for the knock, and Tong is able to back away.
A little bit of damage. Just letting Tyloo know to not encroach too closely to the position of Cerberus. It is a long split from Tyloo that they've got going on here. 16 points for them, so, you know, on average, they're 31 points behind Cerberus. It's just not going to happen for them, especially considering the body of work that we've seen from Tyloo in the first 8 matches played. There's nothing to suggest they will be going nuclear, really, in the last 2 games. They'll have to obviously head into that loser's bracket 2 position and work their way into the grand finals.
Same can be said for Overpeakers. They just crossed over the bridge, which I'm a bit shocked that no one's holding it aggressively. In a circle like this, that's always going to be an option, but people are just trying to play their own lives, play their own safety first. And the Freaks as well coming in from the north side, holding on to Georgia Hall Mountain. It's not going to be in the zone, but it's a good source for initial information as they continue to make their push through Gadka down more towards the center of the zone. Looked like it was going to flip for a second there, but fool on me for doubting Lash K. And as we see Zone 1 continue to close, if this swings hard shift southeast, it's going to get very, very interesting, very, very complicated. I know you do. I know you do.
Southeast, southeast, southeast. If I say it 3 times, it'll happen. Ah, dang it. Oh, well. And we see the fight now between Overpeakers and TMA. Overpeakers getting the initial knock. They'll get a second one as well. Finally, some success for the Overpeakers in the winner's bracket. 2 knocks, 2 kills, and they don't lose anyone for it.
I mean, this is the sort of aggressive maneuvers that gave them such a lead in the very opening day of this entire event, so it's good to see them employ that now. Will it be enough is the big question, and they have a good shift to allow them to continue this trend. Na'Vi also rotating through the Forest of Death. Spyro and the rest of Twisted Minds at the ready. Oh, he's actually trying to run away. He's caught up by Alia.
Spyro just going to try and get to that warehouse. Perfectix can throw out smokes, and he is doing so. Oh, but Mel will catch him. Before Spyro could utilize those smokes to get to the warehouse, Perfectix will be by himself here. They do not have Petulance and Lou in this position. I think they're playing close by to Pachinki Hill, so that is a big staggering split that Twisted Minds had established and will be punished for. Shot from Perfectix does land onto Mel, looking to confirm his own work there onto Spyro, and will do so.
Spyro goes down.
Oh, here we go.
Tyloo go into BBL. Copa at the ready. Grenade out. Code Marker finds the first spray down, so good defense so far.
They need points from this, only as the duo. We spoke about it, 3-4 points, and it can at least give them something from this game. Translating over into the match 10 position for them. Well, you do get that knock. Unfortunately, It's only Quetpa that's left. He's got so much work to do to get something from this. In fact, the knock that they had was also stolen away from them, and now Quetpa's position is known. Tyloo are down to 3, but they should deal with Quetpa, and they do through Sia. BBL will have one more opportunity in match 10 to leapfrog into the top 8, but they'll have to do so from a disadvantaged position.
Incredibly disadvantaged position. TMA right now finding a shack in the field, but they get peppered at by multiple different angles. KDF also rotating in just below the compound that Tyloo had taken away from BBL. Is also at the ready. Spray comes onto Akari. Doesn't get knocked though, but a grenade might deal the damage.
Well, QM cannot get into the grand finals from the winner's bracket. They have to go through the loser's bracket now, but what they can still do is maybe just ruin everyone else's day. They just try and take out some teams around that middle order. One of those being, of course, the Guangdong Freaks. At the moment, 11 points. Oh, sorry, well, I was going to say 11 points behind Yahoo, but I've got to remember, Yahoo's not in the top 8 anymore. 14 points behind Cerberus.
Aduzi pushing up very close to KDF, and KDF are just waiting. Caught a bit off guard by the resistance from QM. They're waiting to see where the next strike comes from. Because if they try and overpush onto Question Mark's territory, they could get shot by another angle further into the zone. So might as well just wait the last 40 seconds for phase number 3 and make a plan based off of where the shift goes. United are finally in the zone. They have been out from the blue this entire time, rotating from Stallber through Milta Power in from this east side. And let's hope that their loot is as healthy as you would want it to be coming in that late.
And they get a pretty decent little spot to push into, play from. Obviously got New Happy just south of them. Howland wanting to flush out Xiaohai from this shack. Oh, the nade has bounced. I think it's bounced in. No, I think it just fell on the doorstep. Yeah, it was bounced away from the steps of the shack. That was so close to bouncing in, and then Howland's knocked. So Danoa getting a little aggressive here in trying to finish off TMA. Circle centers up onto that compound of Day Trade, onto the forest area of Na'Vi. A really solid position to hold. Really difficult to push into for all these other teams, and field play is going to be the objective for a lot of teams now.
And already phase 3, you don't usually see full car sends, but because of the amount of fields that you just mentioned in this zone, everyone, E-United and the west side, even QM, KDF, Cerberus, and Tyloo have no other option, or at least feel no other option. But for E-United, they don't have to contend with that many players. Flood already with a knock.
Uber stole it straight away. Damage from Flood, kickstart, getting shot at. Alia, this forest position for Na'Vi very strong, especially being able to shoot at these teams, trying to get these shack positions, but they've got a couple of teams pushing into their vicinity from behind. Flood knocked out by Perfectix. Obviously Na'Vi are done shooting at the teams in the field. They've got to worry about the Guangdong Freaks, who have just pushed up. And QM actually pushing in behind the Freaks. They get the knock onto Hikari. It's an absolute mess over here.
Everyone's backfilling everyone else. No one wants to be next to the coast. No one wants to be in the field, and that's going to tighten up where the playable spaces are. And it's only 15 minutes into the game. Grenades come out. Jeems going aggressive.
Oh, this is what Overpeakers need, though. You wipe out Na'Vi, then maybe that can continue on a sort of chain effect then onto the Freaks, and suddenly you can go from 2 kills to 8 kills very, very quickly, winning position. This is really the best opportunity that Overpeakers can ask for this kind of game. Obviously, Perfectix is still in that warehouse position.
Spots one, grenade goes out. Tries to bring out the firearm, but again, nothing's really going to match, nothing's really going to hit. But still, Na'Vi, they don't feel too comfortable themselves to knock. No real opportunity to get the revive. Alia is getting confirmed by Jeems' grenade.
Is Jeems going to get any help, though? He is just playing solo position at the moment. It was successful. 3 kills now. Obviously, for Overpeakers, still having to worry about Perfectix in that warehouse. They can't get too overly aggressive, push past him, and then get shot up from behind. He does not have Lou with him. It is just Perfectix in this warehouse, and they know he's here. They're sweeping. They're making sure that they clear out this rat.
Frag grenade at the ready, trying to time the push. Is able to toss it through the small window. Good damage, no knock. The follow-up might just do the trick.
One gets sent back in as well. Oh, pushing up to the doorway now. It's the nade from Bard, though. That does the work. And he will finish it off.
This is going to free up the space and the possibility for Overpeakers to re-aggress onto Na'Vi. However, Na'Vi did get one of the revives, so they're back up at 3. And with 20 seconds left in this zone, we could see another situation where teams are just going to wait.
So BBL, Guangdong Freaks, both eliminated. 2 of the teams I had written down as being of the 4 underneath the top 8 that would be able to contest. They're both out. They'll have to have a huge game in match 10. And right now, we'll be praying that the likes of Cerberus and or Danoa do not get many more points. Phase 4 we go. I'm expecting the shift onto day trade. It does eventuate. And of course, those shacks in the field, absolute prior positions for the teams that don't have anything else to play for.
Problem is, how do you get to it without getting shot by Na'Vi, without getting shot by Day Trade, or any of the teams that are waiting for you to go first on the extremities of the zone? So in a way, you really want to try and commit resources onto people outside the circle, not to take their space, but just to keep them from shooting you, but that's going to eat up time, and it's just a high pressure situation. Cerberus are just going on the move immediately, not waiting.
So second place, Twisted Minds eliminated. Nikus will get rid of loot, and Cerberus will get one of those shacks. A lot of them already being occupied by the likes of United, Danoa, TMA. Cerberus have been able to find one very far out to the west, though.
Start, and Tycon is in a lot worse of a position, but it's one that he can play with to assist the rest of his teammates. And once QM are taken care of, they don't have to worry so much about the backfill, and then pay attention to the rest of the game.
Who's going to take care of QM, though? They can just walk up through this forest.
I guess that's the goal. He's done it before, or at least he's pulled off similar heroic maneuvers.
I don't know if it'll be Na'Vi, because Na'Vi have to deal with overpeakers, and James is pushing behind. Tycon knocked down by Pujils of Day Trade in the major compound. But this is brewing between overpeakers and Na'Vi. How aware is Na'Vi of overpeakers and their proximity?
Right now, they're shooting at the field, so they might... I mean, they should know that overpeakers are still here. They should... I don't know what they would have expected for overpeakers rotating away. You would want to hear vehicles, see the actual vehicles themselves, which, with the chaos that some of these rotations have been, I could see a possibility, but still, they really should expect overpeakers below them.
So they're actually pushing closer towards the center point. That's going to allow overpeakers to continue to creep up behind them. Yahoo making their very desperate run in a very worn-out UAZ. Shimboy, Punich, those still alive. Cannot utilize that vehicle for much longer, though. It is about to explode. I think it will be exploding now momentarily. James has initiated the contact onto Na'Vi, though. I think we might just go back to that fight very shortly. With Example knocked down, obviously there's going to be all this chaos in the fields. No real surprise with that. Obviously, New Happy looking to get Zipian back up.
But they're still not in the zone. Yoho are all but eliminated from the zone themselves. And yes, here is the wraparound. Vard swinging in from the east side. Example down, not being revived just yet. No, Mel goes down to Vard. Clib gets knocked as a trade for Uba, but he's down to a third HP. Gonna have to come up with something huge, and Mixie does not give him the opportunity.
Well, Na'Vi pushed into the ball early. That allowed overpeakers to backfill in behind them in the forest, then peek over and have a high ground position, so they effectively gave up the strong position. And by the way, QM now pushing over towards overpeakers on the map there. Obviously, Dante and James close neck and neck. Oh, the circle goes so far north, though. That's perfect, though, for teams like 17. Yahoo! They don't have to worry as much about this kind of circle. Look at the amount of utility going out, though, in these fields.
Oh, New Happy eyes on United's little shack. Can't quite get all the utility inside the sliver of the doorway that they have an angle on, and Flood is being revived. No, not yet. They're going to put their resources on defending this push because HS wants to finish them off alone.
They have to push out now, utilize these smokes, get into a bit of an off-angle position. HS is watching for it. Rello with a flash out, needed to have the gun out. Gets knocked. It's only one up at the moment out for United. Of course, Flood has bled out. Only Snake is left for EU. Cerberus gone as well. Of course, they're on that precipice in terms of top 8. That's going to be so valuable to know going into the final game. 49 points is the cutoff at the moment. United, obviously, I think they've done enough in terms of grand finals, but they go out early this game. And overpeakers, Clib has just wiped out QM. Are they making that last-ditch run for overpeakers?
10 kills already and still 3 up, and they are in a really, really good spot. And with Day Trade having pushed down south from their compound to try and get points on the hilltop, overpeakers, they don't have the timing of their own push to try and capitalize on that. They're going to have to play this slow, being on the far side of the zone with the blue pushing out their back. On the north side, however, wildcard, 4 up, find a small position to play in, but it is very, very tentative.
The only thing for overpeakers here, and not just them, but the team slightly above them, New Happy, Danoa, 17, all still alive, all accumulating points to raise that bar in terms of top 8. Mexi with a knock onto Zipian. They need to finish off New Happy here and force 49 points to be the margin going into match number 10. 11 kills now for Overpeakers. They don't have James anymore. It's only the trio, but they dealt with QM so swiftly, courtesy of Clib.
Clib continuing to work on this high ground. They don't have a lot of time left in this position, but they're going to try and make it work as they pepper in shots onto Wildcard, as well as keeping an eye on the remaining members of New Happy.
It's only one left. It's only HS. 8 teams remaining. Cannot allow HS, and honestly, Overpeakers will say thank you very much, Wildcard, if they can get rid of him. Adam, right now, a fan of the Overpeakers because he's helped them out massively.
Overpeakers would have preferred to have the kill themselves, for sure. But now they can just focus in a bit onto Day Trade. The problem is that push into that compound is going to be absolutely brutal, and they don't have any vehicles to make a send into the field in a safe fashion. So right now they're looking for kills while they can, but only 20 seconds left. They're going to have to move.
It's not impossible to breach this compound, but it's not easy.
Yeah.
And Day Trade, of course, have got the numbers. They got 4 alive. Overpeakers have only got the 3. I think they can't breach this. I think they have to wrap away. They do go far out to the east. And because they know that New Happy just got eliminated there, they know it's somewhat open. And the question is if they can deal with Wildcard. But, oh, the circle shift onto them. If they win this fight, it's not going to be easy. 17 Gaming, though. They time this fight. They get a double knock on the Wildcard. This is perfect for Overpeakers.
The MK12 that Logo's picked up very early on this round is making it work. Trying to go for some more. Overpeakers are also swinging on in. It's all into Niku's, and he's going to go down. That's 3 for 17. 1 for Overpeakers, and Wildcard are eliminated. And they have shared control of the northeast side.
Lil Ghost with a big effort in this game. 6 of 7 kills. They came into it with just the 55 points. They now go up to 64, tied with TMA and Day Trade. So 17 doing everything they can here in match 9 to make sure that match 10 is not going to dictate their finish in terms of whether or not they make the grand finals. 17 want more. They want Overpeakers. Haybale gone. No more protective cover besides just a vehicle. Vard will get in said vehicle, track back. They do have circle, but they don't have cover, and Flash with a knockdown onto Vard.
Day Trade now in a similar situation that Overpeakers was just a few moments ago, where they're going to need to leave this position, but they want to try and utilize it for as long as they can. They can deal some damage. They even confirm a kill onto Vard for Overpeakers to make them down to a duo.
Day Trade go up into 3rd place by themselves, 65 points.
Ooh, Metal Gear crawling in on their bellies.
Oh, the pressure, though, from 17 Gaming, but surely they're running out of utility. Molotov's being thrown now as Tong and Sia creeping up behind this shack, but spotted by Nuren, spotted by Day Trade.
It was a good attempt. Without any vehicles, the only real way to try and break into that shack was to be unspotted by TMA, but Day Trade do the spot for them. Only 1 member of Tai Lu remaining, only 2 for Overpeakers still. Keeping line of sight broken, and Day Trade make the eventual move out of this compound. Flash ahead, Belmoth, and then some vehicles from Norens, and an eventual follow-up by Poochills not far behind.
Just quietly, E United, 62 points. That might not be safe. They might have to have 1 more performance out of them in match 10. Lil Ghost has found another frag grenade. This one might just split the middle, and it does not land any lick of damage onto Mexi. Clib survives that spray. Mexi fires back successfully onto Lil Ghost. He'll have to heal up. It's got plenty of first aid kits, and 17 have plenty of space up north.
They do, and so they don't really need to overcommit. Someone's got to be pulling Lil Ghost back. He's feeling it. He's feeling his oats. He's feeling really aggressive and confident on top of the world right now. But you have to make sure, no matter if your star player is feeling it or not, to keep them from overextending. And so they do just that. They don't push ahead, and they wait the final 20 seconds or so for the next zone. They want to keep everyone alive. They want to keep everyone healthy, because if this swings away from them, having to cross an open field is not going to be easy.
And the other thing to note is neither Danoa or TMA in a position to sort of wrap onto 17. So 17 don't even have to necessarily worry about a team pushing in behind them, forcing them to then get pincered by Overpeakers. It's just not going to happen. They have the freedom to move that other teams in this lobby right now do not. Besides maybe Day Trade, but they're on the south. They're on the complete opposite side of the circle to 17.
Ooh, Danoa right now holding the center. Phase 7 goes center. Danoa still maintain. Not even control, though, because they're honestly below a dip that Day Trade can try and push up. 17 as well, pushing in from the north side. They need to clear Overpeakers. Right now is when you do want to go aggressive, and the shots are coming out.
Ooh.
He just does not miss.
No. And I don't know if Mexi's going to be in a position. He has a smoke grenade in hand, but the pressure now immediately from 17 in response to that knock onto Clip. They know that overpeakers are vulnerable for the push. Molotovs go out. And DAY2 watching this though, and that might just second guess for 17 that they might be unable to fully push onto this. They're using absolutely all of their utility in trying to clear this position. It's not inside of the circle. This little car fall that has been established. The Suju gets knocked by Mexi. That might have big ramifications for 17. Mexi with another kill confirmed for overpeakers. No one else really able to push over there, but Mexi's burning alive in the wheat field. He's already down. He can't stop, drop, and roll. He's dead. He's out. Overpeaker's gone in 5th. 4 teams remain.
Still, getting one off of 17 could be huge as far as damaging 17's chances of winning this round. Grenades from TMA coming in on Danowa's position. Counter grenades coming back out, and DAY2 is pushing ever forward while this is happening.
Crazy able to get off that first aid kit, healing back up, but Xiaohai knocked down his partner in crime. Has to stay prone, has to avoid the sightlines of Danowa. Danowa dead center. They have 17 to their north, DAY2 to their south. 3 kills for Danowa. 60 points has been established. Make that 5 kills now as they deal with Xiaohai and Crazy. TMA gone. Take it out of the game. Flash knocked down earlier. Balmorth at least able to get one onto Salute. This is perfect for 17.
They can push off and capitalize off of this fighting between the two squads. Logo's trying to go loud once again. He's running out of ammo, but might as well make it land, make it hurt while you can.
All these teams remaining, though, are well past the 60-point cutoff, Cameron. In fact, DAY2 17 are practically on 70 points. It has meant that in terms of the amount of teams that might be able to get into the top 8 in the final game, it has shortened to potentially just one or maybe just one slot. Oh, what a nade from Flash.
Ridiculous. They know exactly where Danowa were holding out. It was the one space for them to be, and off of that, they're going to push in with the vehicle and take that space. But while that's been happening, again, 17 continue to have a bit of a spread, a bit of a crossfire.
Logos just gets freedom to shoot at anyone in his sightlines, but DAY2 will deal with Danowa swiftly. But as swiftly as they dealt with them, they fall. 17 Gaming will collect the chicken dinner here for match 9 of the winners bracket. They're off to the grand finals.
I told you couldn't count them out. Doesn't matter how slow they start the day, how slow they start the part of the tournament that we're in, you can always expect or count on 17 Gaming to come up with a huge game and put themselves back in the conversation.
5 points from 3 games of Miramar. We switch back to Erangel, and it's like 17 Gaming just switched back on. What a huge performance. And as I said, they will be going to the grand finals. I think DAY2 too, around that 70 points now, will obviously be heading over there. And as I was trying to say, Cameron, there's probably not that many slots available now for the teams not in the top 8.
I'm not going to do the math. I can't recall the exact numbers on the leaderboard.
Big games are needed.
But it is going to be big games needed for a number of them.
Except for one slot. That 8th spot is still really, really close. So for all those teams, eyes will be firmly fixated on that singular slot. There is 1 match remaining for the winners bracket. For now, we go back to the desk.
Gaming get a fantastic victory off the back of this game. Sorry, we were just telling jokes to each other before we got on. And yes, what a great victory for them off the back of this Erangel. A difficult circle to play here in the fields, but 17 comes out on top, Toby.
Yeah, once we hard shift back out into the open fields, if you're not there already, it's going to be hard, especially with the hills being in for as long as that. You can't really take over control if you haven't already seized it early on. And with teams like Overpeakers on the south side, to some extent, TM, for as long as they were able to maintain their split, trying to like completely take control from the outside, from the high ground, there's really limited what you can do down in the open field.
As much as Miramar was repetitive circles, then we get out here and it's an open field circle where DAY2 was able to farm, and then Lil goes just farming everyone.
He's a gamer!
He's a gamer!
He's a gamer!
The mark it's just insane. And me, at this situation here, where there's 2 knocks and DAY2 just pull up, was just like, wow! When they drove onto them. It was a sick drive by this one. Lilgo stopped shooting at them because they wanted to kind of the fight to finish quickly so they can win the game quickly. And they did. It was only 1 DAY2 member left.
There you go, 17 here, rounding things out. Great.
Just laughing.
Look, they're loving it as well.
Easy win.
Easy. We have 17 getting the first Erangel of the day. That is the penultimate game. There's only one game remaining for these teams to be able to move into that top 8. 22 points for 17. Congratulations, they're through, but we kind of expected that from the word go.
Well, I mean, it's insane to think about that they're now sat in second place overall, but this is their first win in the best of 10. Finally, they managed to bring it home, 12 kills to boot as well. And usually, when you're in this area of the map, one team tends to not get away with all the kills. It's more often that they're spread out between a ton of teams, but Overpeakers finding a majority from the south, so 17 getting a ton from the west as well here. That's not something we see too often.
Right, a sense of urgency, Avendra, it feels like, for Overpeakers. They were languishing down towards the bottom, and they know they need a lot of points, so they actually did come out with quite a bit here.
This was a really good game. Obviously, the most kills in this one here, but it's just so unfortunate when you come into, you know, a spot where you feel like you can play out of, and then it's just raining hell on you. A 1K clubber from Lil Ghost.
He's a gamer!
Yes,
he's
that's
a gamer! Look at him go! He's gaming out of control. Sorry,
and finally Show. And one of my guys that won the game. I had, out of the 4 games we've had today, I have people on my fantasy team on 3 of them, and 2 of them died, and now finally Show survives here for Safety Gaming, and they pop off, and they're putting themselves into a good spot, and they're going to be looking fantastic here. I'm actually having high confidence going into the grand final as well.
How far is your fantasy team down on the talent
leaderboard? It is not as down bad as yours was for Group B.
Well, okay,
let's just put it that way.
That's never going to happen to anybody.
And also, I think I have twice the points that Paperthin has or something like that.
That's not difficult. Toby, when you're looking at this though, it's really impressive to see 17 be able to pop off like this, and again, Little Ghost.
And I mean, again, as I said before, most importantly, from an area of the map where you don't see that one team be able to farm literally the entire server. I think the overall leaderboard here is where things get really exciting, because Cerberus now, despite starting the day in 4th, are out of the top, and New Happy have snuck their way on in.
Okay, so with one game remaining here, the threshold is so close. There can be potential leaps from multiple teams here, Martin, to get into that top 8.
It's just one team that can give up their spot for. Like, there's no way we're going to see 2 teams jump ahead of United, no matter what. Unless we see, you know, 2 teams, possible, 20 points.
Yeah. Cerberus and New Happy?
Yeah, but are both of them going to have a 15-point game? Like, United is going to get a
stretch, right?
It's a stretch. I'm just thinking here, no matter what, we're still seeing it's going to be New Happy. Realistic, it's going to be New Happy, Cerberus, Yahoo, BBL, maybe Overpeakers with a big game, or maybe Kwangdong Freaks with a huge game that could jump in there. It's only 15 points different.
Definitely. So, I mean, when you look at that, Toby, what are your thoughts? Who do you think will be able to make the leap? It's a tough one.
I mean, honestly, had it not been because New Happy coming off with a win in the previous, and I know this one wasn't exactly their game, so to speak, but having been showing up over the course of the day, I think they could potentially cling on to it.
I mean, again, I would always love to see the defending world champions in the grand final, because if you go out to the lower 8 here, then it gets more difficult, far more difficult.
If you don't get top 8 from this situation here, you're going to lose a bracket 2, which you need to get top 4 from. And if you don't, you go to Grand Survival, which you need to win a game.
In which case, good luck.
Yeah.
Because that will be brutal here for all of the teams involved for sure. Right, we're going to go to a short break, ladies and gents. And when we return, we have one more game remaining here for the winner bracket. After this, we will know our top 8 moving to the grand final.
My check. Let's get it. Nào giờ đem lại. Áo đỏ luôn nó gác. Good luck. Yeah. Nó nhìn rồi mà em chào nó, đéo chào em. Chào em.
我怎么103玩，我怎么112呀？我操，我平均的1比我90。
回多少？
我100。你107、106，我102。
ก็ผมอยากพูดอย่างหนึ่งก็คือไอ้อะไรนิดๆหน่อยๆอ่ะเล่นให้เพื่อนได้หรือว่าให้เพื่อนเล่นให้เราได้อันเนี้ยพูดมาเยอะๆเว้ยแล้วก็เวลาเล่นอะไรเพื่อนได้ก็เล่นได้ให้เพื่อนเล่นให้เราได้ก็สั่ง
Okay, we need to have really good comms.
Guys, if we can see that they're all going prison, like
Nah, it's better just to take cars. Yeah, just go for cars.
진짜 꼼꼼하게 해야 되고 뒤를 만약에 누가 보고 있어 그 사람 진짜 책임지고 끝까지 봐주는 것도 봐주는 건데 팀원들한테 위험한 거 인지해서 시켜줘야 된다.
Okay. They are fighting! That's a pretty decent playing path that we've got for game number 1.
Alright, 2 on me. The landing building 2.
2 on TIG. It's the same
1
shit.
on
There we
2.
go. One's top floor.
The other who's going to die.
Where is he? I haven't hit.
Oh no, one's still.
One is downstairs. 看得到过去了一个，接到接到。
好楼外了一个。
不行的话，你可以出来，队友。
He moved back. He left the room.
knocked him. Push
Nice,
that,
let's
push
go,
that.
let's go, yeah.
隔壁两个，隔壁两个，最后一楼，最后一楼。
来了。
He's outside. He's outside.
还能上楼顶，还能上楼顶。我被抓了，快帮我。
Half out. He's 1 HP. 1 HP.
I'm flashing.
Where is he?
Inside, he's pushing inside.
He's gonna push me.
Inside?
Yeah, inside bottom.
Wow! Oh, for a second!
Nice.
Nice.
Hey, you can rush me inside. You can rush me inside.
New Happy, defending champions, they are very happy with this position.
떨어지는 걸 어쩔 수 없다. 그냥 갈게.
한번까지 쭉 간다. 快人抓过来了吗？
对，这我放了那边。
抓了吗？不打了两个。
牛逼！最后一个了，还是最后一个了，都给他补了。啊，뚜껑 열려 있어가지고. 롤이还有啊。
你看龙王，我看能不能偷他把。
기다려봐, 연막 칠게. 차 터진다.
BB 好了， BB 倒一个，两边都倒了。가면 돼.
가자.
크게 들어.
연막으로 간다.
연出去打。
야, 이거.
거기 없어. 가자.
哎，去上坑，去右边那坑，去右边那坑。
全传。
哪一个？
结会丢雷。抓到一个。
漂亮。
耍，又倒了一个。
这还有一个。我在眼里边吗？
眼里。我封个单呀！封烟出去刷了。
我操，被淋死了。我操，
刷完了。没有，你们追他，
空投，我操，掉我脸上了。就那房子。
And there's the quick kill from HS. New Happy, defending champions.
打了一枪，走了。
Nice.
There's no way in hell.
哎，我这。có vô bạn dẹp bò đó em tắt được nó dẹp bò vậy từ hiếu bạn người vô đây
Give 3 to 777. He doesn't miss a shot. Give him all 4.
lại lên rồi cho xe rồi không phải về ơi cô chơi đâu vào đây coi hồi đâu cho bên đôi trên chỗ đang ăn phải lá rồi lấy sai đi để lấy vào sang em lấy sai sang em á sang em chưa đến sang em đâu
ngừng nhá
nâng sờ bóng sát phải không ai phun đâu.
There you go around the side, perfect off angle. 7-7-7.
Ra đi mày ơi, anh làm hết rồi đấy.
The issue becomes, because so many teams can stay alive next to each other.
They have 2 anchors.
别停。小心左边。Nice shots, 17. These guys in common have to do something on us. In these ridges, they're in this ridge here. We are gonna get
One's
naded.
1 HP, one's 1 HP. 我加不了了，毒要来了。
没事，你也可以下来。
你也可以下来。Ty Lu is spamming. We need to shoot back. We need to shoot back at Ty Lu. 左边破了。
啊，头上。Let's smoke it. See if we can push this and kill this guy.
We need to smoke now.
They're running.
Enough one. One's running on the left. In the open push. It's one guy. 能拉。
小心头上。
毒要来了。
拉不了。
可以摸他一下吗？
E United will bookend their day 1 with 2 wins.
In the bush to the left. Just don't die.
Let's go.
Of and I, and it was only a duo down to us still standing.
너도 세게 한번 해봐 이거. 여기 프라이브에 싸우고 있는 거. 오케이? 삐까이. 마크파. 이번 넉들.
더 달라. 찍었어. 얼른 하나 남아 있다.
Здесь уже за каждой тачкой, но.
Хорош. Сколько до навы?
Надо выходить. Просто вместе втроем комом.
폭 하나 넘겨볼게.
오른쪽에 셋 넘었어.
Сейчас справа у тебя был. 2 твиста.
Сзади меня. Покачи по. Паси 뒤로 빠지자.
Подходи, быстрее, проходите.
Might be calling this. The grenade is in that direction, and it's right over his head.
아니 뭐야? 발소리가 요란했어.
Trying to deny anyone access. Speaking of,
I don't want to go in there. I'm not to him.
Nhà bên cạnh anh đấy. Nhà bên cạnh con nằm hai được cặp.
Careful, first floor.
In bathroom.
Có một rồi. Hai. Con nhà bên kia rồi thằng hàng đầu. Còn nhà cứ bên thôi.
Okay, the circle gonna cut hard.
One up day.
17 could be 3. Could be 3v3, v3, v4, v1.
他说罗刀嘛。12人那边出手。
2 active for 17.
모시를 세트를 LG. 안 보여요. 로카크.好了，走。右边最后一个，我看见。一打一。LG 1人。
Spot Luke 12! And Luke wins the game!
Or 17, yeah.
Nice, baby. Let's go. That's dope. Oh my god.
What an incredible play from Luke 12, and look at him laughing. Well, it comes down to this one final game for the winners bracket. 8 spots, of course, up for grabs in terms of who's going to head to the grand finals. But at the moment, it seems like maybe only one that is truly in the grasp for a lot of these teams that are still vying for said position. That 8th spot, well and truly vulnerable.
Yeah, what is it? It's New Happy, Yahoo, Cerberus there that are all the ones in contention. United are not too far from the danger zone, but once they pick up 3-4 points, if they make it to the late game and start collecting those placement points, they're going to be okay. So they're probably going to be a little more stressed than we should for them going into this final game. It really is just going to be that final 8th spot.
Certainly is. All our focus now goes onto that middle pack here for the standings. For those that are on the bottom end, well, they will be heading to losers bracket 2. For those on the top end, they will be going straight to the grand finals. But still, for those teams towards the middle, their fate is well and truly unknown.
Who knows where this zone is going to go, what this game is going to throw at these players. 1 round remaining, one last dance on Erangel for the winners bracket. Let's get into it.
Match number 10, the final match for the winners bracket to find out who will be heading to the grand finals next week. It comes down to this game for quite a lot of the teams towards the middle of the standings. Fate still, for a lot of them, in their own hands.
Plane path, this one looks, it's looking a little rough once again. 5 rounds today, 5 pretty bad plane paths, making it difficult already off the bat, off the drop, and we haven't had a reasonable circle even on Miramar. 3 in a row in a similar spot, off on the edge, and then the first zone on Erangel was essentially half water. They haven't been making it easy for the teams. That's the main point.
And yet the teams have been able to deal with it because they are the utmost professional that we've got, of course, here at PGC. No real surprise with that. They're all capable of dealing with these plane paths, and of course with the circles that we've had so far today, they've been honestly not too bad, all things considered, especially for what me and you had to deal with in terms of group stage A, some wacky circles. It's been more so the plane paths here, but the circles haven't been too bad. I say that now though, but in 30 seconds, it'll probably be some...
I mean, you say that. The circles haven't been... They agree to disagree. I don't know. It's somewhere in the middle. They could be worse, I suppose, is what you mean.
Speaking about somewhere in the middle, of course, New Happy are in that middle position, that 8th position, 49 points, tied with Cerberus, not too far behind them, 4 points to be exact, is Yahoo in 10th, BBL, OP, maybe Guangdong Freaks if they go absolutely huge, all still in contention. We go out towards that eastern side, towards the split of Yahoo, who desperately need this kind of circle if they can get themselves into the top 8.
New Happy and Yahoo both have an opportunity for a prime priority position in this circle. Cerberus is going to have to come across the bridge through New Happy territory for that, which is going to be a risk because New Happy, if they know that it's Cerberus that's dropping just to the west of them, could be taking that. But as we watch 17 Gaming here in the middle of the zone, in the middle of the map, probably one of the further... This is a weird thing for 17 because they're not far from the zone. They're in a position to have a quick rotation that you expect from a Pachinki team, but they're also the furthest from the zone because everyone is dropped on the east side. It's weird.
Just very quickly as well, but E United, as we're just sort of watching the end of the last game, United, Danawa, do you consider them at risk? 62, 63 points respectively. 13, 14 points roughly above those outside of the top 8. If they get nothing from this game.
If they don't get clotheslined at the start of the round, I feel pretty safe for them. However, if those two teams, if even one of them goes out with even 1 or 2 points and we see both Yahoo, New Happy, or like two of Yahoo, New Happy, Cerberus in the top 4 with a decent number of kills, it's not set in stone. But it would have to be a strong effort by multiple teams to upset them.
There's a big game from Overpeakers in the last match, match number 9. It puts them now 12 points behind that cutoff position. A big win could do it, but a lot has to go their way. So Destiny not so much in their hands. I would say it's largely still with Yahoo, Cerberus, New Happy. All 3 of those, if you have a really big game, the likelihood is you should be able to get into the top 8, since that position of New Happy is the most vulnerable on 49 points. It's just a matter of who is going to go out and have that big game. It feels like for Cerberus, a lot is already being relied upon in terms of Tycon. Can the likes of Haisaki, Himas stand up? For Yahoo, where have they been today? Just quiet.
Yeah, just things haven't fallen their way. It's like they're just a step too slow, just a moment too behind. But KDF, they are not behind anything at all. They are moving very, very quickly. And they actually dropped on the far end of the plane, so they might be lacking a little bit in weaponry. But they're going to be making their way across the bridge before either Tyloo or Overpeakers puts themselves in a position to gatekeep this, though. It is going to be the standard swing on the middle to beach for KDF, or at least they're teasing that direction for now. No, they're going to detour away from it. Okay, they're a bit indecisive on where they want to go, partly because they might not know exactly who is here between Tyloo and Overpeakers. A couple of shots does push them back over towards that initial beach position, beach area, and Hikari's going to be scouting from behind to make sure that no one is pressuring them from Milta. But at the moment, Overpeakers and Tyloo, they're actually fighting each other for the compounds just north of this position.
Yeah, Maxi's just pushed up past Lumberyard, now actually going all the way over towards Prison, which is completely open. And obviously, as you said, Tyloo too have pushed out of farm, at least sending out CC108 and Xiaoyang, now north of Milta, might actually be able to have some kind of small roadblock to Overpeakers, but I don't think so. So much space still available. Well, Yahoo, of course, needing a big game and needing it against New Happy. This would be some kind of start if these two kick it off. 49 points for New Happy, 45 points for Yahoo. If New Happy lose this fight, they are out of the winner's bracket. They are out of the grand finals.
Punaj has a bolt at the ready, and Sparking has fallen away to give New Happy some positioning, some territory, but he's holding an angle. New Happy are just trying to pressure, trying to find something. This is a very, very powerful position. Of course, in Phase 1, you can never guarantee that it stays in the game for too long, but it is powerful enough that I expected one of these two teams to go for it. Both of them was a bit unexpected, but New Happy, they're going to back away. They're not going to overpush this. They're not going to throw this away. They know that everything is on the line. They want to make 0 mistakes.
Balefrost and Chimboy were in their vehicles heading over towards Sparking and Punaj, but they've actually sent them back and holding that 2-2 split. New Happy going back towards that road out of Yasnaya. Playing it safe and smart. They're not in a position to go for anything too crazy when they don't have information. It's hard to then play those kind of positions.
Oh, wait. Tyloo running out in the open. Mel has spotted them out, going to be backing away a little bit. The rest of the Na'Vi is still in the process of establishing their positions around this shelter area that has been forfeit by Yahoo as they push towards the north. But Tyloo pushing up on foot. Very, very ambitious run. They must have had the information to know that they'd be safe here, but the grenade is coming out.
It's a really nice underarm from Tong. Gets Uber down to half health. He is by himself. This is essentially a 1 versus 1. Xiaoyang further towards the rest of Na'Vi. The thing about Tong here is all he knows is that Uber's pulled up, doesn't quite know exactly where he is, but with that flash, he's able to push over and get the knock, traded immediately though by Mel, who was watching. Xiaoyang goes really close, and Elliot gets caught off guard. The bush not helping him either in denying some of that vision. Mel was able to trade one, but he couldn't trade the second.
Yeah, the timing on Mel's push is just off to allow Xiaoyang to get away once the second knock against Na'Vi came out. And Sia's going to push again, but Mel is holding the angle there on the low ground, waiting for someone to peek over, waiting for someone to go aggressive.
Don't think Sia has realized that Mel's pushed up. Clip says hello, and Overpeakers have made their way over off the back of the noise being made by Tyloo and Na'Vi.
But knowing that a member of Tyloo just went down, in fact, Mel probably saw some blood from those shots, lets Na'Vi know that they are in a lot of trouble still, because even though they can get the revive, they got it onto Uba, they can get one onto Alia now as well. Overpeakers are watching this. It's going to be a lot more players in this engagement than they were otherwise hoping in the initial defense against Tyloo.
Yep, and Example has been able to go and get the revive onto Uba, so all four standing now for Na'Vi. Mexi with a knock onto Xiao Yang. Obviously, Overpeakers need a lot of points. They need a huge game here in match 10 if they will have any chance of making the top 8. These are the kind of plays you have to make. You have to third party. You've got to follow the shots. You've got to try and collect points early. And from rather safe positions too, not really at risk of being shot back at. They get the kill onto Xiao Yang. Now they're putting the pressure onto CC108.
James finds the final angle. Tyloo is eliminated.
3 early kills for Overpeakers. Alia, though, peeks over, gets the knock onto James. So as soon as Overpeakers reach 40 points, Na'Vi peek over and say, thanks for dealing with Tyloo, we'll take it from here. They get the kill, Mel confirming onto James.
And Clib landed a couple of shots, but not enough to get the knock, and now that James has been confirmed, as you say, they're just going to leave. They're not going to overpush this. Na'Vi in a much better position to defend their spot than Tyloo were, so Overpeakers are going to have to give up one of their players. They need to continue to go aggressive, however. They can do it. Mathematically, it is possible, but they need to continue to take fights, because not only is that where they have been the best, that's also the best way to guarantee that you're going to be able to get the kills.
And it's not like James did anything too crazy. He was just getting in his vehicle to try and leave that situation, and obviously Alia was close and a really good spray and good timing as well. Well played from Na'Vi. They walk out of that with 2 kills and 4 players alive, versus Overpeakers with 3 kills, but only 3 players alive. You'll take that, 3 for 1, not too bad. Puts them 9 points now behind You Happy, but they will have to play without James.
Greg shot. Lone holder of Volcano for wildcard. They have a nice little decent spread, and they spot 17 rotating around them. Not going to go for some shots just yet. Mostly going for information right now, but this loop by 17 into the forest could put wildcard in a bit rough of a position. I'm already seeing some counter rotations coming out from them because of that. But here onto the south side of the zone, TMA made their way across the bridge. BBL are currently doing just that, but TMA are fighting against KDF, who have taken position just south of prison in Lumber.
5 seconds until phase 2 circle. South side rather congested over towards prison. It centers up though. Not too bad for Yahoo.
Yeah.
QM, not a bad position either, and You Happy. Definitely going to be amongst it this game.
Yahoo immediately condensing into the singular spot that they're able to hold from New Happy because of how strong that position can be. It's going to have a lot of sightlines around them. It's incredibly powerful if you can hold it. And no one's contesting just yet, but they're still bringing forward there just in case. Twisted Minds right now, finding themselves in Alamo. Na'Vi rotate through, rotate past, but are Na'Vi going to be sending it onto Yahoo? They take some shots. They actually swing back around onto Twisted Minds.
Yeah, they feel aggrieved by those shots. They want to come and say hello up close and personal, but Alia knocked down by Spyro. Same with Example. Malforce too. It's all going the way of Twisted Minds. So for Na'Vi, they're running the winner's bracket. Will end early, but they will end on top. Unless Twisted Minds kick on from this fight, maybe look to take that top position. It does not matter. Na'Vi will be going to the grand finals.
Strong showing either way. Might have looked like it cut a little short, but that also just shows how rough this circle can be. There aren't a lot of places to play. A lot of field in the center around Yahoo's compound, and Overpeakers are currently contesting day trade for the museum.
And it looks like their time is well and truly up. Bard will fall. They already lost Clib shortly before this fight. Mexi, the last one alive for Overpeakers. He's not going to be able to overcome the deficit that is required to get them into the top 8. He falls. Overpeakers fall all the way down to losers bracket 2.
A good attempt at the end, but it was too little too late. We'll see how much development Overpeakers have in their global showing once we see them in losers, but day trade continue to hold on here in a solid position right now. I don't expect to see many teams continue to contest like we just saw because we're already down to 13. That means that space is a lot more available. BBL is swooping on in, finding a couple of good spots for themselves, though peppering shots from Twisted Minds as well as KDF is gonna force Thunder Lost back.
This is the replay of Na'Vi's decision to send into this compound. Why not, considering you are in first place? But had they been a team needing to fight more from this game, I don't think they would have made that decision. It's intriguing when, of course, teams are in different perspectives in terms of where they're at on the leaderboard, what they choose to do because of it.
At the same time, I can't blame them, even if they were to make the decision being on the cusp, being on the bubble, because, I mean, look at the Freaks. Like, this is hardly a position that you would consider safe and comfortable, and it's only phase 2. So there are more positions here on the north side, but it is empty for now. Danawa, shots towards DAY2. Belmont taken relatively low.
Danawa on 63 points, so they don't need much. But they also don't want to go out straight away and get nothing. I think they're probably in the kind of position with this game in mind. I think you just play safe. You try and play 4 up, try and play for positions, which they've got at the moment. They've got a nice little 2-2 split established towards the center, as you can see here on the circle at the conclusion here of phase 2. If they cop a feed, they will feel very well placed, book their way into the grand finals.
Phase 2 closing. Phase 3 stays mostly center. Again, it's a slight preference for the Northeast, which is going to be helpful for QM, who have a nice spread themselves. United as well are going to be happy.
Sky Garden, Heaven, however you want to call it, it is Heaven at the moment for Yahoo.
Yeah. Olympus, I've heard before. Maybe I just tried to make that up myself. I don't know. That was back in my old ambitious days, and I was like, I can name these that are going to be used by players around the world.
And obviously Mansion for United, very valuable with this circle shift for phase 3. Cerberus on the move, and they are not inside of the top 8. Right now they are fodder to Balmore. Isaki eliminated quickly by Flash. Good shots from Tycon. Again, they will rely on him to pick up some points. They need to stay alive though. So you lose Isaki, you lose Himas. Only 2 left for Cerberus. Tycon has so much on his shoulders now to get this team back into the top 8.
He's going back for more. He wants to finish what DAY2 started, but he's going to go down. There is 1 remaining for Cerberus out there in the world somewhere.
It's the sub, it's Sololzi. But for Cerberus, only themselves really to blame. A very, very average day. And it has cost them a top 8 position. At one point, they looked in a very strong position. And there is that solo player. I mean, as it does stand, they are in 8th on 50 points. But you've got a full-strength New Happy and a full-strength Yahoo with a complete feed at Heaven. They are both very likely to get a lot of points this game.
DAY2 did deal damage to Cerberus extensively, but felt a little aggrieved for Sololzi and dealt enough damage to Danawa to keep them from eliminating Sololzi from the game just yet. Able to sweep on into the next circle and find a small little dip to play from. DAY2 now going aggressive onto Danawa. A few revives have come in, but Poochill's angle has continued to hold strong, and Flash has a grenade to try and finish it off.
Salute has been revived, picked up at that timing. Nurans and Flash, the dynamic duo from Thailand, combining on to Danawa. 3 down, only Lambu remains. He's actually close to the solo of Cerberus of Sololzi. Those 2 pushing close by to each other. Someone's about to be eliminated here. It might be Cerberus. Sololzi takes the brunt of the damage early.
Medkit's up, grenade at the ready. Sololzi throws it
through the tree.
Through the tree, but it misses. It's Mark Lambu out in the open, trying to find an off angle. But now his position is back, given away to Sololzi, but the peaks are not working. Lambu is landing enough shots to keep Sololzi hidden back.
That's the final nade that he's got. Now sends the first aid kit, gets a little bit of vision with the shoulder peek, pulls out the barrel, knows he's out in the open. What a flash from Lambu. Sololzi continues to play the tree, but Lambu's pushed up. Lambu should win from here. Sololzi somehow with a clutch play for Cerberus. Lambu loses, I feel like almost the unlosable, but now Sololzi's got a bit more work to do. Gets behind the UAZ. First aid kit goes off. It's successful. 2 kills for Cerberus and still alive.
But will 51 points be enough? If he doesn't get any more points off of this with DAY2 right behind him, it's still going to be an incredibly difficult run for Sololzi. Thankfully, though, the circle does shift in that direction. A medium hard shift southwest, but Sololzi's right out in the open. Wildcard running out in the open as well onto New Happy.
It's only Greg shot, though. It's just a single player. Obviously, they're unaware of this. Nan just runs away from the solo Greg shot. But I think they'll realize very quickly that it's just the one-man army.
It's like a chihuahua chasing down a bear. But Greg shot might be bigger than that. Frags at the ready, going to be throwing them into the open door. No knocks just yet.
New Happy, though, of course, don't want to give up anything. Look how safe they are playing, knowing their position in terms of top 8. 49 points. They're now actually out of the top 8. They don't want to lose a player. They want to have all the angles covered, all the trades covered, so that if Gregshot pushes in, even if he gets one knock, he won't have time to flush because they'll have the angle. There's a knock onto Nan. That is exactly what they do not want. A bit of help from 17 with Suju landing a tag on the Gregshot. If he gets this molly off onto Nan, it is going to severely wound New Happy for the remainder of this game. But it hasn't landed.
Greg crossed. The smoke was there for him to make his way through. A couple of shots might re-give his position away. Oh, and that's a couple
17.
of damage. Yeah, Logos, they want this. 17 want to go aggressive. They need to come this direction, or at least they find it valuable enough to...
It's only the duo. It's not the full 17, so there's still a bit of time here for New Happy to get the revive onto Nan, and then to fight back.
Oh, Gregshot caught out in the open. A decent attempt, but now 17 Gaming can continue to follow up on what he started. Though Logos has dropped very, very low. Throws the frag grenade out, and the rest of 17 have followed up behind. They want this stack of buildings. Show with the knock onto ZP.
New Happy didn't get much time. They got the revive off, but since then, 17 have got all 4 players at the position now. Nade in hand for Lil Ghost. Zipian's knocked, so is Xiao Wu. But the nades are not landing, Cameron.
Fire explosions all around the compound, and now BBL pushing into Twisted Minds. Everyone's sending for each other. Logos pushes on it, he wants more!
Shotgun just goes into the back of the chair, does not go into the opponent. Logos with a double knockdown. New Happy are outside of the top 8, and outside now a chance. They are not going to go to the grand finals directly. Losers bracket will have to be their path for the defending champions. It's only HS that remains alive. 17 have been able to deal with them really quickly. Oh. They're gone, they're out.
17 shut that door, and the door remains open for Solalzi. Seeing that the kill feed is going to be a slight relief, but it is not done yet. There is still the chance for Yoho, and even BBL, as wounded as they are, down to 3, to overtake if Solalzi goes out. He needs to tank ranks as much as he can.
United pushing up into heaven onto Yahoo, and they get the initial knock onto Balefrost straight away. That's going to allow them to just keep pushing forward off of this, looking to convert defensive. Molotov goes out. They need the revive. Yahoo need to get over here and start helping out. Sparking and Balefrost, where are the reinforcements from Punich and Shimboy? Start running, boys, it might be too late. Rello with a big nade. Yahoo are falling apart.
And now QM pushing in onto this, swinging in from the north side. How valuable this compound is. High ground on everything, and Punich and Shimboy from the frying pan into the fire. Do they know that QM are here, pitted under them onto the north?
Just the 2 are remaining. How is this opened up for Cerberus? New Happy gone. Yahoo about to follow them really quickly too. Yahoo need to win this fight against the bottom team on the standings. In a 2 versus 4, well, actually 2 versus 3, but they've also still got United that can push on them at any time.
QM's position is very tentative. It's very unsecure, because 17 can be shooting them from the backside. In fact, we're seeing the shots already, and Yoho are staying alive, avoiding the utility, avoiding the grenades, and Punich with the spray down onto a doozy.
That's 1 kill. They need a couple more, though. They go up to 49 points. 3 short now of Cerberus. Shimboy knocked down by the Grozer of Hobbits, so Punich has so much work to do as a solo.
But with 17's push on the north side, there's a question of, does Punich hide or does Punich go aggressive? No, Solalzi is taken down. That is a clear benchmark for Yoho, for Punich to try and overcome.
Placement points?
Placement points and getting some kills off of this fight between 17 and question mark.
Placement points, still a couple of kills, stay alive. That's exactly what is now required for Punich. BBL still with 3 players alive. They've also got sort of a points target now. 9 more points from this game. KDF still with 4 up. They too can kind of look towards this. Knock from Punich. That's 1 onto Lugos. He has 1 frag grenade available. Sends it out with a prayer attached, and he gets the knock on Xiao Wu as well. He needs to confirm these without dying at the same time. Punich, surely he's not about to pull off the miraculous. He's got the crowbar out. What is he doing? Well, he gets 2 kills. He gives Yahoo a spot into the winner's bracket. Punich has got them in.
They don't know it, though. That's only for us to know as an audience. So Punich is going to continue to work this zone, continue to work this area. But what a run for Yoho. What a stand by Punich.
What a single play from Punich to back himself in, to land those shots. He knew he couldn't just sit in the corner and do nothing. He had to get proactive, and he did so. But there is still BBL. There's still more to this story. It's not over yet.
Bit of a silence now As Day Trade once again, a position on the side, the edge of the zone and towards the late game, are peppering shots across the field. That is going to be this finish. And EU United, they're still holding strong onto the high ground, but how long will they have this position? Attention is fully towards Hobbit and Punich. They need to remove them before they can focus on the rest of the zone. But everyone's going to need to move center.
Punich spotted by Hobbits. He still has 4 first aid kits. Is he getting pushed though? I think he is. You can hear the footsteps now. Too late for the nade though. Groza up close. Hobbits successful. So there's the mark. For BBL, for Guangdong Freaks, still both in this game, it's 52 points. That is your target, your primary target. And if you're BBL, it's certainly doable. 7 more points required.
With only 5 teams remaining, it is definitely doable. And while they don't know the number, they know that the chance, they should be playing as if the chance was there no matter what. The shots haven't really landed from BBL just yet, though, onto the approaching Day Trade, onto KDF. And at some point, they're going to need to use their vehicles to get out into the open. And with the high ground that EU United are going to continue to work with, that KDF and Day Trade are currently fighting over.
Obviously for EU United, they're into the grand finals too. Speculated with them and Danois. Would they have enough? Well, the answer to that is now yes, well and truly. Obviously for the Guangdong Freaks, when you kind of try and add everything up, they probably have to wipe the lobby and win. Something along that kind of line. And they are getting pressured by both BBL and then Day Trade close. United taking shots in that direction as well. And it's already Hikari down. A card might just follow him. BBL make the push. This is so important for them that Code Marco does not fall straight away. He can start throwing nades. They want to steal as many points as they can. Lash K and Ian knocked by Quetpa. Then the nades to follow up. BBL making the push looks so successful. Puchil steals 1, but a lot of the damage and a lot of the points go the way of BBL.
This is the type of play that you want to see from BBL in this sort of situation. And Smash is not tunnel vision. They know that United are also going to be a threat. Another frag at the ready. Akari is going for a revive in the smoke, but how much presence, how much territory does BBL overtake in the meantime?
And how much utility do they have left remaining as well to just win this fight outright from this position as a duo? EU United will start to feel confident that they can push out. They can spread their wings and take control of this circle with 4 players alive. They're the most healthy team left in this lobby. 5 points is still required for BBL. Final grenade thrown out by Quetpa. The push now from the Guangdong Freaks. Day2 sense this is their last opportunity. They get the knock. Smash gets 1, but he couldn't get the second. BBL are out. They go to the loser's bracket. Means Yahoo will hold on. Yahoo will be heading to the grand finals off the back of a huge solo play from Punich.
KDF with a revive, Akkad and Hikari still remaining. The question stands, can they overcome that deficit? 11 points, I don't know if it's possible, but if they wipe all of EU United and Day Trade
as a duo,
it's I mean, all that they can do is try.
If it happens.
And they know that Day Trade are to the west. The best plan for them would be swing up on the west side, spray down all 3 of them, and then they can take a 2 versus 4 against EU United. They don't want to allow Day Trade to get the first opening knock because they want the points for themselves, and that's going to make it that much more difficult for them to play this one out.
Absolutely. There's no way EU United are going to allow a 2-man Guangdong Freaks plus Day Trade to overcome this sort of circle disadvantage that both teams now find themselves in. EU United have the zone. They have the numbers as well. Should have as well more utility. We saw a lot being expended by Day Trade and Guangdong Freaks.
Akkad. At the ready. Shots go out into Snakers.
As tough as those are the ones that have to land. And then you probably need Day Trade to land 1 at the same time too.
Okay.
You need them to go from 4 up to 2 up very quickly, and then you can make a push. But I mean, that requires so much coordination with basically an enemy in Day Trade.
And that's the problem. That's the rub. And now that Snakers has a Mark 14, it's going to make it even harder. Shots come out from Kickstart. Playing the mid. And just waiting for the pushes, waiting for Day Trade and KDF to make a move. And Day Trade, they need to make a big move right now. Their backs are against the blue. They can feel the warmth of the static in the zone.
Flash pushing in behind Guangdong Freaks. Because the Freaks have pushed up first, it means that Day Trade will now be pushing in behind them. They do get the knock onto Kickstart. And believe me, that is big in being able to have any sort of chance here. And Flood is actually helping out the Freaks by shooting at the Day Trade that are starting to push in their direction. Puchil's knocked down by Flood now.
But that's one less kill for KDF to try and get unless they try and steal it, and I don't think they have the angle. Flash, however, has the angle onto Akad. Going to be confirming that.
No fairy tale finish here by the Guangdong Freaks. The fairy tale finish had already arrived early at the hands of Punich for Yahoo. As we witnessed it earlier, it was a North American team that has been able to sneak into the top 8, but you have this North American team in blue, E United, that is leading from the front for their region.
More utility comes out from Flash, pushing aggressive with the Groza. Hikari, blinded, forced to prone down on the ground. Snakers, despite dealing heavy damage to Flash, Reload gets the knock, but Hikari did go out, dropping KDF in 3rd place, and there it is. Final moments, final shots, and E United end winners bracket with a win.
We have our 8 teams going to the grand finals. It came down to the very last game, Cameron. It came down to 2 huge solo plays, one from Salalzi, but then Punich just did one better. He was proactive. He was not sitting back, waiting for it to happen. He went and made it happen.
And that's Wolf, the coach of Yahoo, running up to his team, running up to his players to tell them the great news, deliver them the news that they have made the top 8 just barely. But once they're in the grand finals, it does not matter. You can see Balefrost wiping the stress from his eyes.
And you see, obviously, for a successful team, you imagine those that were fallen just short. Cerberus tied on points. New Happy so close on points. So many teams falling short of the mark. Not Yahoo, though. They get the job done. They move on to the grand finals with a lot of other teams that so far throughout this tournament at PGC have been performing so well. You think about the likes of Na'Vi, for example, 17. I mean, they're all going to be so tough to stop in the grand finals.
Exactly, but that's it for the winners bracket. Back to the desk to end today off.
There you go. There you have it. It was a great finish here, especially for a few of the teams just making it on the cusp. But let's talk about this as it does go down. E United gets the final win off the back of things here, guys. And Toby, I mean, they had heaven and they played it well.
But they took it over from Yahoo, who in the end ends up qualifying. So this was a nail biter all the way to the end. A different ending, I feel like, to an area that we normally see pretty hectic mid-games in. In this case, so many teams are eliminated really early on that some of those teams that had the compounds toward, like the southern side of Yasnaya, they could sit around for a good while. But then, of course, as we see it, there's only so much space you can maneuver around in because the open is pretty much unplayable with the compound still in play.
Martin, thoughts?
Yeah, honestly, this game out throughout, the way that United pulled up on Heaven, and I'm like, they're just there for the massacre. They just wanna, cause trouble, and I was all for it. Question mark also throwing themselves in there in a situation where they can't qualify. It makes it hard for everyone, right? So, but yeah, Yahoo with a clutch for a tie to go to the grand finals is just insane here. Punich clutching it up for himself while his heart rate is more than 2,000. He doesn't have to go to the cardio and the gym for the next week.
Yeah, it was through the roof. He was sweating bullets, I think is fair to say, but you could see the emotion on his face towards the end whilst this was going on. And for BBL down in the south, there was potential, glimmers of hope, but those were blown away.
It sure was. It was a tough one for them. They had to make their way out, and by the time they got out, the initial push up towards Freaks, I thought was, well, this is their time. Now they're actually going to be able to pull it off. But then Day Trade on one side, United on another. Slowly, they get picked apart one by one, and then they push out and take it down.
There you go. That's the final winners of the winners bracket. It will be E United pushing themselves up into a great spot for this top 8, guaranteeing themselves a spot in the grand final. And it's fantastic to see that, considering the group stages they had. Likewise for Day Trade, though, there was the potential that not only, of course, Day Trade are going to the grand final as well here, Martin, but there was the potential they could have taken first place off Na'Vi.
They were 2 points off.
Oh!
They were 2 points off.
2 points?
Yeah. 2 more kills in this game, and they would have been first place out of this group here. Very impressive day for Day Trade. And really happy to see them stepping up here. The Flash Nerds 1-2 punch is just too strong.
Finishing off with 21 kills and 2 second places in a row. I mean, that's that is impressive. Incredibly impressive, and just again goes to show how deep of a talent pool there is off Day Trade.
All right,
APAC.
Here is the divide. Here is where everybody's going. On the left-hand side, the top 8 are going directly to the grand final. Congratulations to them. And on the right-hand side, we have 8 of our teams moving through to lower bracket 2.
Yes. tomorrow we're going to be seeing the bottom 16 teams from the group stage duke it out to have a chance to play against the bottom 8 of this group here.
Yes, yes.
And that is obviously going to be super rough. And when they have the chance to play against our team there, that's only top 4. That's only 4 spots. So it's going to be way harder than that.
All right. Let's talk about Grand Finals participants, though. We now know Na'Vi, Day Trade, 17, E United, Twisted Minds, Take Me Away, Danawa, and Yahoo will have an opportunity to become world champions, which is exciting considering we've watched all of these teams look great throughout all stages so far.
And I know that in the end of it, it's probably going to be this way anyway, but I kind of like the fact that we have representation from all regions right off the winners bracket. I mean, we got 2 EU, 2 NA, 1 from APAC, and then 3 from Asia. I think that's pretty incredible to watch.
It's also kind of balanced towards how many teams there are from those regions, so it's good to see. But I'm just super excited to see our loser brackets. It's going to be so scary for all the teams playing there.
Question I've got to pose you for that at the moment is, Na'Vi has won their group stage and now the winners bracket. If they take it all the way, that will be unprecedented. We've never had a world champion that has been winning the previous stages constantly.
I feel like this tournament just keeps on surprising, and even with that, I mean, I would say that wouldn't even be surprising at this point, but it would be one hell of a feat to pull off.
All right, well, thank you very much from the desk here as we now head over to the interviews to round out the winners bracket here for day number 2.
Thanks, Kylaris. We are here again, Uber. We meet again, my friend. Top qualifier going into the grand finals. But were you happy with your performance today?
Yes. First place. Good.
First place, good. Fair enough. 6 days off. That's what you've got now for getting into the grand finals. Are you going to be watching the losers bracket, or do you plan to go hang out in Dubai?
I think both. I'm gonna watch the games to see if we're gonna join us at the winner, like how's it, grand finals or whatever. So yeah, we'll see.
So chilled, Uber. I love it. Finally, I mean, you're watching the loser bracket. If you look at the teams that are currently there, which one do you think has to be in the grand finals with you?
New Happy, I guess.
Why?
They're the champions, so we have to come back.
I'm going to ask you the very serious question. We're having a bit of fun. You were going to troll me and give me one-word answers. You gave me 3. I'm okay with that. But this question, you've said this before, and I want confirmation. If you win the PUBG Global Championship 2022, is that when Uber retires?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Fair enough. He has no idea what I'm talking about. So I'm going to say thank you very much. Well done. We'll see you in 6 days. Head on off because I'm bringing in another player now.
All right, see ya.
Thank you, Uber. This is a cool one for you because, of course, we have 8 teams making it through to the grand finals. They've confirmed their spots. This is a big one. And one team who got right in there in 8th place was Yahoo. And I've got Poonage next to me right now. How are you feeling? You're through to the grand finals.
Obviously, I'm very happy that we made it, but not very happy how we made it, I guess.
Why?
We're in a really good spot going into today, and then we had our worst set of 4 games yet in the first 4 games today, and it was down to the wire when it really shouldn't have been.
How did you fix that after those 4 games? I mean, what was the communication amongst the team to make sure that you could possibly improve and confirm that you could get that 8th spot?
We're just doing our best, to make sure we reset after every game, make sure we're all feeling good, confident, playing how we normally play. Don't let the previous games affect us. And yeah, the last game, I don't even think we played well in the last game, to be honest, but it was good enough.
Talking about that last game, at what moment during it did you realize that you had done enough to qualify?
We didn't know exactly how many points Cerberus had gotten when we got eliminated, so we weren't quite sure until right about when it ended.
So you've had an opportunity now, you've seen all of these teams. Who do you think is the biggest competition moving into the grand finals?
I think, to be honest, I think it could be anybody. I think a lot of it just depends on momentum, how the team's playing, but obviously I think Twisted Minds are really solid if they're playing their game.
And finally, obviously, this is a really cool one because for the whole year, we're all playing in our bedrooms. We're all sort of doing these remote broadcasts. But now here we are at LAN. What has it been like being with all of these PUBG players from around the world?
It's actually really awesome to play on LAN, especially with all the Chinese teams here, because the last 2 globals we played at, the Chinese teams weren't able to come. So it's really cool being able to like meet everybody and actually play on LAN servers. It's amazing.
You've made it through grand finals, 6 days off. Are you going to go and check out Dubai, or is it back to the grind preparing for those grand finals?
Yeah, definitely. We're gonna need a couple days to reset after that. So definitely gonna see the city and see what we can do in this free time.
So I'm going to say well done, and I'm going to send you off because you can start that exploring right now. Congratulations. We'll see you in 6 days' time.
Thank you very much.
And there you have it. We have the first 8 teams heading to the grand finals for the PUBG Global Championships. Tomorrow, the loser bracket begins. And this is it. This is when we start saying goodbye to teams. We find out who will be in those grand finals. All to play for, all happening tomorrow at the exact same time. So we'll see you then.
Yo. I don't think they're ready for it. On the loose, on the loose, on the loose, on the loose. With the beast, on the loose, say the truth, on the loose. Off the chain, it's all the gauge. Yeah, getting wild, shot me out the cage. It's getting wild out here. One by one, we watch them all falling. It's getting wild out here. But I'ma be the last one standing. You can't stop what's begun. You can't stop a revolution. Come in, come in. It's getting wild out here. Yeah, it's getting wild, it's getting wild. Eating them, beast, eating them, feast. Fire the most, tire the least. See them admitting defeat, and they so useless. I'm so ruthless. New phone, who this? Give no reply to excuses. Got no bite, man, a toothless. Living a lie and the truth is. Got this power, bringing it. Play my anthem, singing it. Every mountain, ringing it high. I soar, I rise, reborn. Strapped, I'm back like never before. Taking my final form. Yo, it's getting wild out here. One by one, we watch them all falling. It's getting wild out here. But I'ma be the last one standing. You can't stop what's begun. You can't stop a revolution. It's coming, coming. It's getting wild out here. Yeah, it's getting wild. It's getting wild. For the revolution. What? Waiting on an evolution. Yo. It's coming, coming. Yeah. If you wanna come and get some. Yo. Nothing we can't overcome. Running, running. Sure as we rise with the sun. Yo. We will arise and become stunning, stunning. Watch for the revolution. You can't stop what's begun. It's coming, coming. Wait. It's coming, coming. Wait. It's coming, coming. Just you wait. Just you wait. Yo. It's getting wild out here. It's getting wild. One by one, we watch them all falling. It's getting wild out here. Yo. But I'ma be the last one standing. You can't stop what's begun. You can't stop a revolution. Come in, come in. It's getting wild out here. It's getting wild. It's getting wild. Yo. I don't think they're ready for it. On the loose, on the loose, on the loose, on the loose. With the beast, on the loose, say the truth, on the loose. Off the chain, it's all the gauge. Yeah, getting wild, shot me out the cage. It's getting wild out here. One by one, we watch them all falling. It's getting wild out here. But I'ma be the last one standing. You can't stop what's begun. You can't stop a revolution. Come in, come in. It's getting wild out here. Yeah, it's getting wild. It's getting wild. Eating them, beast, eating them, feast. Fire the most, tire the least. See them admitting defeat, and they so useless. I'm so ruthless. New phone.